Hariom, Swamiji.
सब मिलेंगे।
आपका मेरा एक ही फोन है।
नहीं नहीं, खबर है क्या?
एक ही है।
खबर है।
ठीक है।
हरिओम।
Swamiji? Swamiji? Swamiji, can you hear me? No.
आया करो, बैठा करो। ठीक है, परमानेंट डाल के रखे, परमानेंट। खुला खुला चौतरा है, आपका नहीं है, कोई बैठ सकता है। ना कुछ इतना बस। और मेन कोई लोग बैठे ध्यान कर दो, किसे बैठ बनाया बनाया। बैठे बैठे ठीक हो गए। अभी खुला में बैठ रहो, बहुत बीमार हुए, बुढ़े हुए। ओम नमो नारायणाय।
Om Namo Narayanaya, Swamiji,
हरिओम
Hariom.
हरिओम हरिओम। राइट टाइम, राइट टाइम।
Yes, how are you?
Start your talk now.
My talk would be at 11 means your time, 4:30.
I'm very happy to see your name, Amelia Devi.
You gave me Devi, Swamiji.
God bless you, Devi ji. God bless you.
Thank you.
How much time to start now? It's 11:20 in India.
It will be in 10 minutes. We will start.
Wonderful. Okay. I'll come back 10 minutes.
Yes. Swamiji, you can turn on the audio, please. Can you turn the audio, please?
Audio.
Yes, the audio.
Stop it.
Just the audio. Yes, A1. Thank you. Maestro, buongiorno.
Buongiorno Gioia.
Buongiorno, ben rivisto. Ecco
Come
Sara.
stai?
Bene, grazie. Ciao Sara, namaste.
Va tutto bene?
Sì, lì?
Tutto bene, siamo qua con il nostro grande ingegnere.
Ho visto, siamo già online su YouTube.
Siamo già online, sì.
Sì. Bene, bene, quindi anche oggi una bella giornata interessante.
Sì, cara, è stato bello ieri, vero?
Bellissimo, bellissimo, molto intenso.
Molto
Tra l'altro.
intenso. E adesso abbiamo già passato il link della registrazione e siamo già a 1000 visualizzazioni.
Wow! Ma
Vedi?
adesso?
Della
Ah,
registrazione.
ieri.
Abbiamo passato il link della registrazione e se tu clicchi e vai a vedere hai intorno ai 1000 visualizzazioni.
Wow!
Sì, perché cosa è successo? Ieri magari qualcuno si è perso così perché avevamo questo problemino che non avremo oggi perché passiamo tramite le pagine di Facebook
Mm.
e quindi poi lo vanno a rivedere. Queste cose qua restano in giro, lo sai, no?
Sì, sì. Ecco anche
Buongiorno alle bellezze.
Buongiorno, come state?
Tutto bene? L'unico
Bene.
che non vedo collegato è, è il dottor Prerak.
Ah,
Deve mandargli un messaggino. Ah,
ci servirebbe pure Prerak.
sì, mi sa che dopo sbaglio ancora l'orario. Vediamo se ce l'ho io qua da mandargli, dottor Prerak. Dottor Prerak.
Ragazze, come avete dormito?
siamo online, bene?
Dottor Prerak, qua. Dottor Prerak, we are waiting for you.
Tu
You
come stai?
remember that this morning at this time
Well, thanks.
you are in the symposium. Ok, we are waiting for you. Se lo legge, se lo sente. Speriamo. Se no ci dobbiamo inventare qualcosa e passare la mia storia. Cucciola, allora?
Sì.
In primo piano ti ho, Daniela.
Davvero?
E-
Spettacolo, oggi sono rossa, ma Dio.
Eh?
Oggi sono rossa.
Sei bellissima. Mm. Ascolta, Cucciolina, allora, oggi non avremo i problemi di YouTube.
No, anche perché poi ieri, al posto del gong, della campana tibetana, eccetera, è arrivato il corriere di Amazon. Quindi quel drum che avete sentito alla fine non era previsto. È
Troppo
quello.
bello e troppo naturale.
È stato perfetto.
In tempo, quindi guarda.
Sembrava, ho detto, ma guarda Fulvio, che timing, no? È lì con la campana a suonare, invece non era.
Era il corriere, che tra l'altro aveva aspettato tutto il giorno perché aveva qualcosa che mi sarebbe servita per collegarmi. Ovviamente tutto il giorno non è venuto, è arrivato esattamente al momento in cui non serviva più.
Esattamente al fine della lezione.
Sì, sì, perfetto. Cioè, la tempistica è stata eccezionale di tutta la...
Comunque è bello. Adesso volevo, appunto, stavo dicendo ad Amelia anche
Namaste Cristina.
che Cristine, ciao. Ciao cara.
Sì,
Stai
grazie,
bene?
grazie, buongiorno. Sì.
Tutto a posto?
Allora.
Brava. Beh, non aspettatevi un grande pubblico la mattina alle 8, però per l'India è mezzogiorno e mezzo. E quindi per il dottor Prera, che mi sa che si è o dimenticato perché non mi sta rispondendo.
No, ma a me ha scritto che non si era dimenticato.
Ah, quindi sta
Cioè,
arrivando
non oggi,
allora.
però l'altra volta. Chissà se oggi.
A meno che non c'è qualche problema
Perché
di
vedo che non
linea.
si...
Può anche essere, sì.
Mm.
Come state voi?
Semmai Io benissimo, io bene, io e Pietro bene, siamo qua tranquilli, tutto a posto. Ho provato a mandargli un messaggio al dottor Prerak
Ok,
io,
aspetta.
Please contact for Ayurveda related to any communication. This mobile is for Ayurveda Ayurveda.
Sì.
Oh Madonna. Non hai il coso, non gli puoi mandare un
Sì, posso,
messaggio?
aspetta.
Dice, dottor Prerak, ti stiamo aspettando. Se no passiamo al piano B e mandiamo su la mia storia. Così.
Ok, io provo di... di chiamarlo, che dici?
Sì, sì, prova a chiamarlo.
Buongiorno.
Ciao.
Ciao,
Buongiorno.
ciao Edy.
Buongiorno.
Tutto bene?
Fra 2 minuti
Sì.
iniziamo, eh?
Tutto bene? Tutto
E se
bene?
il dottor Prerak...
Hello,
se il
Dr. Prerak.
Tutto bene.
We are waiting for you. Do you have any problems with the connection?
I'm online. I'm trying.
No, non è online.
I'm looking for the Google link.
Are you looking for the link? Okay.
No, I have link. I'm just logging in.
Ah, you're logging in. Okay. Perfect.
Sta
Sì,
arrivando.
sta
il
arrivando.
dottor Prerak.
Okay, we're waiting for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
Just give me just a moment.
Okay.
Ha spaccato spaccate le parti.
Meanwhile.
E poi tieni sempre pronto un piano B perché qua a volte
Addio,
succede.
metti il microfono in mute.
Amadio? Dici
Sì.
che il Zoom non lo fa entrare? Puoi guardare?
Zoom non lo fa entrare al dottor Prerak. Siamo entrati tutti noi, no?
Sì.
Rimandategli il link, forse
Sì,
sbaglio.
io direi di rimandare il link. Chi è che ha il numero di Prerak sul cellulare? Magari rimanda il link.
Cristine.
Mm-mm.
What do you say? Are you in?
Ah, it's coming now.
Okay,
Magari-
do you want me to send you the link again?
Probabilmente qualche problema con la linea anche...
No, c'è, aiuto, c'è.
Dice che è
Eccolo.
dentro.
Sì.
Benissimo.
C'è anche Jadranko. Good morning, Jadranko.
Jadranko,
Good
good
morning.
morning.
Amadio dice che è entrato.
Sì, è dentro.
Sì,
Ok,
è dentro,
Dr. Prerak. È dentro?
Tino, good morning, Tino G, good morning. È dentro, eh? Stiamo aspettando che si connetta però. Comunque adesso iniziamo, noi iniziamo. Dottor Prerak. Good morning, Dottor Prerak. Good morning, Dottor Prerak.
Namaste. Lo presento adesso.
Namaste. No, un momento, prima deve partire il video del...
Ok.
Wait only 3 minutes, please. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Open your microphone, please.
Hari Om, are you talking to me?
Hari
No,
Om.
Hari Om.
Hari Om. Are you telling me something? Please tell me what to do.
Okay, now Swamiji
Amelia,
will have the introduction, the two videos, and then we'll introduce Dr. Prerak, and then we start with all the events.
Wonderful.
Okay, wait 3 minutes and we start. Thank you. Vai.
È sparito il dottor Prerak?
Sta provando, ma vuol dire che ci sta riuscendo.
the European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs, equality regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class and religion, overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism to promote universal understanding.
Bye.
Promote, encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify. Integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc. To guarantee a certain standard, an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
Ami, tesoro,
Eccomi.
seguimi un attimo.
Sì.
Buongiorno a tutti. È una
Good-
grande gioia per me essere qui nel secondo giorno, a darvi il benvenuto e iniziare questa nuova giornata assieme, fare questa nuova esperienza assieme.
Good morning to everybody. It's great joy for me to welcome all of you to this second day of the symposium. We are here to share together this beautiful experience.
Il nostro ospite di questa mattina è un medico indiano che vive nella regione dove è nato Gandhi, il Gujarat.
Our first guest this morning is an Ayurvedic doctor who comes from the region where Gandhi is from, the Gujarat.
I hope that Dr. Prerak is online, can hear me. We wait for you, Dr. Prerak. Allora,
Good morning, namaste, buongiorno.
Good morning. Per me è una grande gioia averti qua. Noi siamo amici da tanto tempo e tu sai quanto io ti stimo e ti voglio bene.
It's a great joy to have you here today. You know how much I love you and how much esteem, a profound esteem towards you.
Allora,
I love you, maestro. I love you too much.
Per cortesia, Cristine, presenta il dottor Prerak, per favore.
Sì, con piacere. Well, we are so happy and proud to present the European Yoga Federation's first guest this morning. To be interviewed by Swamiji Suryananda Amadio Bianchi is Edy Prerak Say, who is a world-renowned Ayurveda doctor, teacher, businessman, writer, and motivational speaker. As a graduate of Ayurveda, he started practicing as Panchakarma Vaidya in 1988 in Ahmedabad. Soon after, he became the trendsetter in many ways in the field of Ayurveda. As far back as from 1987 on, he has been pioneering in computer, internet, website-based Ayurveda businesses such as online consulting, medical tourism, e-counseling, and so on. So that now patients and foreign students from all over the world visit his center in Ahmedabad regularly every year. He is the founder managing director of a private limited company called AYULink, an international brand operating in 4 divisions, namely hospital, education, export, and clinical research. AYULink currently has a total of 22 franchises in India, the United States, Germany, and Spain. Dr. Prerak has developed his own protocols of treatment for some diseases like pain management, migraine, arthritis, ulcerative colitis, and his lectures, seminars, and training programs have been organized for students, allopathic doctors, and therapists in about 27 countries so far, in 68 cities, in 85 institutions. He was probably the first Indian physician to have lectured on Ayurveda at a world-renowned institution like the United Nations in Vienna in 2006. It is an extreme honor for us to welcome Dr. Prerak Say here at the first symposium of the European Yoga Federation. So, Dr. Prerak and Swamiji, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Prerak, I am speaking in Italian because we have many Italian people, and Ami translate. Tu vieni dalla regione dove è nato Gandhi, caro Dr. Prerak.
Dear Dr. Prerak, you are coming from the region where Gandhi was born.
True. Gandhi was born in Gujarat, and his Ahmedabad was the city where he started all his freedom fighting.
Sì. Vuoi tradurre Amelia per gli italiani? Ah, o no, traducono dall'altro lato. Gandhi diceva una cosa molto bella e molto importante.
Gandhi used to say a very important thing, very interesting and beautiful.
La mia vita è un esempio.
My life is an example.
La tua vita, Dottor Prerak, è un esempio.
Your life is an example.
Oh, no.
Per questo ti chiedo, Dottor Prerak, per favore, raccontaci un po' della tua vita, raccontaci come ti sei approcciato all'Ayurveda, la tua storia, come hai iniziato, e alla fine ci racconterai cosa stai facendo adesso, in questo momento, ma anche un po' delicato.
So, in this point of view, Dr. Prerak, please tell us something about your life. Tell us something how you approach Ayurveda, and let us know what is your duty at the moment, what you are working on right now.
Please,
Okay.
Dr. Prerak.
So, I mean, you have asked me so many things. India education system is totally different. Very hard pushing and very competitive. So all the future, it depends on the merits. Merits in the school, like in the 10th standard or in the high school. On the basis of merit, and because of my love for the Sanskrit language, I choose to get admission in Ayurveda discipline. When I got admission, then I finished my graduation after 5 years and 6 months of in-depth study in Ayurveda. In 1987, I graduated from the university.
Good.
Then I started my practice as in 1988. There was nobody knowing the word Panchakarma in Gujarat state, even whole Gujarat state. My guru, my teacher asked me to start the practice of Panchakarma, and I started as blessings with my guru. It developed the day by day. With the help of computer and internet, I'm very fond of computer, internet, and technology. So I accepted computer in the very beginning. I accepted internet in the beginning, and I started making Ayurveda popular in my region. From 2000 onwards, I started making products, novel Ayurvedic food products, to make it popular in the common people. And then I started exporting also later by. Meanwhile, because of my only person in the whole state, in the whole province, practicing Panchakarma, I was more familiar or famous even outside the Gujarat and outside India. So since 2000, I started traveling around the world. And this was the beginning of my journey. At the moment, I'm working more on the management of migraine. And most of you people knowing about the Panchakarma, the word Panchakarma, purification or detoxification, is quite different what we practice in West. Indian classical Panchakarma is more therapeutic, more hard, while Western Panchakarma is more soft and for more wellness aspect. Now here in India, what we are using Panchakarma is more for the migraine treatment. And I'm very happy to inform all of you that I have developed some modernized Nasya treatment, the nasal treatment, and it gives marvelous effect. My patients are now getting rid of migraine or any kind of headache for many years. I can say that after treatment of 8 days only, Nasya or kind of modified Nasya, since 5 years or 6 years, my many patients have never experienced headache again. So that was I'm working on right now, headache. Another I'm working on one product recently, last week I have launched in my Indian market, that is called Ayu Breathe. This is the first time in India, Ayurvedic bronchodilator. So to dilate the bronchus for the asthma patient, for the bronchitis patient, for oxygen deficiency, this is a bronchodilator we have introduced in the market now. First time in India, Ayurvedic bronchodilator, just mouth spray, and it opens the lungs and person can breathe easily. So I'm working on various aspects, Swamiji. You know, I'm in a teaching line, I'm in a production. Right now, I'm working in patient also. At this moment, patients are waiting.
Yes, yes, yes. And I know that you visit in the past many countries in the world, spread Ayurveda and Indian culture too. I am so happy that I am honored to be your friend. Carissimo.
I'm always looking for your blessing.
E quindi, dottor Prerak, in che modo pensi in questo momento che l'umanità è così presa di sorpresa, in che modo pensi che l'Ayurveda possa essere vicino e aiutare l'umanità ora ma anche in futuro?
In this delicate moment, Dr. Prerak, what do you think can the Ayurveda help, but not just in this moment, not just in this particular period, even in the future, in the life of humankind? What is the role of Ayurveda? How can Ayurveda help human?
Very, very interesting question. See, first of all, you see this pandemic situation. And even in this pandemic situation, Government of India has recognized the importance of Ayurveda and yoga. The Ayush department in Indian government, Indian ministry has accepted the importance and the efficacy of Ayurveda and yoga in COVID. In our state level, there are many Ayurvedic clinics, hospitals, and mobile dispensaries are working, and they have accepted that Ayurveda is working better than allopathy. So this is number one. Second thing, in future, this will be a time that the interactive medicine will survive. No pathy, no one pathy can survive. We have to interact. But funny thing is, or very important thing is, the Charaka has stated 5,000 years back that whatever available medical science was there, he has compiled in his book of Charak Samhita. So the compilation or the acceptance of other and making a pure science is the base of Ayurveda. So in future also, all pathis should come together, and they will come together. And now you will see that the personalized medicine, there's a new concept, what they call it base. There's a personalized medicine. It's now popping up. Millions of dollars they are funding for the research. And what Ayurveda says right now, we are making always personalized medicine. We don't have fixed formula to treat somebody. Everybody should be counted. The body constitution should be counted. The location, the age factor, many factors should be counted before we go for the health suggestion. Now, modern Western science has accepted this, and this is the future. They are coming back to the nature. They are coming back towards Ayurveda. Each and every personality, each and every body constitution, mental condition should be considered before you suggest anything for the wellness or for the treatment of the disease. So I am saying that in future, there will be again a compilation of all pathy, and the basic principles of Ayurveda will survive.
Good, dottor Prerak. Così tu credi che in futuro sarà possibile una medicina integrata e vedi l'Ayurveda presente anche in Occidente, negli ospedali? Noi stiamo sperando questo.
So, Dr. Prerak, what you're saying is that you see that in the future there might be an integrated type of medical system where even in the Western world, in the hospital, there will be the Ayurveda being recognized in the hospital itself.
It has already started. It's not new. It has already started. Many of our friends who are listening to me from Latin America, you know that the Ayurveda department in the universities are there. Buenos Aires University, Bogota University, Sao Paulo University, and in Chile, Santiago University. They all are teaching Ayurveda to modern doctors, Occidental doctors. So modern doctors are now learning Ayurveda, and in future they will practice Ayurveda with the integration. But my point is, we will come back to the principles of Ayurveda. Whatever you learn, whatever you try to teach, but the basic principles of Ayurveda will survive, and that will be the base of the new medical era.
Ci puoi parlare di questi principi base dell'Ayurveda, per favore?
Can you explain to us, can you talk about these basic principles of Ayurveda, please?
Dinacharya and Ritucharya, the fundamental thing, everybody, we all follow this, the early rise in the morning, make a meditation, make pranayama, make your body clean, deep breathing, inhalation exercises, and control your diet and control your activities, change the diet and activities according to the season. These all are the basic fundamentals, and the balance of mind, body and soul. and the balance of dhatus, balance of dosha. These are the basic fundamentals which everybody must learn, and the world will come back to this balance.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prerak. Clear, you are so clear. Per favore, Dottor Prerak, siccome io ti considero come se tu fossi della nostra famiglia, mi piacerebbe presentarti tutti i rappresentanti che sono qui, così ti conoscono e loro conoscono te e tu conosci loro, così in futuro collaboreremo tutti insieme.
Dr. Prerak, I consider you as a member of our family. So I would like to introduce you to all the members that are here with us this morning. So they will manage to know you, you will know them, and we hope that in the future we will collaborate for great opportunities.
This is a soul to soul, Guruji. This is our soul to soul connection. And we want to establish this connection, Atma to Atma.
So good, so good. Per favore aprite tutti i video che così il Dottor Prerak vi può conoscere e vi vede. Per favore, tutti i presenti aprano i video in maniera che il Dottor Prerak possa...
Could you kindly open your mic and your videos, everybody, so Dr. Prerak and you will get to know each other.
Benissimo. Jadranko, Dottor Prerak, ti presento Jadranko Miklec della Croazia. Jadranko, per favore, rivolgi un saluto. Jadranko è il vicepresidente della Federazione Europea di Yoga.
So I would like to introduce you to Jadranko. Jadranko is the vice director of the vice president of the European Yoga Federation. So please, Jadranko.
Yes, namaste, Dr. Prerak. I am very happy to meet you and that we can hear your expertise, and especially in this time of the COVID, all your efforts to bring the ancient knowledge of Ayurveda for the service of the humanity and everybody, to create strong immune system in the people, because this is the only cure to make the field unfertile for any bacteria or viruses. So it means to take care of the human existence holistically and strengthen its ojas and the immune system to be resistible to any kind of bacteria or viruses, this COVID or any kind in the future. And I think that this COVID condition is just reminding all humanity about necessity to live life in accord with all the ancient recommendations from Ayurveda, that to be healthy. And this can only create that transformation of the whole world into the healthy condition, and taking care of life and cherishing the nature, taking care of the health of the nature and the whole planet Earth. And this will create a beautiful place for our living and existence on this planet. Thank you very much, Dr. Prerak. And I was also, I knew the Dr. Dwivedi, and his son, I think he is in Gujarat, having a university.
Oh.
Yes, when I was with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and I met Dr. Brihaspati Dev Triguna, Dr. Balraj Maharishi, Dr. Dwivedi. I knew him personally, and he was great master for the Rasayanas and all the specifically creating the medicines with the very strong effect for the health on the basis of different minerals and metals. And so I am very happy to meet you also from Gujarat.
Okay, thank you.
I am very honored, sir. I am very honored by receiving your invitation and by this very kind gesture for me to invite me in this symposium and the international workshop. I'm very much honored. I accept your blessing. Please bless me. I can do more for my mankind.
Yes,
Dr.
thank
Prerak,
you very much. You are
we
so
have a-
beautiful soul.
we are not too much time, but I want to present only the name of the person that is here present as Tarja, that is from Finland. Good morning, Tarja. Good morning.
Morning. Morning, everybody, and I'm very happy to hear on this important work that is being done with Ayurveda.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. And then I want to present Amandio Figueiredo from Portugal. A few words, because we have no time. Few. Thank you.
Okay, thank you a lot for your presence, and I received your WhatsApp messages from Ayurlink, and I wish everything good for Ayurveda. Thank you very much.
Amandio, be
Thank
in
you.
touch. You are also doing very good for Ayurveda. I know.
Thank you, yes, sir. I'm at your service, and Ayurveda too, always. Thank you.
So now, sorry, but time is finished. Dr. Prerak, you was so honored that you are present here. Grazie, Dottor Prerak, siamo veramente felici e speriamo di risentirci presto.
Thank you very much, all of you, for listening to me and giving me
Thank you.
opportunity.
Thank you so much. Namaste, Dr.
Namaste.
Ora grazie mille, Dottor Prerak, ora dobbiamo introdurre l'ospite seguente, che è Ilija Davor, e se è presente per cortesia può aprire il microfono e comunicare con noi, diversamente avremo un programma diverso immediatamente che faremo partire. Aspettiamo giusto qualche istante, forse sta provando a connettersi, un secondo solo per cortesia. Stiamo solo controllando se il nostro ospite seguente è presente, diversamente facciamo passare in questo caso, se è buono.
Maestro, l'audio, il tuo audio.
Scusa, dottor Prerak, che avevamo un ospite di Montenegro e probabilmente qualche problema di linea. Come sai, in questi giorni siamo sovraccarichi e purtroppo a volte anche nei convegni organizzati nel migliore modo possono succedere queste cose.
Dr. Prerak, now there is one of the guests is from Montenegro, Ilija is name. Maybe he's trying to get in touch, but as you know very well, as everybody knows very well, all the lines, all the net is so busy, and sometimes it's difficult to get in touch or to have a proper connection.
Bene, poiché non si è ancora presentato, il nostro ingegnere farà partire un piano B.
Vi racconto un po' la mia storia.
I'll tell you a little bit about my story.
Da giovane sono stato anch'io vittima di perfidi meccanismi mentali, ma allo stesso tempo risulto essere un esempio vivente di guarigione ottenuta attraverso lo yoga e l'Ayurveda e il recupero della consapevolezza.
As a young man, I was also a victim of malicious mental mechanisms. Yet at the same time, I turned out to be a living example of healing, obtained through yoga, Ayurveda, and the recovery of awareness.
Sono nato durante l'ultima, speriamo sia davvero l'ultima, guerra mondiale, in un piccolo paesino di montagna, adagiato a 1000 metri di quota tra la Val Camonica e la Valtellina, a una ventina di chilometri dal confine svizzero.
I was born during the hopefully last World War in a small mountain village at 1,000 meters above sea level between Val Camonica and Valtellina, about 20 kilometers from the Swiss border.
Nella famiglia da cui provengo si usava dare ai neonati il nome delle persone scomparse e così mi toccò il nome di Amadio, Amadio, poiché è uno zio, fratello di mio padre, che non ho mai conosciuto, ma del quale ho sempre sentito parlare come protagonista di un'amara esperienza, morì di tifo mangiando le ostriche alla foce della Seine in Francia, ospite del figlio di un senatore francese.
My family's custom was to give newborns the name of a defunct family member. So I was given the name of Amadio. Amadio, he loves God. Like my father's brother, whom I have only heard of as the protagonist of a bitter experience. He died of typhus eating oysters at the mouth of the Seine in France as a guest of a French senator's son.
Sono convinto che questo nome, che per ovvie ragioni ho sentito pronunciare migliaia di volte nella mia vita, abbia funzionato nella mia mente come un mantra. Infatti mi sono sempre sentito attratto dal trascendente e dalla filosofia, anche se all'inizio, all'età di 17 anni, quando cioè mi sentii sufficientemente adulto per scegliere cosa fare da grande, decisi di fare il pittore d'arte.
I'm convinced that this name, which for obvious reasons I have heard pronounced millions of times in my life, has worked in my mind like a mantra. In fact, I have always felt attracted to the transcendent and philosophy, even if at the age of 17, when I felt adult enough to choose what to do when I grew up, I decided to become an art painter.
Per una decina di anni esercitai come professionista ed ebbi anche successo. Realizzai molte cose, ma a darmi notorietà furono alcuni manifesti della Coppa del Mondo di sci ed in seguito la Standa, che pubblicò 300.000 quaderni con le copertine dedicate ai miei quadri.
For about 10 years I practiced as a professional, and I was also quite successful as a painter. I realized many things, but to give me notoriety were some posters of the Ski World Cup and later the Standa, an Italian supermarket, which published 3,000 notebooks with the covers dedicated to my paintings.
Negli ultimi anni di questa mia attività disponevo di ben 3 studi esposizione. Uno era alla Prica in Valtellina, l'altro a Milano e il terzo ad Arenzano in Liguria, che mi permettevano di vivere in modo dignitoso.
In the last years of my activity, I had even 3 exhibition studios, one in Aprica in Valtellina, the other in Milan, and the third in Arenzano in Liguria, which allowed me to live quite in dignity, actually.
La mia pittura, il luminescentismo, esprimeva una grande necessità interiore di luce.
My painting luminescentism expressed a great need of light inside of me.
Tuttavia, l'arte, come tutti sanno, opera principalmente sul piano emozionale e le emozioni, quando non sono correttamente indirizzate e gestite, possono ritorcersi contro e risultare distruttive. Così, per farla breve, iniziai a soffrire di una forte anemia, che nel tempo si trasformò in anemia perniciosa ed in seguito sospetto di leucemia.
However, as everyone knows, art operates mainly on an emotional level, and emotions, when they are not correctly addressed or managed, can backfire and be destructive. So, to make a long story short, I began to suffer from a strong anemia that over time turned into pernicious anemia and later suspected of leukemia.
Finì in cura a Genova da un luminare dell'epoca, il professor Fieschi, ma con poco risultato.
I ended up being treated in Genoa by a luminary of the time, Professor Fieschi, but with little result.
Divenivo ogni giorno più triste, abbattuto, e avevo imparato a leggere la gravità della mia indisposizione negli occhi di chi mi stava accanto.
I became sadder and more depressed every day, and I had learned to read the gravity of my indisposition in the eyes of those around me.
Per questo raccomando sempre a chi assiste gli ammalati e soprattutto fosse nella necessità di nascondere la gravità di un disturbo, di essere molto attento, in quanto i malati raffinano la loro percezione e intuizione e sono in grado di presentire il loro stato di comportamento da chi gli sta vicino.
For this reason, I always recommend to those who care for sick people, and especially if they are in the need to hide the seriousness of a disorder, to be very, very careful, as the sick refine their perception and intuition and are able to foresee their state from who is close to him.
All'età di 23 anni mi sposai e, come sempre si fa in queste occasioni, insieme alla mia partner mi impegnai per abbellire e rendere funzionale la casa.
At the age of 23, I got married, and as always on these occasions, together with my partner, I worked hard to beautify and make the house functional.
Comprammo naturalmente anche dei mobili dotati pure di scaffali di libreria.
Of course, we bought some furniture and bookshelves as well.
Per un po' di tempo questi ultimi rimasero vuoti.
For some time, these bookshelves remained mostly empty.
Alcuni libri già li avevamo, ma un giorno decidemmo di recarci a Sondrio per comprare altri libri.
I mean, we already had some books, but one day we decided to go to Sondrio and buy more.
Il mio concetto culturale relativo all'acquisto di libri in quell'occasione fu di comprare alcuni testi con la copertina di colore blu perché si armonizzassero con la tenda vicina di quello stesso colore, altri di colore verde perché in coerenza con il tappeto e così via.
My cultural concept regarding the purchase of books at that time was to buy some text with the blue cover to harmonize with the nearby curtain of the same color, others green because in coherence with the carpet, and so on.
Spendemmo molto denaro al punto che il libraio felice ci regalò sulla spesa degli altri libri che egli propose secondo il suo concetto di contenuto culturale e non seguendo la nostra logica del colore.
We spent a lot of money to the point that the happy bookseller gave us other books, but these according to his concept of cultural content and not following our logic of color.
A casa li sistemammo con ordine e provammo soddisfazione.
At home, we arranged them neatly anyway and felt satisfaction.
Un giorno mi sentivo molto triste e stavo seduto sul divano del soggiorno contemplando i libri colorati ben disposti sugli scaffali.
One day I felt very sad and was sitting on the sofa in the living room contemplating the colorful books neatly arranged on the shelves.
Notai che alcuni di essi erano dal punto di vista del colore disarmonici.
I noticed that some of them were color-wise inharmonious.
In particolare, a colpire la mia attenzione fu proprio un libro bianco e grigio.
In particular, it was a white and gray book that caught my attention.
Il suo colore non si accordava con quello del gruppo di libri di cui faceva parte.
Its color did not match that of the group of books it belonged to.
Mi alzai, lo presi in mano e fui molto incuriosito dal titolo Sport e Yoga.
I got up, took the book, and when I had it in my hands, I was intrigued by the title, Sports and Yoga.
Il libro era stato scritto da un maestro indiano, Yesudian, scomparso nel 1998, ma che all'epoca viveva nella vicina Svizzera.
The book was written by an Indian master, Yesudian, who died in 1998, but who at that time lived in nearby Switzerland.
Nonostante il libro, come il titolo può farvi intendere, non fosse tanto impegnato dal punto di vista filosofico, fu ugualmente per me una grande rivelazione.
Although the book, as the title might suggest, was not really philosophically committed, it was still a great revelation to me.
Gli indiani, si sa, hanno una certa familiare conoscenza, come dico scherzosamente, addirittura a livello ereditario o cellulare. Così, anche quando trattano argomenti come sport e yoga, esprimono concetti di fondamentale importanza.
Indians, as everybody knows, have a certain familiar knowledge, and as I jokingly put it, even on an hereditary and cellular level. So even when dealing with subjects like sports and yoga, they express concepts of fundamental importance.
Quel libro fu la mia salvezza.
This book was my salvation.
Attraverso la lettura di quelle pagine scoprì di aver dimenticato un aspetto della vita veramente importante. Avevo trascurato per ignoranza fino a quel momento una parte della mia costituzione naturale.
By reading these pages, I discovered that I had forgotten a really important aspect of life. Out of ignorance, I had neglected a part of my natural constitution until that very moment.
Esso mi rivelò, aiutandomi a riconoscere la mia esistenza completa, dotato dalla presenza di una parte fisica e di una parte non fisica.
It helped me to realize my complete existence, which is conditioned by the presence of a physical and a non-physical part.
Quest'ultima in particolare scoprì di non averla mai minimamente né abitata né gestita per mancanza di conoscenza.
And I also realized that for lack of knowledge, I had never in the least inhabited this non-physical part.
Spinto dunque da forte ispirazione, per 3 anni e mezzo praticai con atteggiamento quasi fanatico lo yoga integrale.
Driven by a strong inspiration, I therefore practiced integral yoga for 3.5 years with an almost fanatical attitude.
Cambiai alimentazione, divenni vegetariano e grazie alle pratiche iniziai ad abitare la mia parte non fisica in modo profondo, con sempre maggiore familiarità. E mentre con gradualità sviluppavo la sua conoscenza, allo stesso tempo appresi a gestirla.
I changed my diet, became a vegetarian, and thanks to the practices, I began to meet my non-physical part with increasing familiarity in depth. And as I gradually developed more knowledge, I at the same time learned to deal with it and manage it.
Al termine di questo periodo di intenso tirocinio, le analisi del mio sangue risultavano finalmente perfette.
At the end of this period of intensive training, my blood tests were finally perfect.
Fu in quel momento che sentii la forte vocazione di dedicare la mia vita allo studio, alla pratica e all'insegnamento dello yoga.
At that moment, I felt a strong calling to dedicate my life to the study, practice and teaching of yoga.
Lasciai la mia carriera di pittore e scelsi ciò che durante tutto il travaglio della mia ultima evoluzione mi era apparso come un aspetto tra i più importanti dell'esistenza: la salute, sia fisica che spirituale.
I gave up my career as a painter and chose what had seemed to me throughout the ordeal of my recent evolution to be one of the most important aspects of existence, health, both on physical and spiritual level.
Continuando a frequentare l'ambiente dello yoga anche in seguito all'incontro con famosi maestri e medici indiani, poi scoprì anche l'Ayurveda e iniziai a studiare anch'esso.
After moving further into yogic realms and meeting with famous Indian teachers and doctors, I also discovered Ayurveda for myself and began to study it as well.
Oggi con dispiacere vado purtroppo constatando che l'Occidente, per ignoranza, considera queste due discipline separate e pensa alle palestre come una sede adatta per le pratiche di yoga, mentre vorrebbe mettere l'Ayurveda nelle mani dei medici.
Today, unfortunately, I'm saddened to realize that the West, out of ignorance, considers these two disciplines as separate and gyms as a suitable place for yoga practices, while it wants to put Ayurveda in the hands of doctors.
Mi sento davvero disturbato da questo atteggiamento e mi sto opponendo con tutte le mie forze, in quanto si deve comprendere che sono aspetti della medesima disciplina. Uno con accentuate finalità più metafisiche, lo yoga, e l'altro, l'Ayurveda, più scientifiche e salutistiche.
I dislike this attitude very much, and I'm opposing it with all my might, because it must be understood that they are aspects of the same discipline. One with more metaphysical aims, yoga, and Ayurveda being more scientific and health-oriented.
Alla base di entrambe, tuttavia, c'è la medesima interpretazione della natura, il samkhya, e lo stesso obiettivo, il moksha.
Underlying both is the very same interpretation of nature, samkhya, and the same goal, moksha, liberation.
Anche chi crede di potersi appropriare dell'Ayurveda per essere corretto, dovrebbe praticare e utilizzare anche lo yoga.
Even those who think they can adopt Ayurveda should, to be correct, also practice and apply yoga.
Siate diffidenti verso chi, separandole, non pratica entrambe le discipline, in quanto questi non solo non possono essere adeguatamente preparati, ma sono sicuramente poco sinceri.
Those who separate these disciplines and do not practice both yoga and Ayurveda cannot be properly prepared and also appear kind of untrustworthy.
Una classe di professionisti poi egoisticamente reclama solo per sé alcune strane proprietà scientifiche, pratiche o culturali, persino legato alle parole, come ad esempio la parola diagnosi, che pare diventata di proprietà dei medici o dei meccanici.
A class of professionals then selfishly claims only for themselves some strange properties, scientific, practical, or cultural, even related to words such as the word diagnosis, that seem to have become the property of doctors or mechanics.
In Ayurveda e nello yoga si pensa che la conoscenza debba appartenere all'intera umanità.
In Ayurveda and yoga, it is thought that knowledge should belong to the whole of humanity.
Mi sento sempre in debito con l'India, prima di tutto perché essa mi ha donato la salute, scusate se è poco, e poi la conoscenza, senza preoccuparsi delle mie origini o classe di appartenenza.
I always feel indebted to India. First of all, because it has given me health. Sorry if that is not enough. And then knowledge, without worrying about my origins or class.
Mi sento altresì di dichiarare una volta in più, grazie all'Oriente ma anche ai saggi di Ponente, di aver scoperto qual è il vero male dell'Occidente e perché siano accusati tanti disturbi di origine non fisica.
I also feel like declaring once more that thanks to the East, but also to the wise men from the West, I have discovered what the real evil of the West is and why so many ailments of non-physical origin are blamed on it.
Ribadisco il concetto. Com'è possibile gestire una parte che non si abita e quindi non si conosce?
I repeat the concept. How is it possible to deal with a part that one does not inhabit and therefore does not know?
La maggior parte delle persone sono oggi quasi completamente identificate nei bisogni della loro natura materiale.
Most people today are almost completely identified with the needs of their material nature.
Il ritmo a cui tutti eravamo soggetti, almeno prima del Covid, ci impediva di trovare il tempo di riflettere, praticare la contemplazione o la meditazione, che sono il mezzo di contatto con la parte della nostra costituzione non fisica.
The rhythm to which we were all subjected, at least before COVID, prevented us from finding time to reflect, to practice contemplation or meditation, which are the means of contact with the part of our non-physical constitution.
Esorto ognuno a fermarsi un attimo e riflettere sullo stile di vita che normalmente praticavamo. Alla mattina mediamente ci alzavamo alle 7, facevamo la doccia, la colazione e un mezzo di solito ci portava sul posto di lavoro, dove rimanevamo fino a mezzogiorno o anche fino all'1. Poi facevamo la pausa pranzo, riprendevamo e terminavamo alle 18, alle 19.
I urge everyone to stop for a moment and reflect on the lifestyle we used to practice. On average, we got up at 7 in the morning, took a shower, had breakfast, and went to work. We stayed there until noon or even 1 o'clock, broke for lunch, resumed and finished at 5, 6 or 7.
A quell'ora normalmente poi ci attendeva una visita al supermercato per rifornimenti, poi a casa a cenare. Dopo cena guardavamo la televisione e stanchi morti andavamo a dormire.
Then we usually stopped by a supermarket for supplies, home for dinner. After dinner we would watch TV and dead tired fall into bed.
Come secondo voi con tale ritmo trovavamo il tempo per pensare?
How do you think we found the time to think in this rhythm?
E quando meditavamo? Cioè, quando ci era possibile esplorare e mantenere il contatto con la nostra natura interiore?
And when did we meditate? That is, when was it possible for us to explore and maintain contact with our inner nature?
Ritengo che questa condotta sia stata davvero grave e possa averci impedito il fiorire di una normale vita consapevole.
I believe that this conduct was very damaging and may have prevented us from flourishing a normal conscious life.
Quando dico che l'uomo è oggi lontano dalla sua natura, non intendo affermare che è lontano dai prati e dagli alberi, ma dalla sua costituzione naturale, che non abita più pienamente, composta da una parte fisica e da una parte non fisica, così come del resto il Samkhya afferma quando fa la sua dichiarazione di vita, proponendola come risultante dalla presenza di entrambe queste due qualità.
When I say that a man today is far from his nature, I do not mean to say that he is far from the meadows and trees and flowers, but from his natural constitution, which he no longer fully inhabits, composed of a physical part and a non-physical part, as, moreover, the Samkhya states when it makes its declaration of life, proposing it as a resulting from the presence of both these two qualities.
Come sempre dico, le persone identificate solo nella loro fisicità è come se stessero vivendo al 50%. Ed anche se questo atteggiamento mi rende più chiara l'origine dei disturbi di oggi di natura non fisica, mi sconcerta e mi preoccupa.
As I always say, people identified only in their physicality is as if they were living only 50%. And although this attitude makes the origin of today's non-physical ailments much clearer to me, it puzzles me and worries me a lot.
Si parla spesso di un recupero della qualità della vita, ma sembra che non si voglia comprendere che essa sicuramente dipende anche dal riprendere ad abitare la propria natura in senso olistico.
We often talk about restoring the quality of life, but we don't seem to want to understand that it certainly also depends on resuming living our nature in a holistic sense.
Stanco di spiegare i concetti del Samkhya ai miei allievi e di constatare come essi non percepissero chiaramente la universale verità che esso contiene. Una volta, approfittando della morte di un mio allievo, naturalmente dopo aver chiesto il permesso alla vedova, anch'essa frequentava la mia scuola, portai i miei 10 studenti a me più vicini e che mi stavano seguendo da più anni nella camera mortuaria.
Tired of explaining the concepts of the Samkhya to my students and noticing how they did not clearly perceive the universal truth contained therein, I once, on the occasion of the death of one of my students, and after asking permission of the widow, of course, she also attended my school, brought the 10 students closest to me, who had followed me for several years, to the mortuary.
Scelsi un angolo un po' isolato, senza disturbare i presenti, e rivolsi loro questa domanda. Ragazzi, che cos'è la vita?
I chose a somewhat secluded corner, and without disturbing other people, I asked them this question. Ragazzi, what is life?
Forse oggi, dissi, per qualcuno di voi è una giornata importante, in quanto potrà dare finalmente con certezza una risposta a questa domanda che per farvi riflettere vi sto rivolgendo da anni e che spero l'uomo si ponga almeno una volta per ogni esistenza.
Perhaps today, I said, is an important day for some of you because you can finally give a definite answer to this question that I have been asking you for years now, and which I hope every person asks himself at least once in every existence.
Dopo qualche attimo di riflessione, un po' imbarazzati e un po' commossi dalla situazione in cui si trovavano, gli allievi mi offrirono le loro ipotesi interpretative. Per esempio, uno disse: la vita è energia.
After a few moments of reflection, a little embarrassed and moved by the actual situation, of course, the students began their interpretative hypotheses. Life is energy, said one.
È un'esperienza, disse un altro.
It is an experience, said another.
La vita è un'opportunità per comprendere.
Life is an opportunity to understand.
E un altro ancora, è respiro.
And another still said, it's respiro, inhaling, exhaling.
E diedero altre bellissime risposte che non esitai a definire tutte belle e anche giuste.
And they gave other wonderful answers, which I defined without hesitation, all beautiful and also correct.
Tuttavia dissi, quella che sto cercando è una risposta assolutamente pratica e tangibile. Come potete vedere, per prima cosa possiamo constatare senza dubbio che siamo di fronte a qualcosa di diverso rispetto alla vita. Cioè, insistei, che esiste una differenza tra un vivo e un morto. Intendo dire che i muscoli, i nervi, gli organi, eccetera, sono ancora presenti in questo corpo. Ma che cos'è che un vivo ha che un morto non ha?
However, I said, what I am looking for is an absolutely practical and tangible answer. As you see, first of all, we can state without any doubt that we are dealing with something different than life. That is, I insisted, that there is a difference between a living and a dead human being. I mean, muscles, nerves, organs, and so on, they are still present in this body, but what does a living human being have that a dead one does not?
Essi cercarono altre ipotesi interpretative, ma senza trovare il nocciolo della questione, quindi continuai. Se lo chiamo, mi risponde.
They tried other interpretative hypotheses without getting to the heart of the matter, so I continued. When I call him, does he answer me?
La risposta era scontata.
The answer was obvious.
Se prendo uno spillo e gli buco un ditino, reagisce.
If I take a needle and pierce his finger, does he respond?
Cosa manca al morto che il vivo ha?
What do the dead lack that the living have?
Attesi una risposta che non arrivava e infine dichiarai: il morto non può né rispondere né reagire ad una puntura perché non è cosciente.
I waited for an answer that did not come, and finally explained, the dead cannot respond or react to a prick because he is not conscious.
La coscienza è lo strumento della sua parte non fisica.
Consciousness is the instrument of his non-physical part.
Ciò significa che per essere vivi devono essere presenti entrambi queste due parti, e la morte infatti è la separazione di questi due principi.
Therefore, this means that in order to be alive, both parts must be present, and death is in fact the separation of these two principles.
È questo che il Samkhya dichiara quando ci propone la costituzione naturale della vita in senso universale con la presenza del Purusha e della Prakriti.
This is what the Samkhya explains when it suggests us the natural constitution of life in the universal sense with the presence of Purusha and Prakriti.
Ora credo che non avrete più dubbi. La vita, non mi stancherò mai di ripetere, risulta dalla presenza di una parte fisica e una parte non fisica. E dunque una esperienza completa risulta dall'apprendere ad abitare entrambe queste due parti.
Now I think you have no doubt. Life results from the presence of a physical and a non-physical part. And therefore, a complete experience results from learning to inhabit and live both parts.
Mi auguro che questa nostra visita vi abbia definitivamente convinto e che ora in voi si manifesti il desiderio di beneficiare di un'esistenza completa e non solo consumata al 50% come sta facendo l'uomo oggi.
I really hope that our visit has finally convinced you and that the desire is not now awakening in you to benefit from a complete existence and not just to use 50% as man usually does today.
Poi vedete a quale grado di ignoranza siamo scesi. Attualmente con la nostra superficialità
Do you see to what degree of ignorance we have descended with our superficiality at present?
Come sapete, la nostra medicina, intendo quella figlia del nostro ceppo culturale, la medicina allopatica, è nata in Grecia circa 2500 anni fa, dall'interpretazione che i filosofi di quel luogo hanno fatto della natura.
As you know, our medicine, I mean the one daughter of our cultural stock, allopathic medicine, arose in Greece about 2500 years ago from the interpretation that the philosophers there made of nature.
Essi, anche se con diverso riferimento interpretativo, ben erano coscienti di questa duplice qualità naturale dell'essere e nella loro lingua, con la parola soma, intendevano riferirsi all'aspetto fisico e con psiche all'aspetto non fisico.
Those philosophers were well aware of this dual quality of being, although with different interpretations. And in their language, they used the word soma for the physical aspect and psyche for the non-physical aspect.
Dall'esperienza che abbiamo fatto ne deriva che anche per i greci la vita è sempre e solo psicosomatica. Cosa significa dunque dire questa malattia è psicosomatica se la vita stessa lo è?
This signifies, consequently, that for the Greek too, life is always and only psychosomatic. How can we claim that an illness is psychosomatic when life itself is psychosomatic?
Cosa significa reparto di medicina psicosomatica se anche negli altri reparti sono presenti dei malati vivi?
And what does it mean to speak of a psychosomatic department when other departments also have living patients?
Capisco l'uso corrente del significato di questa parola, ma sarebbe meglio per il bene dell'umanità recuperare delle sane verità con più esattezza.
I understand the current use of the meaning of this word psychosomatic very well, but humanity would be better served by restoring some healthy truths with more accuracy.
Terminammo le nostre riflessioni pensierosi, lasciamo quel luogo, ma così come accade anzitempo a me, per qualcuno dei miei allievi, come potei in seguito constatare, quell'esperienza fu illuminante. Grazie per avermi seguito fino qui. Namaste.
We finished our reflections and very thoughtfully left that place. And as I found out later, the experience was really enlightening for some of my students. Thank you for having followed me up to now. Namaste.
Bene. Volevo anche sinceramente dirvi che questo è entrato in azione un piano B. Ho fatto passare un video che avevo a mia disposizione da una conferenza che ho tenuto e conto molto sulla vostra comprensione in generale, ma succedono queste cose. Ilija da Montenegro non è riuscito a connettersi, c'è stato qualche problema di connessione. È per questo che noi ci siamo permessi di fare passare questo video che era a nostra disposizione. Ora però io ho notato...
Maestro, parlo, traduco.
Sì,
Okay, so the video that has just passed is a B-plan video. Is a video coming from a conference I've done earlier. There was technical issues and Ilija was in program, did not manage to get the good net and did not manage to contact us. So I'm sure you will understand this point and I'm sure I thank you for your comprehension.
Benissimo, io ho notato nel pubblico un nostro caro e devoto amico, si tratta di Johan Chaney.
Inside this room now, I noticed the presence and I acknowledge the presence of a dear friend of ours. His name is Johan.
Johan è nativo americano e è un personaggio che sta molto a cuore a me. Abbiamo fatto tante cose insieme e ora, poiché il video che segue, che ci ha mandato Maja, che è ritirata in un seminario in montagna, ci ha mandato questo video che è soltanto di 24 minuti di Maja. Allora facciamo una chiacchierata, andiamo a conoscere meglio Johan Chaney.
Okay, the following part will be Maja's video. Maja is not here because she's retired in a monastery and she's doing a course, special course. So she sent us a video. It's just 24 minutes. So with the remaining time, I would like to have a quick talk with Johan.
Prego, Johanna.
Yeah, hey everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Johanna, è un grande piacere per me, lo sai quanto bene ti voglio, quanto bene ci vogliamo, dobbiamo dire, perché ci stimiamo e ci amiamo molto.
So, Gianni, just I'm so happy you're here, as you know very well that I got a great esteem of you.
Per favore, io vorrei tanto, hai circa una ventina di minuti per stare con noi, se gentilmente ci racconti un po' la tua storia.
We have approximately 20 minutes, and really, please, I would like to ask you, to request, if you could tell us a little bit of your story.
To talk in my story in 20 minutes is not my story because I need more, but I try to do my best, right? First of all, I want to say if you now want to speak in American English or in Italian as well, because I'm not so perfect, but I try. You tell me how.
Please speak in English.
All right, okay. So my story, I belong from the clans, from Tobacco Clans and Giant, from the Diné tribe in Arizona, Grand Canyon. And these two clans was the first clans when my people, my ancestors landed from another stars to this planet billions years ago. The clan that I belong and the family, the mostly were like medicine man, medicine woman, and also dancers. And me too today also be. When I was a little baby child, I always been with my grandparents and families in a part of the north of Arizona with in the wild, no city, no great village, but the most with the nature as well. And then I decided to follow my call, my impulse, my inside call to go to away from the humans, because I realized, I felt from the beginning that it's not exactly what I need when I crossed the atmosphere in the planets to be incarnated in this body. And I decided to go into the nature, and I stayed there for many years alone without the human presence, where I live in the consciousness of the deep nature, the aspect of life, without filters, without interference from the humanity. So no religion, no politics, no behavior, nothing, no humans. And when I back to the village to learn the languages of my ancestors, I start together also with English, because in Arizona now we speak English or Spanish. And the languages that I learned from my ancestors is not exactly from the humans. I speak through the symbols as vibrations, no words. And for me, it was a challenge to understanding the humans. But anyway, to live with the humans communities, give me possibilities to spread, to show, to give back to the humans the possibility to get back, get again, to rediscover themselves as what they really are, and the potential, the power that all the humans have, and today they don't recognize and know so well. I continue to grow up in the community to learn my people's belongings, so like dancing, songs, and prayer, and a practice medicine. Medicine from the mind, the spirit, the emotion, and the body. And at the same time, I went to school, at the same time to go to 2 or 3 schools at the same time to have more information as well, because the council, the elders, when they called me after many years that I was staying in the wild and nature, they say you have to be educated to stay with the humans, because my behavior, my temperament was so strange, not dangerous, but strange. And I say, okay, so what can I do? So what happens that they say, what do you learn there? What happens there? How do you live these days there? I say, well, I have to say, this is my life. It's my experiences. Everything that I felt, that I live, is not easy to talk. And anyway, it's my personal experiences that to share this experience with the others, I have to be sure more or less that the others comprehend what it means life, what it means to breathe, what it means standing with the eyes open to look at the sun, and you feel all the power of the universe inside of you. This is just the details to start with the walk, just when I have 4 years, 5 years old. And the elders say, you on this age, you know this consciousness. So where you get these informations. I have a lot of experiences with our cosmic brothers and sisters. When I say cosmic, I mean the living beings that don't live on this earth, that billions of years ago they were here. They take off for this planet. Sometimes they come back to visit us. And I part of them. I learn a lot from them. And then the community say, John, what you learn, you have like a gift for the humans. Why you can know is your proposal to help the humans. And I say not. The next year, the next time, when the elders come back again together, they won't ask me the same. They say, John, why you don't want to help the humans? Also, you have a possibility to heal, to help. And I say not for the second time, and also for the third, for the fourth time. Then the wisdom of the elder and the tribe say, okay, if we ask John another questions, we suppose that he give another answers. Yes, this was true, because in the next time they ask me, why not humans? And I say, because humans are so complicated. This is what I say spontaneously. And what I perceived, what I see from the past, from the beginning, that the humans are very complicated. And the complication, not because they're born in a complicated way. No, it's beautiful, but during the grow up, when they grow up with many things that it's not necessary to have, create confusion, create doubts, create theories, create goddess that's not exist, create many level of dimensions that is true in our mind, but not in this dimension to share in the real part of life. As already all of you to say that you know that most of things, beliefs and illness or imbalanced situations, physical, psychological, or emotional, disease, or unstable balance that the people, the humans have, is not belong to their real life. It's something from other dimensions that the humans created. So I wait for to start again to say, when I say, yes, humans are complicated, my family, my clans, my tribe say, okay, we belong each other as well. You can try with us to give you the first feedback, not to convince you, but just to give you a chance, the possibility to understand. Probably you can do something exactly because we are so complicated as you think. And I started to do this. And until today, I never stopped. I help animals, environments, plants, and yes, sure, humans, many humans, more than 8,000 humans in the world, more or less. I don't count it, but I think. At the same time, I continue to live in the nature, with the contact with the nature. When I say nature, I mean my nature. Because I'm not disconnected, I'm not someone else that have to go to walk or to thinking to stay with the nature, with the trees, or talk with the animals like the human wants that an animal be. Not. I'm the nature. Just to be more clear, even if you see parts of the human body, I'm not completely human. I know this. My physiology, my anatomy have some that's no human have. Not just because I want to say this to be different from you. We are different in some way. The doctor, the clinical, they prove this. I was a subject for many experiments in the US, there in Italy, and other countries because they want to study my blood system, my bones. I continues to grow. And particular DNA properties that normally humans don't have. And when I get these properties, these particulars, when I was a baby and when I was younger, I stayed with the nature, with my cosmic brothers and sisters. During this time in my life when I grow up, I study a lot of things, a lot of topics, math, science, biology, anatomy, and many things. Many things that I say, okay, this is good for me to understand how to can help the humans. I started a moment to love the humans. But when the humans say love, what it means love or peace, this abstraction concept, but it's so deep, real in the metaphysical life, and that's true. That's a beautiful. Say, okay, but humans try to separate the material body, the materiality to the something that they don't see. They call this spirituality. And I have to learn to comprehend when the humans say spirituality or love or peace or many other words, what they really want to say. Or if they are consciousness for when they use these words, what these words contemplate, what these words meanings. It for me was very difficult, and still today it's so difficult to part of this is incomprehensible in any languages, not only in Italian or English, Spanish, and in Chinese or in Arabic. Some words, the people today talk with beautiful words, but these beautiful words transformed from the past in a common way how the thoughts of the people thinking that is, but they lose the original concept. The power of the words getting losing. And the consequences is that when in the past, thousand, billions years ago, when the people talk, the humankind talk, say few things, the words were sacred because they have the power, the full power of energy where they produce energy. And the words where we talk, it's not comes from inside, from the body. They comes from the outside, from the outer. Through the breath, when we breathe, we take energy of life. We are alive thanks to the breath. And when we talk, we need this energy before to release this energy through mechanism, physiological mechanism, and mental and emotionally. Spirit and mechanism together to combine to create the words. In the prayer, in the song, in healing processes, when we use these words, they're still working today because we don't forget the original meanings and the power of the singular words. Today, we speak a lot of things without power. And at the same time, it said people feel illness, feels alone, create levels in their own mind, in a subconscious or an unconscious way, that they don't realize in which step of their life they are, and they say, I lose my spirit, I lose myself, I don't know what I am. So I'm so sorry for you that you know where you are, because you spend a lot of your time to talk, the material things, and you forget that you are everything but not the material things. We are just a part for use of body to express. We are spirit. And the spirit need a denser body to manifest its power through the emotions in the temple that we call body, and to administrate this information in the body, we need a mind, a psyche. So I learned and studied all over the world to let the people, the humanity, to know the cosmic knowledge, the truth, without interference. Then everyone, with their own responsibilities, can act as they want, but consciously. I'm here to the humans. I went away from this planet 4 times, and I say, I don't want to go back here anymore. I have a reason for that. I received violence, discriminations. I received injustice many, many times. I received many crashes made from my body that I've have to be died, but I'm still alive. And I never be in a hospital because I healed myself. So I mean, I have knowledge, and I want to the humanity get this knowledge. Because when the knowledge is inside the humans became again free. And freedom don't mean to not pay taxes or to do everything that you want to do. No. Freedom is to recognize the spirit that we are, that we can do, and we can go everywhere in the same time and share the vibrations of the universe, because we are just a little bit of this. When you do something consciousness, the consequences in this part of the life, the experience life, we have to act with the responsibilities. What is the main problem that the human society created in this planet is that we know many things, confused or not, true or not true, but we don't get our responsibilities for what we say and what we're doing. And we delegate our responsibilities to the others. Especially in this time, in this particular time, the governments are guilty for this situation. No, we have to act together peacefully to say, I respect myself. Okay, so when I respect myself, I connect to the power of the universe. And I manifest myself to say, I want to live, I want to do this with my responsibilities. No other ones have to say to me what I have to do. So my role in this community is also to support, to walk with you in beauty, as we natives say, walk in beauty. And walk in beauty together means walk in beauty in all aspects of life that we can share together.
Grazie Johan. Io e le persone che ti stanno ascoltando ti ascolteremmo per ore. Mi ha fatto tanto piacere la tua presenza qui e mi ha fatto tanto piacere le cose belle che tu hai detto.
Thank you very much, dear Joanna. It was so interesting to hear all your beautiful words or your very interesting subjects and themes. And we will stay here for hours and days to listen to whatever you would like to share with us.
Bene, lo sentiremo anche in un altro piccolo intervento, mi pare che sia oggi in giornata, credo, e sarà un piacere averlo per una seconda volta. In questo momento mi sono accorto che Ilija, il caro Ilija, è riuscito a risolvere i suoi problemi, e ve lo presento anche soltanto per un saluto, perché Ilija rappresenta una piccola nazione che è il Montenegro, ma altrettanto importante per noi. Anche lui è un rappresentante nazionale.
Okay, so we will meet Joanne later on in the afternoon for another part of your gem to us. But now I notice and acknowledge as well the presence of the dear Ilija. Finally, we managed to meet you. We know that we didn't sketch before, but now I'm really honored to present at least and to acknowledge his presence. He's a representative of a small country, even if it's very small, it's so important, and is a representative of the Montenegro.
Ok, Ilija, per favore apri il microfono e dici almeno 2 parole di saluto. Per noi è una gioia averti qui.
Ilija, please unmute yourself and say a few words at least to greet all our guests. Please. Can you speak? Try? No. Okay, we can't hear your voice.
Mettiamo la sua fotografia in primo piano. Però possiamo fare una cosa. Se Cristina è ancora collegata, che avrebbe dovuto presentarlo, se Cristina c'è ancora, può leggere almeno chi Ilija è, per favore.
So even though we can't hear Ilija with his proper voice, at least we can hear Christine, what she's going to tell us about.
Yes, I was very delighted to have to be able to introduce to all participants this morning the representative of Macedonia, Ilija Davor. But unfortunately, he couldn't hold his conference. Ilija started his yoga practice in 1999 and successfully completed his yoga teaching training about 12 years ago. In Rishikesh, India, he graduated further advanced trainings with renowned Indian teachers, namely in Ashtanga Yoga, Vinyasa, Vinyasa flow, as well as in Panchakarma treatment, Kerala style. So we place a warm welcome to Ilija, but unfortunately that his time is over.
Okay. Am I done now?
Yeah, possiamo sentirlo, ma non
Am I done now?
Okay, we can't hear you. We can hear your voice, but we can't actually see your face at the moment.
But I have started my microphone because I use another telephone.
Place a warm welcome to Ilija, but unfortunately his time is over.
Okay. Am I done now? Am I done now?
Yeah, possiamo sentirlo.
Yes. Now?
Okay, we can't hear you. We can hear your voice, but we can't
I
actually
think there is a
see
YouTube going on. There is a YouTube live.
Ok.
Sì, sì.
Ilija, dici soltanto
Yes.
2 parole di saluto perché non abbiamo più tempo, ma siamo felici che tu sia riuscito, almeno il pubblico ti vede e ti conosce.
Ilija, please just say a few words. We have finished the time, but at least the public can see your face and your voice, hear your voice.
So I will listen some other voices.
Ok.
Ilija, I think you turned off your mic. We can't hear your voice anymore.
Ilija, you are mute. Can you turn the audio on? O forse non sente.
Non sente, c'è qualche problema, però lo abbiamo presentato e sono già felice così che anche solo le persone presenti anche su YouTube hanno potuto conoscere il rappresentante della Macedonia. Lui credo che sia originario di Montenegro. Bene, adesso abbiamo Maja Milicévić, che è ritirata in questo momento in un seminario in montagna, che ci ha mandato un video, ve lo passiamo così potete conoscere anche Maja,
Okay.
benissimo, che è rappresentante della Serbia.
Now we do have Maja Milicévić from Serbia. We have her video. She's at the moment retired in a seminar up in the mountain, but we have her video here now, so I'll introduce to you and we are glad to present her.
Sara, per cortesia, leggici chi è Maja.
Sì, perfect. Hi, So Maja, she's married and mother of 20. Oh, share my. Okay, can you see me? Is that a problem?
Sì.
Yeah.
Sì, sì, tutto a posto.
So Maja is from Serbia. She's married and mother of 21 years old named Marco. She's teacher in transcendental meditation, master in sport management, the founder of the owner of the Holistic Academy Maja and School for Yoga teacher Maja. She got introduced to meditation and yoga at the age of 13, and later she graduated as the youngest teacher of yoga and transcendental meditation in Ukraine and Switzerland. Maja studied the ideal system of exercise for the spine with Maharaja Shami Dev Murti. And she's now the representative of Serbia.
Hello and welcome all of you. My name is Maja Milicévić and I'm from Belgrade, Serbia. And this is my really good friend, Maja Regoje, and she's one of the best teachers in yoga school Maja. So you have two Majas in school Maja. It's good, simple. First of all, I want to thank Amadio, Sarah, and all organization Europe Yoga Federation for this symposium. It's really beautiful because we hear yesterday and today so many beautiful things. So thank you one more time. This presentation is very challenging for me because it's on English language, but I will try to learn more and more. So thank you for your understanding. Now I will say something a little bit about myself. I start very early with yoga and meditation. With my 13 years, I have many questions and I didn't have answer. So the best answer what I got is from Jadranko Miklec. And you know Jadranko from yesterday, and you know Jadranko. He's really one of the best teachers of yoga and meditation. So I learned TM, and then with my 18, I became a TM teacher of transcendental meditation. First, I finished in Ukraine and then in Switzerland. So at that time, I have two the best teachers in the world, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and Jadranko Miklec. Also, I finished university and master in sport management. I have son, he's big, 20 years, and his name is Marco. I like to painting, I like art. Whenever I have time, I paint. And I'm in happy marriage with my George. All these years, I have very strong vision to open the House of Knowledge. In Serbia, we say House of Knowledge under the one roof. And after many, I opened with a really good team, a holistic academy. In one moment, we have 30 different approaches to health, like Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, massage, Reiki, so many different kinds of meditation. But the most important thing was yoga. So we have School of Yoga. And this school is really one of the best because it lasts 4 years under the European Yoga Federation program and under the supervision of Jadranko Miklec. And also we have yoga retreats in one of the most beautiful mountains in Serbia, we call Mokra Gora. I listened all this lecture yesterday and today, and we can hear really so many very important and very beautiful things. I like this lecture that yoga is not a sport, but we can say that sport have roots in yoga. We have here in Serbia a lot of problem with this because people coming on yoga class, but they always think about body, only body and how to have good shape. Also, I work so much with the people who is in sport. I like sport. All attention is always on the body. So we give so much energy to say people that yoga is much more. It's not only body, it's not only asanas, I mean only exercise for the body. So I learned in my life through the stories and phrases. So I want to repeat one phrase which Maharishi Mahesh Yogi repeats so many times. And he said, water the root and enjoy the fruit. So yoga is all three. But most important, where is the power, is root. We can't take care about leaf all the time, to be shiny, to be green. We must take care. We must contact the root. This is most important. Root is mean consciousness, unity consciousness. Unity through diversity. Also, maybe it's the best that I explain through the phrase. Like that we have a big dough. And I take different shapes, different figures, like woman, man, dog, cat, lion, whatever. So they're coming from one, and they're all different. But if I mix them, it will be again one. So we became from one and come back in one. This is so important, because if we contact this, if we open our consciousness, then I will feel that I'm with Maja one. And in that moment, I can't hurt Maja, because I will hurt myself. I will hurt myself. But if I help her, if I support her, I will grow immediately. This is very important because of our health, because of wars, because of our planet. If we want to grow and be healthy, we must remember who we are. So if we want to contact the roof, to contact our high state of consciousness, we can do through the body, we can do through the meditation, we can do through the pranayama. Oh, I have one really good story about pranayama. It was big discussion. Who is most important in the body? Eyes, lips, nose, ears, mind, and breath. They have discussion. Who is most important in the body? So they asked God. And God said, every one of you will leave the body for 1 year. So eyes leave the body, and body couldn't see. After, body couldn't hear, smell, and all this. On the end, breath is going from our body, but only for a few seconds. So everybody pray, please come back. You are most important. That means the breath, breathing, prana, meditation. Everything is very important. Everything is yoga. So if you would like, I think in this moment it's a good idea that we all together sit for 1 minute and all our focus. We can give our planet love, light, and energy. Okay? We can sit comfortable. We will close the eyes and we will focus on our planet to heal our planet. And through the planet, we will heal all together. We are one. Okay? Close your eyes. Thank you so much. Now Maja maybe can explain much more about yoga.
Thank you, Maja. So the title of our theme today is Yoga is Yoga. What is yoga? This is really not easy to explain while covering all the aspects. Today, usually we meet yoga for the first time at the yoga mat, doing some hatha yoga exercises. But after practicing for a while, we usually start to ask ourselves, is there something more than just these body exercises on the yoga mat? There are numerous definitions regarding yoga, and one usually starts with explaining the meaning of the word yoga, or explaining what yoga is not. So we should start now with the word yoga. It derives from the Sanskrit word yuj, which means unity, to unite, to yoke. So who is uniting with whom? One of the most beautiful explanations I have found in the lectures of our Yogacharya Jadranka Miklec, who said, consciousness, subject, is connecting with something we are aware of with object. So yoga is conscious connection to have knowledge of life. We are the subject, and the object is everything we know. Subject and object merge, and the object becomes a certain content of our consciousness. But the connection must have a certain quality. It should be balanced, and then that is yoga. And unbalanced connection can be excessive, that is ati yoga, insufficient ayoga, or wrong mitya yoga. When we are not well connected, we find ourselves in a state of discomfort, dukkha in Sanskrit, and yoga teaches us how to connect correctly, to be in balance, and in the state of pleasure, sukha. It is a practical application of yoga in life. Patanjali divided the whole area of life into 8 parts, 8 limbs of yoga. So everything that is outside of our skin is what we connect with, and he called that outer field yama. This is social code, rules of conduct, what not to do. So we have these 5 rules: ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and aparigraha. And if we live in these 5 rules given in these yamas, then we are properly connected and in balance with the external field of life. And then we are in a state of health. Then he gave us niyamas, practical advices how to fulfill these yamas. And also we need to properly connect with our body, breath, our senses, content of our mind, with the values of that content, and at the end with one's own essence. So Patanjali showed whole field of our life and the possibilities of connecting with all these levels. So yoga is the correct connection to all these levels. For example, if we take satya, truthfulness. If a person tells a lie, he needs 20 more lies to support the first one, so that things goes on, and it causes mental complication. Life becomes complicated. So this mental chaos is transformed into psychophysic chaos, and at the end we have a disease. If we look, for example, at the level of the body, if we take muscles, for example, we need to have them in tonic state. This is yoga. If they are under tension, this is hypertonic state. This is ati yoga. If they are hypotonic, this is ayoga. Or if we make injuries, this is mitya yoga, so the wrong way of connecting. We can look that also in a relation with our children. If we neglect our children, this is ayoga. If we are too carry and we worry over them too much, this is Hatha Yoga. And then if we don't raise them properly, this is Mithya Yoga. For example, regarding food or sleeping, if we take too much food, this is Hatha Yoga. If we don't take enough food, this is Ayoga. Right food at the right time, we are in a state of yoga. We are connected properly. Yoga is not a dogma. Instead, we examine ourselves. We need experience, understanding, and confirmation of experience. The Guru, which means the disperser of darkness, help us on this path thanks to his experience and the path he has found. Yoga has nothing to do with the religion. Yoga is the knowledge of life. Yoga gives us a method, but there is no mediator, the priest or the guru, in the sense we use that word today. It is often considered today that guru is some kind of a leader of a sect and the person who is trusted unconditionally and is considered the supreme authority. Well, in a sect, the person just follows the guru, but the person follower does not progress in his personal life. That is not the case in yoga. The real guru wants to see your progress. Swami Vivekananda said it is not a question of belief, it's a question of experience. You know it is real only when you experience it. Swami Vivekananda, as a little boy in Calcutta, was trying to find his teacher, and he kept asking the teachers around him, "Have you seen God?" And nobody could confirm it. Finally, he met Swami Ramakrishna, who said, "Yes, I have seen God as clearly as I can see you. You can see it too." And Swami Vivekananda later said, if somebody says to you, "I have seen God, but you can't, you must follow me," don't follow that leader. That is not a guru. So, yoga is not a sport. Yes, we can do many postures with our physical body, but what differs it from the sport is that our focus is turned inward. We do not make body form from the outside, but we try to feel the movement from the inside. In addition to giving commands to the parts of our body to take certain position, so the motor part of the cerebral cortex is ignited, we constantly monitor the feelings in our body that parts of our body send to the sensory part of the cerebral cortex. That is not the case in the sport or in the fitness. There we are goal-oriented, so we try to make certain physical form or to achieve certain speed or to make points in some sport, and we are completely externally oriented. By practicing asanas, we act on torso and internal organs and glands, while in sports the emphasis is on extremities. There is no competitive part either in yoga. There is no increase in the field of pain, but we are moving towards relaxation and a better flow of energy, and we are filling ourselves with energies which help us in our regular life after yoga class. Our famous tennis player Novak Djokovic used yoga to improve his psychophysical performance, and Maja has worked with him. Maja, was he a good student?
He was perfect student. Jelena and Novak, really beautiful couple. They are really good in yoga and meditation and all healthy life. And we can see that their contact definitely high state of consciousness.
In yoga, breathing is crucial. It's a physiological process that is under control of the autonomic nervous system, but at the same time we can willingly change the way we breathe. So we can influence our autonomic nervous system through breathing, and then we can influence other physiological processes. We reduce in that way stress hormones, slow down the heart rate, blood pressure, we alleviate anxiety. When I started studying yoga, I was amazed how many modern psychotherapists has their roots in yoga. Even Carl Gustav Jung studied yoga, and in 1932 he held a seminar about Kundalini yoga in Zurich. And he said that Kundalini yoga offered him an explanation of the development stages of man's higher consciousness. People are now increasingly reaching yoga and finding the answers related to various areas of life. For example, in our school for yoga teachers, we have many students that are health workers, psychologists, sportsmen, who find yoga techniques very suitable to complete or to better understand their regular practice. Modern science turns to yoga in finding some answers regarding consciousness. A very interesting conversation has taken place between Sadhguru and Harvard Medical School experts regarding memory, consciousness, and coma. Modern medicine is increasingly confirming the accuracy of the methods used in yoga. Psychosomatic connection is now fully accepted, and in yoga it is said that the cause of all diseases is a diffuse state of mind, of consciousness, which leads to the imbalance of the energy levels in the body, which ultimately results in a disease at the physical level. If slightly joking, we could say that yoga is the only psychotherapy where we do not have to dig to look for the cause of our condition, but we indulge in the techniques that yoga offers. We cleanse our mental and energy body, and we slowly bring everything into the balance, into a state of health. There is also belief that Nikola Tesla met Swami Vivekananda, and from their conversations about Veda and Vedanta, he got the idea about unlimited energy field. And then we are facing challenge regarding defining the status of yoga in Serbia. Firstly, yoga was registered as one of the methods for rehabilitation in the Ministry of Health. However, that meant that the yoga practitioner had to be summoned from the medical profession. Later, it was changed to exercises in medical purposes, which was a positive step forward. On the other side, yoga was registered in Ministry of Sports as one of the area of sport. As a consequence, there are mandatory competitions, health exams, licenses, like in any other sport. So today in Serbia, some yoga associations work according to the law of sports, some according to the law of health, and some according to the law on the Association of Citizens. And we would like to hear more about your experiences in your countries regarding registration of yoga. Today, people increasingly want to spend an active holiday. They are under a lot of tension, and the usual way of spending holidays is not enough for them. So we find yoga to be ideal complement to such trips. And we organize trips to mountain Mokra Gora with yoga retreat that gives some additional value to the holiday of people. They can learn how to breathe properly, how to stretch properly, how to change their life to connect properly with everything in their life.
In the name of Holistic Academy Maja, we want to invite all people from this symposium to come in our beautiful country. Please come, and thank you very much.
Grazie infinite. Grazie Maja and Maja. Siete due persone stupende. Vi ho ascoltato molto volentieri e non vedo l'ora di venirvi a trovare in Serbia.
Thank you very much, dear Maja and Maja. I listened to your talk very intensively, and I invite you to come and visit us once again.
Ora, un momento tenero ma sapiente di musica.
Now, a very tender, but at the same time, very deep and wise moment of music.
Salve, vorrei presentarmi, sono Gianni Ricchizzi. Sono stato un pioniere nella diffusione della musica indiana in Italia. Infatti sono tornato nel 1985 dall'India, dopo aver vissuto e studiato là per 10 anni, conseguendo il diploma di maestro di Sitar presso la Benares Hindu University. Nel 1990 ho fatto nascere il centro Sarasvati House di Assisi, dove oltre a insegnare personalmente ho invitato numerosi qualificati musicisti indiani a tenere concerti e seminari. Dal 2000 sono stato, fino a qualche anno fa, il primo insegnante di sitar in un conservatorio italiano, il Pedrollo di Vicenza. Chi desidera ulteriori informazioni può consultare il sito musicaindiana.it. Eseguirò il rag Hair Lalit con suoni che evocano la meraviglia e lo stupore nella visione delle luci di nuovo giorno. Grazie.
piacevolissimo momento di musica. Anche la musica è un elisir per l'anima. Grazie a Gianni Ricchizzi.
What an amazing moment in music. Music is also a pleasure for the soul. Thank you very much to Gianni Ricchizzi.
Benissimo, adesso andiamo a presentare una, come possiamo definirla? È la rappresentante della Svizzera, ma è anche una nostra amica, una persona carina, simpatica, insomma, una persona a noi molto cara.
And now it's time to introduce a person, a dear person. She's the representative for Switzerland, but I would say she's also a dear friend of ours. Very knowledgeable and sweet person.
Edy Bampa. Sara, per cortesia, dici chi è Edy Bampa.
Yes, I'm really pleased, and I want to thank personally Edy because she helped us a lot with the symposium, with the website and everything. So there's a big thank for me. So Edy is the founder of the Yoga Center in Lugano in Switzerland, named Yoga, Dinamico and Natural Wellness, with many yoga teachers and therapists. She has 15 years of yoga teaching experience and 5 years as a leader in yoga teacher, training and advanced teaching. The training school is certified by Amy Blaze Yoga Gayatri Devi and with the blessing of Amadeo Bianchi Swayananda Sarasvati. She's certified Yoga Paripurna 600 hours with Amy Blasio, Anusara Yoga 500 hours with Edgy Fisher, Ashtanga Vinyasana Yoga with Manu Joyce and David Swenson, Restorative Yoga with Anna Ashby. She's also participated in Switzerland radio and television programs and international yoga and healing festivals as a yoga expert. Now she proposed a Hatha yoga practice, Discover Yourself on the Mat, the awareness of the asana practice.
Edy Bampa, please.
Thank you.
The stage is yours now.
Thank you very much to invite me to this symposium. You can hear me, it's fine? Okay. So welcome to everybody also to this practical lesson, and take a comfortable seat. And let's start to close your eyes, as when we are in our mat, we can be ourselves, we can connect with true self. So let's close your eyes and start to relax into your body, this beautiful body that is the manifestation of the divine consciousness. Let's start to breathe deeply. And let's connect the beauty that is inside of all being with the words of the Lord that we found in the Bhagavad Gita. He says, I'm the taste in water, the radiance of the moon and of the sun. I'm the syllable Om in the Vedas. I'm sound in the air and heroism in the human spirit. I'm the pure fragrance in earth and the brilliance in fire. I'm the life of all beings. I'm the inner heat within those who undertake spiritual practices. Know me to be the eternal seed of all beings. I'm intelligence within the intelligent. I'm the splendor of the splendid. Wherever you find strength or godness or beauty, in anything that exists. In each case, know that it arises as a portion of my own splendor. So feel this splendor of your body, of your mind, of your emotion, of your life, and surrender to it, relaxing your body. Let that the skin relax into your bones, into your muscles, going inside yourself. Leave that your muscle relax into your bones. Leave that your bones relax into themselves. Contact your breath. Feel that you are breathing in and out. Feel the fullness that you have when you inhaling and the emptiness when you are exhaling. Like a pulsation of the life. Allow your mind to go down into your heart, your spiritual heart, where reside the beauty, the silence, the perfection, the light. Feel this in your body, under your physical earth, and a little bit on the back. And extend now your inner earth, your spiritual earth, to the earth of the universe, to the entire universe. Connect your pure love inside you and the pure love that resides in the universe, all around you. And then close your hands in front of your chest in Anjali Mudra. And we are doing an Om that is the sound of creation. Inhale deeply. And then release your hands and start with the beauty of the movement of the body. So let's start rising your arm up and exhaling down. Next time, feel the sensation rising up and interlock your finger and press up. Keep lifting your body, your spine, create space inside you. Inhaling and then exhaling down. And next time, let's do a cactus position and press back your elbow Feel your shoulders that stay in their socket, and then from here, go up, interlock your finger, and keep the spine long. Inhale, and then turn to your right when you're exhaling. Inhaling, keep the spine long. Exhaling, let your right shoulder go back and look back. Do some deep breathing. And then inhale and release. Let's do it again. Rise your arm. Interlock your finger. Spine long. Inhale. And exhaling, turn to your left. Inhaling, lift your spine, tone your belly. Exhaling, allow your left shoulder to go back and look back. Breathe deeply. And with your next inhaling, release. And again, inhaling, rise your arm, interlock your finger. Exhaling, extend. Inhale here, and then turn to your right, exhaling. Inhaling, rise your right arm, and exhaling, side bend. Inhaling, come back. Exhaling, release. And so let's do to the other side. Inhaling up, interlock your finger. Exhaling, extend your spine. Inhale here and exhaling, turn to your left. Inhaling, rise your left arm. Exhaling, side bend. Inhaling up. Exhaling, release. Fold your left leg back. And then open widely your right hand and push down on the floor. Let's keep the shoulder back and wide in the socket. And then lift with your body, inhaling, exhaling down. Inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling, and again, exhale. Last time, remain up, and from here, go with your right knee in line with your right hip. Extend and your left leg and put your feet flat to the mat. Open your chest, press a little bit with your left heel down. Feel the shoulder blade that close to the spine and open the chest. Enjoy this opening. Everything that you are doing for yourself. Inhale, exhaling, release. And let's turn to the other side. Fold your right leg back. Open your left hand and press down. Your shoulders stay back in the socket. Inhaling, rise. Exhaling down. Inhaling up. Exhaling down. Exhale. In. Exhale. In. Exhale. Next time, remain in. Align your left knee with your left hip and extend your right leg. Press your right heel down, flat your foot, expand and breathe deeply. Close your shoulder blade to the spine and open more the chest. Enjoy this opening. Exhaling, tabletop position. Knee under your hip, hands under your shoulders, and then arch back, inhaling, round back, exhaling. Inhaling, exhaling. Let's do at your rhythm of breath. And then stop in the middle. Walk back with your knee. Point your feet. Inhaling and exhaling. Move with your hip up in Adho Mukha Svanasana. Keep your knee bend in this first Adho Mukha Svanasana. Press your hands on the mat and keep lifting with the spine long. Tone your lower belly in and up. Breathe deeply. And then pedaling with the feet. And now go down with your left knee. Turn again to the right side. If it's good for you, press well with your left hand and straight also the other leg. Vajisthasana. If it's good for you, you can keep the feet in line. If it's good for you, you can also lift with the upper leg. And then let's go down again in Adho Mukha Svanasana, pedaling with the feet. And let's do to the other side. Go down with your left knee, open to the left, press with your right hand on the mat, leave the shoulder in the socket. And then if it's good for you, straightening also the other leg. If it's good for you, you can align the 2 feet. If it's good for you, you can also lift with the upper leg. And then let's go down to Adho Mukha Svanasana. Lift with your right leg and then forward. Inhaling, go down with your hip, open your chest. Exhaling, go down and stretch your leg. Inhaling up, exhaling, close to your leg. In and exhale. In and exhale. In and exhale. Last time. In and exhale. And then remain with your right knee over your right heel. Lift your back heel. Feel like you are pulling the feet in the middle of the mat. Feel the strengthening of your leg. And with the next inhale, lift with your upper body, hands on the hip. Bend your back leg, anterior pelvic tilt. Keep the belly tone, the lower belly especially tone. In and up, lifting the side body. Keep this position of the hip and try to stretch the back leg, slowly maintaining the position of the hip, maintaining the lumbar spine long. If it's good for you, you can, if it is too much, you can bend your left knee and go down and do the same things in this position. Otherwise, you can lift with your body, side body long. Keep the cactus position and press back with the elbow to extend the spine. Exhale, stretch your front leg and close a little bit, and then inhaling, open, extend, exhaling, close, inhaling, open. Remain in the flow, connect with your breath. Last one. And then down, Adho Mukha Svanasana. Pedaling. Feel the difference between a position that you hold, like in Vajrasthana before, and the flow. Let's go up with your left leg and then forward. Inhaling, hip down, open the chest. Exhaling, straightening your left leg and close. Inhaling, down, open. Exhaling, close. In, exhale. In, exhale. In, exhale. Last one, in, exhale. Let's stop with your left knee over your left heel. Lift your back heel. Feel the sensation like you are pulling the feet in the center of the mat. Feel the tone of your leg. Maintain this. This helps you to ground and to lift your upper body with the next inhaling. Bend your back knee. Anterior pelvic tilt. Low belly tone, in and up, like you would like to go inside your rib. This creates a long side of the body. And then straightening the back leg as much as you are able, maintaining the hip in this position. And then now let's do a flow. So open cactus position. Extend your spine and exhale, exhaling down, inhaling up, keep the navel tone, exhaling down, in and exhale. If it is too much for you, you can do the same in this position. Let's do the last one. And then all the way down, Adho Mukha Svanasana. pedaling with the feet. And now stop, and you can walk in front of your mat or just do a little jump. Exhaling, close to your shin bone. Press with your feet on the ground. Keep the force from your leg to rise up. Exhaling down. Okay, now you feel the energy of the life force in your body. And now we are doing a balance. A balance position is another position that show you how you stay in balance in this right moment. Sometimes when you have a busy day, active days, a lot of thinking, maybe you are not in balance and you realize, because when you try, you are doing like that. But also you build the balance with this position, because allow you to focus, to be centered. So let's start with the hands on the hips and the feet hip apart. We are going to lift with the right leg. So let's start to lift the left toes. Open it, press down with the base of the big toes, and press down also with the external part of the heel. Then press down with entire foot and grabbing a little bit with the toes. Tone your quadriceps and lift your knee. Tone your lower belly, and then start to come up with your right leg, and you can keep in your shin bone, or you can grab your big toes and lift. Continue to press down your left foot and rise with the other side of the other part of the body. Keep your tone in the belly. And then open to the side. Come back. And then slowly release the hands and go down. Let's do the other side. Focus in one point, your view. Lift your right toes, open, spread them. Press down the base of your big toes. Press down the external part of your heel. And then press down the entire foot, also grabbing a little bit with the toes. Tone your quadricep, lift with the knee, lower belly tone. Lift the side body, open the chest, smile interiorly. And then let's start to do the other side with the flex foot. Is keep active and not heavy the leg. If it is right for you, you can grab your big toes and extend. Continue to press down with your right foot and extend the body. Open to the side. And then turn to the center and release slowly. Well done. And then let's go in front of the mat with the foot hip apart. Rise with your arm. Exhaling, go all the way down. You can also bend your knee. Relax your spine. Inhaling, rise, middle. And exhaling, you can walk or jump back in Adho Mukha Svanasana. And then go down with your knee. Untuck your toes and sit on your heels. Stay with your spine long. Connect again with your breath. Breathe deeply. Feel that the breath go inside your hip. And try now to listen the breaths in your nostrils. And try to understand which nostril you are using right now. Usually we are using more the right nostrils when we are active, like right now, when we have more the sun energy, the masculine energy, the logic energy, and we use more the left side of our nostrils when we use more our feminine side, creative one, instinct one, calming one, and the both are, we need to be in balance. And then let's sit down and just cross your leg in Sukhasana. Or if it's good for you, we can do Agni Stambhasana. In this case, go a little bit to the left side and keep your right foot over your left knee. Flex your foot and then slowly allow that the two shin bones go one over the other. You can also close a little bit. If this is difficult right now, just keep the right leg in front of the left leg. Lift with your spine, with your body. And then inhaling, rise with the arm, interlock your finger, exhaling, extend. Inhaling here and then exhaling, turn to the right. On the back, put the hands in this position, in spider position, I call, in order to have more space and lift with body. Inhaling, lift, open the right shoulder back. Exhaling, tuck your right side of your belly, your obliques that allow you to turn, to rotate, to twist. Breathe deeply. And feel now where you are mainly in breathing, if it is in the right or left nostril. After a while, you will realize that the breath move to the left side. keeping us more calm. Inhaling deeply, exhaling, release. And now let's do to the other side. So you can just move your left leg in front of you and keep the Sukhasana, this position, cross your leg. Or we can do Agnisthambhasana. Put your left foot flex over your knee, and then let's do that. The two shin bones are one over the other. Flex your foot, close a little bit. Feel if it is good for you. Everything that you are doing is for the beauty of yourself. Lift with the body, spine long. Next, inhale, rise with the arm, interlock the fingers. Exhaling, stretch more. Inhale, exhaling, turn to the left. Spider-Man. Spider hand. Inhaling, lift with the spine. Open your left shoulder. Exhaling, tone your lower belly, especially the tuck your left side. Activate your obliques that allow you to turn, to twist. Stay with a deep breath and start to concentrate on your nose and on your nostrils, and feeling which nostril is now mainly your breath. After a while, you can realize that you are more breathing with the right one, your masculine one, your active one. Feel the activity maybe in your mind, in the need to move, to go deeper in the position or release it. Feel how change your mind, your body, your energy. Inhale deeply, exhaling, release. And release also the leg. You can shake a little bit. And then let's bend the knee with the feet hip apart and the knee in line. Keep the back of your leg, your hamstring, and lift your body. Press a little bit down with your heel, and pressing down, you feel the tone of your belly, and you can straighten also your arms. Breathe deeply. Keep your spine long. Press your heel down. Keep your belly tone. And release. Close your leg. And then grab your big toes. Lift with the body. Straight, like you would like to rise up with your upper body. But your hands, if it is too much to grab the big toe, you can also grab your shin bone, your leg. And then slowly, keeping the belly close to your thighs without going away, without releasing this touch, start to go down with your legs. Keep the belly tone in and up. Create a long spine. And if it is good for you, you can go with the 4 legs on the ground and align the head. Breathe deeply. Feel that your side body is going to be longer with every inhaling. With every inhale, feel the stretch that is from the head, the back of your legs, till the plantar of your feet. And now release your hands, your arm, your head. Release also the feet, release everything. Just be. Just be with yourself. With this position, you have the opportunity to just be with yourself, like in a circle of energy that you create with the energy that rises from your spine till the head. And then you can think that go on the feet and rise up on the back of your body, of your legs, and rise up again to the spine, creating a circle of energy where you are in, like a baby inside the belly of the mother. You are protected. And then rise slowly, inhaling, like in a new life, in a new experience, in a new understanding, awareness of yourself. And let's turn to our first position, Sukhasana. And slowly create a movement with your back to release tensions. Inhaling, opening the chest, exhaling, going back. Continue with your own breath. And then stop in the middle. And let's rise with the arm. And let's go down in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart. Let's do together an Om, the sound of creation that connects us with the entire world, with the beauty of ourselves and the beauty of the world. Inhale deeply. And now listen the mantra to Shiva, that is the name of the divine in all beings, in all things. The sweetness of this mantra, leave that the vibration enter in your cells, in your body, in your mind. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. 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 Om Hrim Namah Shiv Shivaya. Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And let's bow to our inner heart, our lights. Let's that guide in our life. Namaste.
Namaste, cara Edy, namaste. Grazie infinite di questa bella lezione.
Namaste, dear Edy, and thank you very much for this beautiful lesson.
A presto, Edy.
Thank you to you, Amadioji, and all the special guests that allow this beautiful symposium.
Grazie, Edy, namaste. Benissimo. Adesso, Amelia, vuoi che sia io il tuo interprete oppure vuoi parlare in inglese? Che lingua vuoi parlare?
Sanscrito, no scherzo, in inglese va benissimo.
Traduci quello che ho detto.
Now Amadio G is asking me as the next part will be my speech. So Amadio G was saying, so Amelia, what language would you like to speak? Would you like that I'll be your interpreter this time? In which language would you like to have your speech?
Amelia, con il bene che ti voglio, sono davvero felice di ascoltarti. Perciò invito Sara anche a presentarti, a dirci chi sei.
Con molto piacere. I'm really pleased and honored. Our Amelia Rozzi is a yoga teacher and holistic practitioner. She is a massage therapist for over 20 years and naturopath. Direct student of Master Amadio Bianchi, Swami Suryananda Sarasvati, and Swami Rama Svararupananda. She's the founder and president of Artemisia ASD, the Art in Harmony and Well-Being, based in Lanciano, Italy. She's always been a curious traveler, scholar, a lover and researcher of the foundation of different cultures, ancient tradition, philosophical concept, form of language, and artistic expression. We are pleased to see and listen to Amelia, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank all of you, and I would like to thank Edy, because when the body is nicely stretched and the conscious is present, the breath is present, then also the mind will be present. So in order to get connected and to open the heart too, I would like to ask you, before our starting, to close your eyes. We will sing a mantra. And if you know it, you are more than welcome to sing it along. So gently close your eyes, Jnana Mudra, or just Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Make a deep breath. Sahana Bhavatu, Sahano Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahe, Tejasvinavati ma vidvishavahe. May the both of us be protected. May the both of us be nourished. May we both generate energy together. May our attainments be brilliant, and may we not have conflicts among ourselves. May be peace everywhere. Omkaram bindu samyuktam nityam dhyayanti yoginaha kamadam mokshadam chaiva Om Karaya Namo Namaha. The yogis always meditate upon Omkara, which has an anuswara on it. This Omkara is the bestower of all desires and salvation. We bow down to the Supreme Omkara. So namaste, namaste dear friends. I am really deeply honored to be part of this big family, the European Yoga Federation, and I'm really happy to be here with you, all of you today. We are engaged in this big event, the first symposium, Be Yoga Beyond. I'm happy and I'm thankful to dear Swami Suryananda Amadio Bianchi, who is the president of the Yoga Federation and is the master who introduced me to yoga, and for several reasons. Without his valuable contribution in my life, I would not be here today. I thank all the beautiful girls of the board, the secretary, and I'm very glad to acknowledge today also the presence of dear Swami Ramaswarupananda Ji Maharaj. He's my spiritual master too, and I bow to you, dear Swamiji. Is sharing with us all his blessing. I'm here just a little drop of this infinite ocean. I'm here, and together with you, all these eminent speakers today, pleased to give this little droppy contribution to this event. There are many roads that can lead us to the peak of a mountain, and each one of us has its own road. Very humbly, I would then like to share whatever I've been reaching and studying. My name then is Amelia Devi, and before being a yoga teacher, I'm a spiritual seeker. Today the topic Om the vibration of the wholeness is a very challenging topic and very deep. As Swami Vasudevananda Ji rightly said yesterday, reminded us that yoga is for 99% practice and 1% theory. So the practice is the only way to know it. What I'm saying is that we should then start to practice thoroughly the chanting of Om, the going through the Om. Everybody, I'm sure, even once in his own life, heard somebody singing, tuning. Even in many movies nowadays, we can, whenever somebody pretends to do yoga, start to sing Om and whatever. And when you go to a yoga class, to a Vedanta class, you always hear this sound, Om. But what is Om? What does this sound really mean? Have you ever asked yourself? Even if we are not engaged into the knowledge of this subject, without studying it, but just talking out of experience, we can feel and we can realize that whenever we chant the Om, immediately we found peace, calmness, tranquility, serenity. When we chant it either aloud or we keep it in our mind, we feel its powerful, calming and harmonizing effect right away. Ask a child. Ask a child next to you, please chant Om with me. You will notice that right away they close their eyes without even knowing that they have to. And they start to become quieter, very instinctively. We can feel that this vibration is so beneficial to us. Om is a spiritual sound, a sacred vibration, is the essence of the Veda. The 4 Vedas are all enclosed in the Om. Om is Satchidananda. Om, it is the essence of the all mantras. The Manusmriti remind us that the syllable Om should be pronounced before the beginning and the ending of the studying of the Vedas. For, unless it is pronounced at the beginning and at the end, the learning would be easily forgotten. And Patanjali, in the Yoga Sutra, in the first chapter, we read Tasya Vachaka Pranavaha. The word which expresses him is the Pranava, Om. The Japaha Tatandra Bhavanam. Tata Pratyakchetana Digamo Pyantarayaha Bhavasya. Its repetition and its meditation with the meaning should be practiced. Then comes the cognition of the individual soul and also the removal of all the obstacles. And in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 7th chapter, Lord Krishna himself says, Pranavaha Sarvavedeshu. I am the syllable Om in all the Vedas. Speaking out of experience, during my first journey to India, that's why I decided to speak about Om. During my first journey to India, I went there with Master Amelia Bianchi. I had the great honor to meet Swami Ramaswarupananda Ji. At a certain point, I asked Swami Maharaj, Om, how to chant Om correctly? You know, everybody seems to know how to chant it perfectly. And you hear many people singing it sometimes in different ways. So which is the right way? I don't know if you asked yourself, but I ask, which is the perfect way, which is the right way to chant it? And as a matter of fact, I realized, studying through the Upanishad and in the ancient texts, that there are mentioned several ways to chant Om during the sacrifice. But anyway, the amazing, beautiful answer of Swami Ramaswarupananda Ji really struck me. He said, with his sincere, simple way, the sound, the vibration that is outside, when you breathe in, enters through the heart. Then the air that comes through the heart goes down deep at the bottom. From there, then we have this breathing, and when we have to start to breathe out, this vibration starts to run along the spine with this beautiful Om. And then it goes up, becomes a nasal sound, goes up to the brain, and then this vibration stops. But when the vibration stops, this sound keeps on going. This answer opened a new gate to a research. So I started more and more deeply to understand that this beautiful vibration was like an amazing tuning fork, a sort of diapason. And when you start to chant, every single part of the body, while this sound starts to come up, is vibrating with the sound. And all the parts of your body, they start to get harmoniously in tune. They start to dance, a sort of dance together. They start to be in peace together. But then, the more I was practicing the Om, more I start to realize that not only the body was happy to chant it, but something else was getting in tune. And this was something more subtle, our energy, emotions, mind. But not only that. Keep on singing and being into that sound, being into that vibration, you could start to feel that something else is tuning with yourself. And you are start to tune and get in harmony with the whole. Not just your body, not just your energy, not just your mind, not just your feeling, but you start to vibrate with the whole, with wholeness. Because Om, it is a cosmic vibration. Now the science comes into a help at this point. And it has been studied by the NASA. So it's not very spiritual research, but the NASA, through their studies, they realized that this vibration is a very similar sound to the universe is vibrating with a sort of humming sound that is just like the humming sound that we vibrate with Om. Isn't it amazing? This was such a beautiful discovery. And each time you start to chant the Om, the vibration within and around you start to change. And you become with an harmonizing vibration too. So your mind become calm, and even the surrounding area start to become quiet and still. I always remember when we were in India and the topic started to be sort of tough and start to argue a little bit. Swamiji starts to, okay, let's stop, close your eyes and start to chant and tune Om. And then all of a sudden, everything started to quieten down. Anyway, I went back again to India. I went to visit Swamiji up to the Himalaya. My second, third journey, very close to Gangotri, where the Ganga River, the Ganga Mata, starts. There, sitting by this amazing river, symbol of the Divine Mother of the knowledge, being in a very meditative place, meditating in the same place where saints, rishis, and knowledgeable people were meditating just before me. Even Swami Chidananda Maharaji himself used to meditate just on the same rock where I was sitting and doing meditation. And the energy was so powerful, so strong, you can't even imagine. Then close your eyes, start to go deep into the meditation, and you could hear this humming sound through the water. But then this humming sound stopped, and I could hear clearly people singing, voices of people singing Om. I was alone. And I said, who's coming next to me singing the Om? I opened my eyes and nobody was there. So surprisingly, I closed again the eyes, got into the deep meditative point, and I could hear these voices again. And I must admit, I'm a little bit deaf, so I was quite surprised to hear those voices. So, quite amazingly, I went to dear Swamiji, thinking that there was just an imagination. And I went to Swamiji and said, listen, am I going crazy? I heard people's voice singing Om, but nobody was there. And the answer, Swamiji's answer was quite amazing. My dear child, you know, the Ganga River is so powerful. And the vibration Om is so powerful that even Swami Chidanandaji Maharaj was so interested in that he started to make a study, a research about the sound Om and the river Ganga. So through this personal experience, I start to go deep down. And we can read in the Bible, the first, one of the first stated that you could remember is, in the beginning, there was the speech. The vibration, the meditation, the manifestation of the universe starts with a sound and then proceeds with its expansion, vibration associating with the creation of a matter and the life force that pervades the universe. Then, from the state of being, we could say a sort of static state, just in order to understand the concept, the vibration began bringing into life the whole creation. So it all started with a vibration. Everything vibrates, and everything is an expression of a vibration. So we could roughly say that we are vibrating beings too. We do not articulate the sound only through the voices. I'm talking, you are listening, and it seems that the sound is just this, but no. We have our internal organs that are vibrating just in this moment. Our neurological system vibrates. Can you imagine all the information starting from the brain, going through the parts of the body, and then the sensation from the several parts of the body are coming up to the brain. And this is all through vibration, through a vibrating communication. Then, not only that, it has been studied that our cells are vibrating and their communication is through vibration. Then we are a real expression of the vibrating power. But what does the word vibration mean? Wikipedia tells us and defines vibration as vibration refers to mechanical oscillation about an equilibrium point. Means that the equilibrium static point and then wherever is the oscillation in between, that is the vibration. And I start to think, well, then the equilibrium point was before the creation of the universe. And all the creation starts from a movement of an instability status. But anyway, we don't open this huge gate. We can start and discuss about philosophy for a whole day. Going back to our vibration, every vibrating object produces a sound. Whatever is audible with our ears or not, a vibrating object produces a sound. Swami Shivanandaji Maharaj, in his book Japa Yoga, said, sounds are vibrations. They give rise to definite forms. Each sound produces a form in the invisible world, and the combinations of sounds create complicated shapes. Rhythmical vibrations give rise to definite geometrical figures. In the books, all the books coming from the Hindu culture and the Vedic culture, these books about music tells us precisely, even before scientific proofs were received in the recent years, much earlier than that, in these ancient books, we could read how precisely type of vibrations can graphically describe tunes and forms particular shapes. Pythagoras, so we come back to the Western world, and centuries ago, Pythagoras used to say that the geometry of the shapes is just solidified music. And the modern science and the actual researches are just demonstrating how and what this ancient wisdom was stating. There is a physics, a Viennese physician, whose name is Ernst Schlady, towards the end of the 18th century, invented a vibration board. It was using sand on this vibrating board. They were studied in a particular shape, in a particular form. And with the sand on them, he used to have like the part of the violin, the stick that you use to play the violin, and moving this just at the edge of this board, making then particular sounds, they realized that the sand was organizing itself in a particular and creating particular shapes. If you Google and you go some research, or you go to YouTube, you can see many videos about it. There is a science called semantics. Was invented by a Swiss man called Hans Jerry. This science studies the effect of sounds and vibrations on matter. In London nowadays, there is a semantic clinic that cures, and the semascope is a machine that can make the sound visible. This was created by John Wright, who used to collaborate with NASA, and Eric Larson. So several researches, several studies are proving that the vibration, the sound, can create a form, a physical, geometrical form. Even Masaru Emoto, that I'm sure you heard many times about him, thanks to the study of the memory of the water, and he managed to picture the crystals of water. Harmonious forms were given form by an harmonious sound, while a chaotic or a terrible sound were giving birth to a chaotic sort of form. So Pythagoras again says, music is the true medicine of the ancient traditions. And in fact, as we said before, there are these semantic clinic to cure people. So just to say brief, nowadays we have certain scientific proof that the sound has a powerful effect, and more treatments are given to help and support people.
Enter to Bluetooth.
So now we could say that if the sound is so powerful on us, it can give physical forms. Can you imagine what a universal sound, a divine sound can do to ourselves. The Om is like a zipped file. So in it, you have more than you think. But let's say about the sound Om. The sound is made out 3 letters, A, U, and M. A, it is the guttural sound. For instance, if you put your hand, let's prove it, no? If you put your hand down in the throat, you can feel the A, said as ah, comes from the throat. It's a guttural sound. Then we have a U sound coming from the labial sound. U. Ah, from the throat. U, labial. This AU sound forms a diphthong, and together it forms one unique sound, which is O. O, if you feel, is like more up and right in the center of the mouth. So can you see how a back sound and a front sound together, they form a O sound. Just to such a purpose, it is interesting to note how the Sanskrit alphabet is so precise, logical, scientific, and well organized. Actually, all the whole language is perfectly done, as the name itself suggests. In such alphabet, so well organized, all the sounds are coded in a way that all the phonetic area inside the mouth, 5 phonetics area, are all stimulated in each and every parts. And such a beautiful language. Is a sadhana itself to study it. I suggest you, if you haven't started yet and you are a yoga teacher, please do start, at least to have a little knowledge about this magnificent language. The alphabet itself is already a powerful, really amazing, powerful pranayama, because there are several types of sounds. But anyway, let's go back to our Om, otherwise I'll start to talk about this magnificent language. So we said that the Om is made out A, guttural, U, labial, that forms together a O sound, and then the the nasal sound. Can you feel that nasal is like a pushing sound towards the cerebral area? It's like sort of doing a massage to your brain. But then what we think this is the sound, it is not the sound yet. The real Om starts afterward, when we stop the sound. There is a silence. And this silence, this is pranava. The Om sound can be chanted either loudly or low voice or mentally, depending if you want to go more on the physical, more on the subtle effect, or more on the spiritual effects. As a very specific graphic symbol that I'm sure you all know very well. And Swami Chinmayananda said once, the mystical syllable Om is choice point of concentration prescribed for the benefit of the student of Vedanta in the early attempts to develop a highly concentrated mind and intellect. Such a student too need a symbol or an idea which has an infinite possibility. The genius in the Vedic masters gave us Om as an idea idol to worship in our inner temple. So the graphic symbol of the Om can be used can be used to perform a meditation or to perform a sort of trataka when you watch and then you close and you sort of create mentally also this form. Help us for the concentration, help us for the meditation. Regarding this graphic symbol that I'm sure all of you have seen it, this symbol has been changed during the centuries. It's not been always the same. Many scholars made a lot of research about and how this changing occurs and appears. But this again is another big chapter of studies. The symbol represents 3 states of consciousness. We have a sort of underneath half loop. Then it's a sort of like tree symbol. That is the state of waking state. Then we have an upper part of the half loop, and that is the dreaming state. Then we have a sort of line side that is deep sleep state. And then there is a sort of half moon. That's a symbol of the Maja, the veil of ignorance that what covers? It covers the 4th state, the dot, the anuswara, the silence. And there is an important Upanishad who speaks about the Om. It's the Mandukya Upanishad, part of the Atharvana Veda. Mandukyam ekamevalam mumukshunam vimuktaye. For the liberation of the mumukshu or seeker, the Mandukya alone is enough. That is stated in the Muktika Upanishad when Rama speaks and talks about the Mandukya to Hanuman, how to approach then him. Upanishad contains the essence of the Veda. I'm sure most of you know about the Upanishad already. They are the source of the Vedanta philosophy. Profound, original, lofty, and sublime thoughts arise in every verse. That what Swami Shivananda says, they contains the direct spiritual revelation and revelation of seers and sages and rishis. Upanishad literally means sitting at the feet of a master. So having a great master next to you, humbly wait, he will lead you to the profound knowledge. A very comprehensive Upanishad is the Mandukya Upanishad. It's the shortest, really the shortest. It contains 12 statements. They are called mantra, and they get the full, whole wisdom and knowledge of the Upanishad just packed inside this Mandukya Upanishad. And the Mandukya Upanishad states and explains all the symbol about the Om. As we said before, the A sound is revered as the waking state, the Vishva. The U sound, the Tarja sound, the sleep state, and the M sound, the deep sleep state, Prajna. The 4th state, the dot. Actually, we could not really refer to as a state, as the Mandukya does not speak about the state. Is difficult to say, but the Mandukya itself explains it with the neti-neti expression. Means neither this, neither that. When you don't know how to refer to something that you cannot explain into words, how you refer to that? Just saying what it is not. And then you can probably explain what the 4th state, that later on, not in the Mandukya itself, but later on, is called Turiya, the absence. It is a total substratum of the three previous states. And altogether it pervades the three of them. It's a transcendental, all bliss and not dual. Well, I ended up this talk with a sentence, a beautiful sentence by Swami Chinmayananda that probably explains shortly but very deeply the essence of the Om. Since Om represents the waking, the dreaming, the deep sleep state of consciousness, and since our entire life is a sum total of different experiences in the three plans, Om itself is the symbol that represents all of this. As Om is the symbol of the infinite reality that is behind the seeming multiplicity and painful plurality, it becomes evident that the rishis were not illogical or deliberately mystical when they declared that the Om is all this universe. So we're going very briefly through this amazing vibration, and I hope that next time when you will chant it, you will get much more aware that behind the sound there is much more. And I'm really honored and thankful to be here. I apologize if I say something not perfectly precise. Whatever I said is just part of my knowledge at the moment. I don't pretend to know all the truth. As I said at the beginning, I'm a spiritual searcher and I'm still searching and I'm still walking. So I could share whatever is my knowledge at the moment. I thank you all and namaste. I thank also all, obviously, my masters, my teachers who have passed me this, all of this. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being here and for having listened to me.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you. Cristine, ci sei? Puoi intervenire, per favore? Grazie. Traduci tu quello che voglio dire ad Amelia, perché sennò dovrebbe tradurlo lei stessa e non è bello. Ok? Alza un pochettino l'audio perché non ti sentiamo. Molto poco ti sento, Cristina. Puoi migliorare il tuo audio, per favore?
Stavo facendo, scusa. Adesso dovresti sentirmi meglio.
Cristina, vorrei tanto dire ad Amelia che sono rimasto molto colpito favorevolmente dalla sua splendida presentazione.
Okay, Amadio wants to thank Amelia so very much for her splendid, for her splendid speech about the Om.
Sì. In un convegno come questo, un convegno di yoga e di Ayurveda, la sua presentazione è particolarmente interessante e cara, perché la Om sta a base di tutta la nostra cultura.
In a conference or in a symposium like this with Ayurveda and yoga, it is an extremely fundamental thing to talk about the Om and the way you presented it.
Perciò sono molto grato e molto ammirato anche, provo molta ammirazione verso di lei, perché le voglio dire qui davanti a tutti che sta facendo un percorso anche culturale veramente bello e veramente importante.
Ok, spero di ricordare tutto perché io mi hai preso di colpo così. Ok, Amelia, he's so honored and pleased, and he admires you so much. He would like to express his admiration for you in front of all this audience, because he's so grateful. Amadeo, ho dimenticato qualcosa?
No, hai detto tutto. Benissimo. Come posso dire, per un insegnante, per un maestro, se mi è concesso questo titolo, vedere i passi giganti che può fare un allievo è come per un padre che vede un figlio, ed è molto commovente.
Amadeo Bianchi is so moved that because he follows Amelia's studies, and he's together with her for such a long time, and he sees and admires all the steps she has done, and it's like being a father seeing a child grow up and make all these big steps.
Il processo normale che deve avvenire è che gli allievi diventino maestri.
And it is at a certain point the students become the maestri, the gurus, the teachers at a certain point.
Ecco, questa è la più grande soddisfazione dal punto di vista emotivo che può provare un maestro.
And this is one of the deepest feelings, that emotions that a guru can have for his student.
Quindi grazie Amelia, proprio te lo dico col cuore, grazie, grazie.
And I tell you this from the deep heart of mine, that I tell you this from my heart. Sorry.
Benissimo, benissimo. Allora adesso passiamo a un altro momento musicale. Ritroviamo Barbara Zoletto e Roberta Righetti, le artiste che abbiamo già ascoltato ieri.
Vado io qui? Ok.
Non ci ho pensato. No, ok, poi presento io gli altri. Mi dispiace, ma ho preso così di colpo.
Okay.
Va benissimo, non preoccupare.
Vado io. Okay, so now there is a moment for the music. We're going to hear Barbara Zoletto, Roberta Righetti, that we heard their performance yesterday too. So time for music.
Cristina, ci vuoi ricordare chi sono, per favore?
Certo. So I'm excited to present to the esteemed audience 4 fantastic, extraordinary musicians, 2 of whom we had heard yesterday already, and now they are together with the Anam ensemble. It is a project born in 2020 from an idea of Barbara Zoletto, Roberta Righetti, Valerio Bruni, and Giorgio Cutini. Anam, whose meaning is the nameless, is inspired by the figure of Tiziano Terzani and his long and deep research in the East. And now I would like to briefly introduce the 4 members of the ensemble, which is first of all Barbara Zoletto. She studied ancient singing since 1919. She is also specializing in the Indian Drupad singing at the Pedrolo Conservatory in Vicenza, where she has also been teaching since 2013. She collaborates in theatrical productions and is active in artistic expression and in the implementation of projects with a cultural background, composing music for sacred and theatrical texts. Next is Roberta Righetti, who graduated in 1986 in violin at the Marcello Conservatory in Venice. For many years, she has been carrying out an intense concert and entertainment activity, accompanying the singing with violin and keyboard. She follows themes related to yoga and the holistic philosophies that led her to the magical atmospheres of Indian music and to the study of esraj and dilruba. She is now a concert artist and singer ranging from soul, jazz, pop to Indian and Middle Eastern music, and is founder with Barbara Zoletto of the Eva Om Deva project as well. Valerio Bruni began studying singing as a lyric light tenor in 2000, to continue his personal and artistic research from 2013 with frequent trips to India, where he deepened his practice of various disciplines until he met Indian classical music. Valerio graduated from the Conservatorio Pedrolo in Vicenza with a diploma in bansuri flute. Last but not least, it's Giorgio Cutini, who started studying acoustic drums at the age of 14 already, with musical projects of cover bands and original songs. In 2018, during a trip to India, he approaches Indian classical music and starts studying in Varanasi. He also pursues a project of electronic music called Vitriol, and produced 2 records where ethnic music meets trance. So now Anam Ensemble will present a musical project dedicated to researching the songs and mystical devotional sounds of the folks of East and West. A journey of study and exchange in game of stylistic contaminations and traditional performing methods. So let's get it started.
Namaskar. Siamo Anam Ensemble. Vogliamo presentarvi una composizione in stile Drupad e in Raga Yaman, una invocazione alla Dea, Jaya Mangal.
Benissimo. Grazie. Domani li incontreremo di persona questi musicisti perché avranno un momento dove io farò loro una piccola intervista.
And tomorrow we will meet them. We will meet these artists as they will have some time where I'll introduce to you and I will interview them.
Adesso immaginiamo che stiamo prendendo un aereo che va alla velocità della luce e di colpo ci trasferiamo nel nord dell'Europa, in Finlandia.
And now let's imagine that we take a supersonic airplane and we fly directly to the north of Europe, to the high part of Europe, to Finland.
E ci ritroviamo nello studio della cara Tarja Kallio.
And we go directly to the studio of dear Tarja Kallio,
che ci racconta un po' di cose interessanti riguardo ai suoi studi anche.
and she will tell us some very interesting researches that she's been doing.
Please, Tarja Kallio, the stage is yours now.
Okay, hello. Here I am. Can you see me?
Yeah.
And I'm so pleased to be part of this great event and this whole community I have found recently, and be so happy with everything that I have seen until now and looking forward to the future. But now I'm glad to tell about this project Edy guided meditation that has been going on here in Finland for 8 years now. And well, I have to use PowerPoint presentation because I'm used to use it, and because of my English I can't otherwise easily find the proper word. So let's hope it works with this context also. I try to share the screen. No. So. Is it now working? I hope, yeah. And the project aims, in a nutshell, we have the general interest to get more understanding of the nature and formation of mental states and man's ability to adjust his or her mental characteristics. And we also have the therapeutic interest. We would like to find safe and effective meditation methods for different kinds of persons. And the team, we are here, Andrew and Alexander Fingerkurz. They are neuroscientists, originally from Russia, but they have been living here in Finland about 15 years now. They are experts in quantitative EEG analysis and diagnostics. And I'm a philosopher and also have a background in physics. I have studied the interpretations of quantum physics and have been interested in yoga and meditation since my youth. And then we have had about 45 voluntary participants in this project. And we have not got any public money for it, but the participants, they have by themselves funded the screenings, and we have done very much voluntary work by ourselves. So, but what is meditation in scientific or materialistic context? It is not so easy to define. But somehow it is considered to be a set of self-regulatory techniques focused in maintaining attention and awareness with the goal to achieve well-being and serenity through the enhancement of control over mental and some physiological processes. And we know there is a broad variety of different practices that have different kinds of effects. One can subjectively feel, and one learns many things during meditation, begins to differentiate the contents of mind from the witnessing consciousness, which is able to follow what is going on in mind and emotions. And objectively, all these different states, they generate distinctive brainwave patterns. So that's why it is also possible to study objectively what is going on in the brain during meditation. But this kind of effect, it is not so easy to explain in materialistic or dualistic framework, because it is the supposition that mind does not have any causal effect in matter, especially in this framework created by classical physics, which still very much prevails in our society here in West. It is difficult to explain. The psychophysical problem has been the main problem in philosophy many hundreds of years, ever since classical physics was created, and it was thought that reality is a kind of clockwork which is deterministic and that kind of sense, which many people still today think that this is what reality is like, even if quantum physics does not fit to that kind of reality, and it has to be something else. And the Eastern conception of reality, it's much easier, of course, to understand meditation because it is where it was born, and it fits to the concept very well because subjective phenomena, they are considered to be part of objective reality. There is no gap between science and humanities in Eastern context, which is here as in broad sense. The whole of plurality emerges from one immutable basis, and humans are conscious evolving beings who are embedded into these diverse corporeal layers of nature. There are not just two domains, mind and matter, as considered here in West for a long time. And research on meditation, it has been done now for quite a long time since these brain imaging devices were invented, and plenty of interesting results has been documented. It is known that meditation in many ways affects the structure and functions in the brain, but there is no coherent understanding of this broad and complex field yet. And I guess main reason is that the clear theoretical background is missing, because it is difficult to explain how the mind can affect matter. Nevertheless, there are many positive evidence for the clinical outcomes of meditation. Achievement of inner balance, it increases mental and physical well-being, and it can be proved in many ways. So meditation could be a very useful therapeutic method, but in some persons, some negative findings have been found. Panic attacks, anxiety, depersonalization, confusion, disorientation can happen. So maybe all practices are not suitable for everybody. And there seems to be need for a personalized approach. What kind of meditation practice would be suitable for one concrete individual? And for this need, this easy guided meditation provides solution. It is grounded on 2 unique methods that assess individual brain functions. So these are innovative methods that these Fingerkurz brothers have created, and on this easy guided meditation is based. So we have brain-mind audit, which is a matrix for monitoring main parameters of brain activity and mental capacity, and self-MI index, which measures the relative proportions of the components of experiential selfhood. And in this brain-mind audit, there is 9 evaluation methods that provide an easy to understand outcome of the EEG screening. One can see what kind of profile a person has. There is this optimal range, which is on green color, and then going farther left or right, it means that the brain functions, they are less optimal. And the dots which are there, they are the profile of one person, and every person have quite different brain-mind audits, but we can see there what kind of components are not working that well and might be in a need of improvement. And here are more closely the different parameters: tonus level, speed of cognitive and memory performance, internal concentration, emotional experience, sociability, anxiety, stress resistance, overall brain resources, and physiological parameter deviation from optimal brain state, which then can be seen with this brain-mind audit. And this another meter, self-MI index, it is based on hypothesis that Dr. Fingerkurz formulated, because nowadays it is considered that experiential self in neuroscience, it is related to the self-referential network in the brain. Sometimes this self-referential network is called default mode network also. And the Fingerkurz doctors, they formulated this hypothesis that this network can be divided into 3 operational modules. This hypothesis is based on typical changes they found to be related to the experience of self in different disorders and vegetative patients they studied. And these 3 operational modules, they are the frontal module, which we call self. It is linked to the first person perspective, sense of agency, a kind of witnessing observer. And these 2 other modules, which are on the back of the skull, posterior right module me, it is linked to the bodily self, embodied entity, emotional feelings in the body. And this left module we call I. It's a kind of reflected agency containing narrative thoughts and things about oneself, something we learned during our life when we got feedback from outside, what kind of persons we are, what kind of history we have, and things like that. And still one background issue, states and traits. Brain functions may contain distinct states and traits. State refers refers to a brief moment of altered sensory, cognitive, and self-referential awareness arising, for example, during meditation practice. Brief moments. Is something happening? Is this going on or not? Hello?
Hello, Tarja.
Is this working?
I am seeing you. But
you don't see the slides.
Ci sei, Amelia? But we cannot see your slides. Non possiamo vedere le sue immagini. Adesso, visto che c'è questa interruzione, la guidiamo a condividere le slide.
Okay, as there was this, we can't see your slides, your PowerPoint slides, but as we break, so we will guide you to share your slide with us.
Yeah, but do you now, you don't see now either?
No, not either. Have you pressed the share screen?
Yes, I did, but maybe it is not working.
Not working. Okay.
Tarja,
okay, Tarja, now it's starting to work. Just few minutes, few seconds. Oops. Okay.
Okay. Then maybe I then missed the button. Oh, I'm so sorry. But I guess I have to.
Tarja. No problem, Tarja.
Yeah. Yes, I will just go on that. You heard something, even if you didn't see the slide.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, yeah, I guess you now, even if I make this up, it doesn't. You still see the slide? Yeah. Okay. And until now, 5 articles has been published based on this project. And in what follows, I will go through the main results. But you can also find the articles internet, most of them or all of them, they even not the last one, which is just coming, but they can be found in PDF form. And the first experiment we made, it was just to see how meditation works, brain functions, and the whole project, it started that I happened to meet these neuroscientists and we discussed and I learned what they are doing, what they are able to do, and I happened to ask, then you would see how meditation affects brain functions. And they admitted, yes, we could, and actually we could make something for that if I'm interested, and that's how this whole project started. They created this brain mind audit, and with that, the effects of meditation can be seen, the long time effects. And in the audit, we can see gray dots. They are the original starting level when the EEG is first measured, and the second profile, it measured after the person has meditated for 4 months, for 20 minutes per day in general way. And this is how we organized the first experiment. And there we had 2 groups with different meditation protocols. The first group were able to choose their practice by themselves. And for the second group, on the basis of the original profile, meditation practice was then suggested for them, which was we thought that might be good for this person, just for this, because we had seen the profile and knew what kind of were the points which would need some improvement, or how to say it properly, but nevertheless, I guess you understand. And here is the effect. The first upper one, it is before the meditation started. We can see the dots, different colors refer to different persons. There are the profiles of, I guess, 15 persons in this picture, and the dots, they are scattered quite widely in the upper picture, which is the before meditation. And we can see that after meditation, the dots are much nearer to the optimal level, the green area. So quite a lot of improvement has happened. And still here we see the change, the personalized meditation. The result was better than with no personalized. And also with personalization, most of the metrics improved, and there were very few metrics that were worsening. With no personalization, the worsening number of worsening metrics, it was bigger. So we can say that personalization gives better results. So it is possible to give instructions which are suitable for different kinds of persons, depending on their brain-mind audit. And in general, all were able to improve. And the younger the participant, the better the initial EEG usually was, and the larger the number of metrics improved. And the more the metric initially deviated from optimal range, the better improvement was demonstrated. And those who practiced sincerely, they of course got better results. But all the participants, they were different in their responsiveness to the meditation, depending of course on their motivation and many different things. But we could see that brain functions can be improved by intentional meditation practices. So brain does not do it as a physical entity. Mental intentions, they can affect the brain. And this kind of brain-mind audit, it can be used to gather more information on which kind of practices are best suited for different kinds of individuals. So a proper training maximizes positive results and minimizes the risk of potential negative effects. And thus the safety of meditation for clinical and therapeutic use, it could be improved. And also for some persons, they feel it very important that they can see how they are doing. They trust more on objective results than how they at first maybe do not so much, are not so much able to trust their own mental experience. They trust for objective measurements, as in our society very often is the case. Science is based on some objective results, and people often are afraid to trust their own opinion, or otherwise, of course, we are so different, and there are many different points related to this issue. But then results with this self-me-I index, it was calculated for the same persons, and it could be seen that meditation practice had an effect in the operational synchrony within the 3 subnets of this default mode network in novices. We can see that before meditation there is this blue bar, and after meditation green bar, and it has changed. And in generally, it was supposed that meditation reduces the activity of default mode network, because one's concern about oneself usually diminishes in the result of meditation. And we could see that it in general it is like this. But however, it was seen that activity just in this left and right posterior default mode network modules, it decreases, but this frontal subnet, oh, sorry, I said in the wrong. This frontal subnet, there the activity increases, and in posterior subnets, it decreases. So there is a difference. This witnessing side of the self, it gets higher, and this bodily and reflected aspects, they reduce. And the next step was to study whether this baseline trait was initially present in persons who have practiced meditation for a longer time. And we had such persons in our archive, and the default this self-me-I index was calculated for them also, and it was noticed that those who were experienced in meditation already before any course, they had this frontal module higher than those novices, and these posterior modules, it was smaller than within novices. So it is a trait within experienced meditators that the self-me-I index gives higher activity in frontal module and decreased activity within these me and I components. And also as a custom, there was a standard subjective reports that were taken in each case a person came to the EEG screening. After the session, they just they explained, or they just explained or how they were feeling during the screening, how many thoughts were going into your mind, and what was the content of them, and was there inner speech available, and all like this very small amount of information, but nevertheless there was something, and we could see that the experienced group, they had simpler subjective experience and lower speed of thoughts, so diminished thinking of oneself and less narrative thoughts and inner speech. And also we could see that the center of self, a kind of experience of existence, it gets sharper in experienced meditators. And they had experience of self-agent, while just 40% of novices had that kind of experience. So we had got a glimpse of how meditation affects the multiple aspects of self, and we wanted to know more. And we found that the main limitation in the previous studies, it was the minimal amount of subjective reports reflecting the phenomenological experience of the participants. We decided to adopt a neurophenomenological study design, which includes both objective EEG recordings and first-person descriptions, so that we could specify the relationship between neuronal processes and the phenomenal features in the subjective experience. And that's why we approached long-time meditators. We would them to confirm the self-me-I hypothesis and study in more details how the subnets are linked to the experienced selfhood. And so that's why the experienced meditators, they were given standard instructions how to mentally induce the supposed states, either to increase or decrease the witnessing agency component, the body representational emotional agency, the me component, or the I component, the reflective narrative agency. And the EEG data was then recorded when they were doing this meditation, trying to increase or decrease these components. And then this data was complemented by phenomenological reports and standardized questionnaires, focusing on the subjective contents of various aspects that came out in this context. And we found out that experienced meditators, they were able intentionally manipulate the states. We observed systematic increase or decrease of the strengths of these EEG modules, of the operational synchrony there. Each time the respective states were manipulated up or down in this controlled manner, and it turned out that this I component, it was easiest to manipulate if one just thinks about one's own life history, for example, it goes up, and then if one just doesn't think about oneself anymore, just witnessing or just stays calm, then it goes down. And same with this bodily component. If you just concentrate on body, it goes up. if you just open somehow the boundaries of the body, it goes down. And this self component, it was also possible to change, but not so much. It was most difficult, especially to get it down, even to understand what it means that you don't observe, witness anymore. It is not so easy to achieve that kind of state. And we could see that the observed increases or decreases, they were coupled with participants' self-descriptions of the alterations of the states, and they were also correlated with the phenomenological factors that were estimated by the standardized questionnaires. So the participants, they get score to the different kind of phenomena when they finished each session, and that's how these standardized questionnaires were created. And because of this, we could see that there seems to be a causative relation between the three phenomenological aspects of selfhood and the operational modules of the brain. If one changes phenomenological properties at will, the neurodynamics in the corresponding operational modules it evokes changes. So they are somehow inexorably linked. Difficult to say which comes first. They just go together. And what was interesting in this experiment was that this experimental design, it also revealed brief, spontaneously occurring episodes of vivid altered states of selfhood. On those self-reports, the participants said, for example, I observed my body from outside, with no location of time, with no location or time occurred, or different parts of my body disappeared completely. My boundaries expanded into a wide room, into the whole room and street. I was both in my body and outside it. I raised and felt the space around. The experience of my life history disappeared. My thoughts stopped. This kind of altered states of selfhood, we could got the results, the EEG of these episodes, because those subjective reports, they gave the time of the occurrences, and then the corresponding self-MI index would be calculated for that brief time. And here we can see that the components, they are reduced when they go towards blue, and towards red they are increased, and so we see that these components vary in these different altered states quite a lot. And we just take in more details a couple of examples. For example, I observed my body from the outside. Here we can see that the operational synchrony within the self module, it's a little bit higher than normally. And this me and I modules, there is very little happening. And the standardized questionnaires, there are parameters like involuntariness, effortlessness, rumination, reflection, observing, ownership, self-location, agency, body image, body perception, body orientation, here and now, future, past, thought concentration, and things like that. And we can see that the scores that were given to them, they reflect how the person felt subjectively at this state where brain functions in this default mode network or self-referential network were like this. And in this second example, different parts of my body disappeared completely. Here we can see that the profile of self-MIA index, it is quite different, and so is the set of standardized questionnaires. And these are quite interesting results. And it can be that a result of this kind of study are useful for the future development of the classification of altered states of selfhood. They can be useful for better understanding of the nature of self-consciousness and its normative boundaries, and also useful for interpreting clinical data. As we know, many these kind of characteristics, they are also present as symptoms in different neuropsychopathologies. And plans for future, we need to continue on the same path by examining the objective content of subjective experiences. We are interested to do research on the basic assumptions of yoga, like do we really have a supple internal anatomy as these old scriptures and subjective experience tells us whether these chakras, could they be somehow measured, found out in objective way. And we would not like to see how much potential there is within human consciousness to evolve. What kind of mental structure, mental anatomy do we have? It is very little known in Western psychology compared to what is told in old scriptures. And of course, related to consciousness, mystical experience, and these altered states of consciousness, we are interested to study, and we think that the yoga philosophy and theories in relations between mind, matter, and consciousness, they are very important, giving useful hypotheses for also for objective study. As yoga philosophy says, we have an elaborate inner anatomy with various supple levels, and proper control of the energy flow is supposed to boost evolution from instinctive responsive to cosmic consciousness. And when liberated from limiting identifications, consciousness expands and tunes into higher level of reality. So this kind of inherent experiential study of resources contained in human psychological system, it has been going on within yoga for centuries or thousands of years, and maybe present science could be able to get some information on that. These modern equipments which are developed hopefully can reveal something about these most interesting and important issues which would be paramount for the future of humankind if we really could somehow evolve and our consciousness would be, or we could bring out these features which yogic teaching provides, and just somehow to get it to public knowledge that this is really possible. We are not prisoners of our brains and matter, and there is a spiritual side in human beings, and this kind of issues are what we would like to promote. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much to you, Tarja, Kallio, Tamminen, that is our representative. Lei rappresenta la Finlandia nella European Yoga Federation e siamo onorati di averla ancora di più dopo una bella presentazione così.
She is the Finland representative in the European Yoga Federation, and we are much more excited and honored to ever in the delegation after this beautiful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Cristine, ci vuoi dire chi è Tarja, per favore?
Yes, certainly. Yes, yeah, instead of an intro, I do an outro now. And yeah, we said that she's a representative of Finland, of the European Yoga Federation. We are very proud to have her there. She's a doctor of philosophy from Helsinki, who has also a master's degree in physics. Her research is focused on conceptions of reality, in particular, on interpretations of quantum physics. And she's especially interested in the role of human being in nature. She has a firm named Kalpataru, is centered in philosophical practice, yoga philosophy, and meditation. During the past 8 years, she has cooperated with the neuroscientists Andrew and Alexander Finkelkurz in a project called EEG Guided Meditation, the results and future plans of which was the topic of her detailed presentation today. Thank you so much, Tarja.
Thank you.
Grazie, grazie infinite, davvero dal cuore.
Thank you very much from the deep of my heart.
E visto che noi siamo degli yogin, per noi è molto facile adesso provare a volare dalla Finlandia e ritornare nell'Himalaya per vedere se il nostro Swami Ramasvarupananda è presente e se possiamo farci dire un buon augurio, qualcosa di bello e di buono dall'Himalaya prima di andare a pranzo.
Okay, and now as we are all yogi, it's very easy for us to fly from up to Finland down to the up to the Himalayas mountain, where Swami Ramasvarupananda Ji is there, and just before our lunch break, asking him for a blessing. And posso avere l'onore di presentarlo, maestro?
Certo, cara, presenta, vai avanti, vai avanti.
And I would like to say a few words about Swamiji. I know he's there, but before just he take the words, I would like to introduce him to you. I have this great honor. This Swami Ramasvarupananda Ji was initiated to yoga by his uncle Swami Raghunathananda at a very young age. Great and acute teacher, he is very knowledgeable about Gita and yoga, as well as Vedantic tradition and the yoga techniques like pranayama, mantra, and meditation. In 1970, he joined the Shivananda Ashram headquarters of the Divine Life Society, and later he became the personal secretary of Swami Chidananda Ji Maharaj, the president of the Divine Life Society. He served his master for nearly 30 years with pure devotion. And although Swami Ramasvarupananda was busy almost beyond human capacity, one of his best quotes about this is, "If there is a will, there is a way." He helped countless devotees from around the globe, connecting with Swami Chidanandaji. He embodied the tradition while observing his master from behind the scenes and sitting at the feet, learning the essence from him over many years. And still nowadays, he spreads with love all the Katamrita, the stories, just like precious gems he could actually observe about his beloved master. Although rooted in a very traditional background, for many years he traveled around the world to disseminate the message of peace, harmony, unity. It allowed him to get in touch with many cultures, religions, and way of thinking. It made his teachings very ambitious, both practical and universal. He inspires and moves freely with everyone, regardless age and background. Now Swamiji lives in a small kutir by the Ganga in the Himalayas and travels extensively in India, sharing his wisdom and love with one. There must be a very much technological Swamiji. Swamiji, Swamiji. Dear Swamiji, can you hear us? Ariom, we are here.
How much time? How much time now?
How much time we have? About 10 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Swamiji, just before we finish, just before then we close all, we leave you the 10 minutes. Just before we close all, if we can chant the mantra for food, because in Italy, in few minutes, we are about to go for lunch. After your talk.
Wonderful.
Swamiji, please.
My request to all of us then, please close your eyes, sit in Chin Mudra. Chin Mudra. And chant long Om. Om. When you chant Om, feel from the Muladhara Chakra to Sahasrara Chakra. When you chant Om, the graphics goes up and then come down. When it merges with the silence, that portion is called Pranava. The Yoga Sutra, Mahasi Patanjali says, Tasya Vachaka Pranava. Pranava is the indicator of the ultimate God. So we are very, very fortunate. We are so far each other, but we are together. Thanks to Corona. Corona has done a lot of nonsense, but Corona has done so many good things. We have to see the thorns. Now you show the rose. Don't see the thorns. Not see good things. You are yogi and yoginis. I am very, very happy to share my thoughts with you. What is life? Why you are born as a human being? Why you are not born as an animal or a plant or insect? There is a great purpose by the universal God for us. All the animals are horizontal backbone, ours is vertical. We have to take care of backbone. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is telling how to sit down, what to eat, what not to eat, how to speak. Samakaya Sira Griva, sit down erect, natural position for meditation. In the 6th chapter, again, Krishna is telling, 5th and 6th sloka, Uddharet Atmana Atmanam, Na Atmanam Avasayat. Be your own friend. How to become friend? fulfilling the purpose of life. You have become friend. Once you become your friend, the whole world become your friend. Serving Swami Chidanji Maharaj for a long time, I understood. Everybody is loving him, known, unknown people going on the street. People will come do namaskar to him. Why? Because Sarva Bhuta Hite Rata. He was a benefactor from all the creatures. I'll tell you one or two incidents from the in that I have experienced with Maharaj. I was a young man, my uncle was a monk, my father's younger brother, Swami Raghunathananda. I asked him as a young boy, can I stay in the temple? He agreed to, and I stayed in the temple with him. In 1970, I joined Shivananda Ashram, as Amelia Devi told you. My master, Swami Chidanji Maharaj, do not want to pluck flowers, garland, and throwing flower on the ground. So knowing this, a young couple, newly married in America, wanted to stay with the master. He gave permission, they came. It's a very small town, 97, very small town. This is called Yoga capital, but nowadays it's become more commercial. Therefore, my Guru sent me to Uttarkashi. Amelia Devi has come here. I'm inviting all of you to come after the Corona goes. Please come here and experience good meditation here. Samakaya Sira Griva. Sit down erect. What happened then? Your lungs is completely open. The breathing happens automatically. Every breathing that we make, we take in, our breathing is telling, but we have no time to listen to our own breathing. So we breathe out slowly, hum. So hum, I am that one. I am that one. The breath is telling, confirming that you are that one, not this one. You are not a man, you are not a woman. You are come from God, you are God only. You have to confirm that. So therefore, the breath is telling you, but you have no time to listen to it. So hum. So means that one, not this one. Visible one is this one. That one is not visible, unperishable, permanent one. This is all temporary one. Like cloud comes and goes, sky is permanent. Our body has come, body will go. But you don't come, you don't go. There is no coming, going in you. You are pervading like space. Where you are sitting, there is space. Where I am talking in Himalaya, you are also space. You are like space. You are not less than space. Space is one of the 5 elements. Are you one of the elements? You are higher than the element. Therefore, Vedic dictum, four Mahavakyas. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Swayam Atma Brahma. These are given to sannyasi only mantras. All people are not supposed to chant these mantras. All people can chant mantra, Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. In Vedic language, there is no I, we. Here, Gayatri mantra, Dhiyo Yona. Now it's we. We waited upon that effulgence of God that is visible to the sun shining. Behind sun, there is a energy called Savita. That is the universal God. We are all meditating upon that. Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. By meditating, you are supposed to do this mantra chanting minimum 108 times, 3 times a day. For Sandhya, Sandhya, when the night has gone, sun has not come up, slowly the east sky is giving a purple color. That's called Pratha Sandhya, early morning. Then midday, when the AM is going to become PM, at 12 o'clock noon, you are supposed to sit down and do Gayatri Mantra. Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. The evening, the sun has set just now. The still light is there. At that time, we are supposed to sit down and do 108 times Gayatri Mantra. These mantras are from the Vedas. Vedas are called Apaurusheya. No man has done it. It is not compelled by somebody. They saw this mantra. They are called Mantra Drashta. As I see you, you see me. now in the video conference. I'm very, very grateful to the net and my dear friend, Amadeo Bianchi, Surya Devanji Maharaj. We know each other for many, many years. Many I have gone around telling him. I have gone to Salamanca in Egypt, in Greece. I have gone to his home in Pavia, and I have gone to center in Milano, where she brought a group. Yoga and Ayurveda study. Then retreat in here, Bangalore, in a forest. Wonderful program. He is like a crow. Crow does not eat alone. If in Indian crow, if you throw some food, they will not eat alone. They will come, please come, please come. Anything good, he is distribute. He is not happy distributing from his center, but now he is happy to distribute on the net, making this seminar. Congratulations, my dear friend. Please come to Uttarkashi. You will enjoy meditation here. Come with a group or come alone, no problem. So the concept of spiritual life is live in spirit. 99% of our life is only matter. Ahara, nidra, bhaya, maithunamcha. We are always meditating upon food, comfort, luxury. So-called comfort has created so much complication for us. We have been sold out ourselves for the comfort and luxury. Nowadays, in the name of comfort, we are losing our own freedom. In the olden days, Rishis, Munis staying in Himalayas, they did not require any comfort. They did not want it. They stayed in the cave, no toilet, no running water. Even now, there are so many saints there. Gangotri is staying 224, 12 months of a year. The winter is cold, minus 40 degrees. They stay there because when you meditate, the body becomes hot. You have to eat sattvic food and stay in a cool place. Because in those days, air condition was not that. They have to make their own air condition. All of you yogis, you know very well how to make air condition for yourself. Shitali pranayama, shitkari pranayama. The body become cool, mind become cool. You can meditate for a long time. I don't want to take a valuable time from yours. I conclude now with a Trayavaka mantra 3 times, Gayatri mantra 3 times, and Shanti Patha. Those who can join me, please join me. Oh. When you chant Om, close your eyes and Sri Mudra. Remember, I told you pranava is not a sound that you create. Pranava is the soundlessness after the sound. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhanat Mrityor Mukshiyamamrutat. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukavivabandhanat Mrityor Mukshiyamamrutat. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kasya Dukkha Bhavet, Asado Ma Sadgamaya, Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityor Ma Amritam Gamaya, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sadguru Bhagavan ki jai. Patanjali Maharishi ki jai. Dhanvantari Bhagavan ki jai. Amadhya Maharaj ki, Suryananda Maharaj ki jai. Om Namo Narayanaya.
Om Namo Narayanaya.
Grazie infinite, il più bello augurio che potevamo avere prima di andare a pranzo. Namaskar, Swamiji. Now, all we are going
Namaskar.
to...
Buon appetito. Buon appetito.
Grazie, caro, grazie, grazie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Voglio
Poco
dire...
per andare.
Voglio dire a tutti i presenti che il nostro viaggio non è finito. Continuerà, riprenderemo alle ore 2 e ripartiamo dall'India.
If you come to, please come to India, I'll learn more Italian.
Ok.
I'll learn Italian from you.
I am coming. Swami Ramaswarupananda, I am coming soon. Traduci quello che ti ho detto per il pranzo.
Thank you.
So our journey has not finished yet. We will come back at 2 o'clock and our journey will start again from India. So...
Buon appetito a tutti. Grazie di aver seguito fino qui. A presto.
Buon appetito. Have a nice lunch, good lunch and see you later. Thank you for being with us.
Riprendiamo alle 2.
We'll see you at 2.
कृपा करके हमको दीजिए।
Namaskar. Namaskar e un saluto a tutti voi da Barbara Zoletto, Roberta Righetti, in arte Eva Omadeva, ma di questo ne parleremo domenica più dettagliatamente. Ospite special guest il nostro caro amico Giorgio Cutini. E poi un ringraziamento speciale al maestro Mario Bianchi che ci ha dato la possibilità di partecipare a questo grande evento.
Come primo intervento a questa conferenza abbiamo scelto di evocare l'energia di Sri Ganesh con un canto Drupad in ragatorio. Pratama Sumara Sri Ganesh. Per primo ricordiamo Sri Ganesh. Jai Ganesh. Namaskar.
Salve, vorrei presentarmi, sono Gianni Ricchizzi. Sono stato un pioniere nella diffusione della musica indiana in Italia. Infatti sono tornato nel 1985 dall'India, dopo aver vissuto e studiato là per 10 anni, conseguendo il diploma di maestro di Sitar presso la Benares Hindu University. Nel 1990 ho fatto nascere il centro Sarasvati House di Assisi, dove oltre a insegnare personalmente ho invitato numerosi qualificati musicisti indiani a tenere concerti e seminari. Dal 2000 sono stato, fino a qualche anno fa, il primo insegnante di sitar in un conservatorio italiano, il Pedrollo di Vicenza. Chi desidera ulteriori informazioni può consultare il sito musicaindiana.it. Eseguirò il Rag Hair Lalit con suoni che evocano la meraviglia e lo stupore nella visione delle luci di nuovo giorno. Grazie.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
Namaskar e un saluto a tutti voi da Barbara Zoletto, Roberta Righetti, in arte Eva o Madeva, ma di questo ne parleremo domenica più dettagliatamente. Ospite special guest il nostro caro amico Giorgio Cutini. E poi un ringraziamento speciale al maestro Mario Bianchi che ci ha dato la possibilità di partecipare a questo grande evento.
Come primo intervento a questa conferenza abbiamo scelto di evocare l'energia di Sri Ganesh con un canto Drupad in ragatorio. Pratama Sumara Sri Ganesh. Per primo ricordiamo Sri Ganesh. Jai Ganesh. Namaskar. Siamo Anam, ensemble. Vogliamo presentarvi una composizione in stile Drupad e in Raga Yaman, una invocazione alla Dea, Jaya Mangal.
the European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs, equality regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class and religion, overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism to promote universal understanding.
Bye.
Promote, encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify, integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc. To guarantee a certain standard, an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
Ben ritrovati, ben ritrovati. Spero che stiate bene, che abbiate consumato un buon pasto ayurvedico, leggero, come di consueto, come vi consiglia l'Ayurveda. Era il suo audio, l'audio di Amelia.
L'audio.
Bene? Puoi aprire l'audio di Amelia. Aprilo tu, Amelia, non riesci?
Ok, ora sì.
Sì. Scusa, Amelia,
Okay.
scusa.
No, allora, so we are here back. Welcome back to everybody. I hope you had a good lunch, and as the Ayurvedic medicine elaborate for us, a good Ayurvedic lunch, not just a lunch.
Noi vi dico questo perché il prossimo ospite ha la vita dedicata completamente all'Ayurveda.
I say that because our next guest has a life completely devoted to Ayurveda.
Il nostro caro amico Dottor Gaurang Joshi.
Our dear friend, Dr. Gaurang Joshi.
Namaste.
Daniela, vuoi...
Namaste.
Namaste.
Dottor Gaurang Joshi, namaste.
Namaste.
Daniela, vuoi dirci chi è il Dottor Gaurang Joshi?
Of course, it's a honor and a pleasure for me to present Dr. Gaurang Joshi. He is a Bachelor of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery from Gujarat Ayurveda University. He is an international Ayurveda physician practicing for over 26 years. He is an expert Ayurveda skin specialist, expert in Ayurveda oncology, director at Tarja multi-speciality Ayurveda hospital, cancer research center,
and Panchakarma editor of several national and international specialized journals, chairman of Atharva Life Science Academy and Research Foundation, the Atharva Foundation, and director of the International School of Ayurveda, Colombia. He participated to many international congresses as a relator, and he received several awards for his researches and services.
Dottor Gaurang, tu sei un nostro ospite speciale. Ami. Non ha l'audio. Non ha l'audio, Amelia.
Lo dico io?
Okay. So, Dr. Gaurang Joshi, you are a very special guest of ours.
A tutti gli ospiti speciali che passano in questo programma, noi rivolgiamo una domanda. Okay?
All our guests that are here in this program in these days, we're all requesting them a question.
Siccome Gandhi diceva la mia vita è un esempio e così ci incoraggia a essere coerenti, è una frase molto importante per ognuno di noi. La mia vita deve essere un esempio. Io chiedo al dottor Gaurang Joshi se ci racconta un po' della sua vita, come si è avvicinato allo Ayurveda, il suo percorso, che cosa sta facendo e che cosa ha in mente di fare in futuro.
Okay. Dr. Gaurang Joshi, as our Mahatma Gandhi says that our life has to be an example for the others. Yes. So your life is devoted to Ayurveda. So also your life is an example of how to commit and to create a good connection between what we are and what we say. So please tell us, what is your approach? What was your approach to Ayurveda? What is a little bit of your history about it? And what is your future plan? What are your future plans?
Namaste to all. First of all, at the outset, I'm really thankful to Swami Suryananda Amedio for inviting me for this precious Be Yoga Beyond International Conference organized by European Yoga Federation.
Don't worry, you can speak in English. No, don't worry, in another part of our program, there is people translate directly. Don't worry.
Okay, fine. So it's really a pleasure to be here and sharing my experience with you. First of all, I'm practicing Ayurveda since last 26 years. This is my third generation in my family who is serving Ayurveda to the people, to the community, to the world. And being an Ayurvedic physician, particularly right now, you know, the world is scrambles to find out the cure this pandemic, and I am really very pleased. I am helping the people with the Ayurveda. You know, there are lots of efforts are been going on to find out certain cure for this pandemic, including vaccination, but still there is no sure shot for any of these efforts. But I am very pleased to inform you that we are treating the patients of this current pandemic with Ayurveda, and we are getting excellent results, and people are very much pleased with the Ayurvedic approach. And this is the strength of Ayurveda, and my aim and objective for the Ayurveda is that Ayurveda must reach to the end user. Who is the end user? Is the layman, because the principle of Ayurveda is swasthasya swastharakshanam, means to provide health to the healthy person. And the second aims of the Ayurveda is aturasya vikara prashmanam cha, means to cure the disease from the root. And I am doing this job since last 26 years. And as Swami Suryananda also know that in this pandemic condition, I am doing regular Facebook Live to interact with the mass community, to explain them the health, the immunity, the role of Ayurveda, the diet, the yoga, the meditation, the pranayam, everything. I'm integrated all these things. Even yoga is a part of my life. Yoga is the part of Ayurveda. Meditation is part of my life, and meditation is also a part of Ayurveda. Even pranayam is part of my life and it's part of Ayurveda. So I am implementing all these things on me first, and then I am explaining to all the people, those who want to be relaxed in this panic condition. As you know, the condition, the situation of this second wave of this pandemic is very worst in India, because lakhs of people, millions of people now getting infected with this pandemic, and they are very much panic. They are having a lots of fear. So I'm doing my best effort to relieve their stress, to relieve their panic. And I'm really thankful that Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, pranayam, everything has power, has really proved this power that definitely helps the people to relieve their stress, to relieve their panic. And with the Ayurvedic medicine, pranayam and yoga, the most worst condition of this pandemic, those people who are suffering from this pandemic, you know, they are always suffering from the downgrade of the SpO2 level, that is the oxygen level, right? And scarcity of oxygen cylinder in India. But I am advising people to do the pranayam regularly, and this pranayam helps them to increase the SpO2 level gradually. And I have advised lots of people, and they are getting benefit of this integrated approach of Ayurveda, yoga, meditation and pranayam. So this is the real power of our spiritual holistic approach in this pandemic. So my vision, as I'm practicing in skin disease, I'm practicing in cancer, even in the cancer management. What we are working as integrated medicine. People, those who are taking radiotherapy, those who are taking chemotherapy, there are n number of side effects. We cannot allow them to leave that treatment. But as a part of the integration, we are giving them diet, we are giving them lifestyle, we are giving them some herbal medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, to relieve the side effects of this chemotherapy, to relieve the side effects of the radiotherapy. And also, you know, when the patient is suffering from the cancer, their mental status is always weak. So we advise them to do some yoga, to do some pranayam, to do some meditation. And this is a very unique holistic approach. And with that, we are helping successfully the patient of cancer to come out from the toxicity of radiotherapy and chemotherapy. So this is the power of Ayurveda, yoga, meditation and pranayam. So I'm waiting for your next question.
Il tuo audio, maestro.
I want to know how was your approach when you start. In quale modo si è approcciato all'Ayurveda? Che cosa è stato il motivo, la scelta che l'ha portato verso l'Ayurveda? La famiglia, la tradizione, o è stata una sua scelta personale?
The reason Swamiji is asking, the reason why did you approach Ayurveda? What did lead you to Ayurveda? Was it a family, health? What leads you here?
That's a very nice question. Actually, my family belongs to Ayurveda. My grandfather was an Ayurvedic Vaidya. He was the Ayurvedic physician. My father is also a physician, but he's doing integrated practice. So when I passed my 12th in science stream, I decided to become a doctor. First, I decided to become an allopathy doctor, not the Ayurvedic physician. But somehow my destiny and Ayurveda needs me. So I got admission in the Ayurvedic branch. So I started my Ayurvedic education at Gujarat Ayurveda University at Surat College. After passing this bachelor degree in Ayurveda, you know, during my study also, I was very much in close contact. I was taking training from the surgeons, from the physicians of allopathy medicine. So I was very rich in knowledge of this Western medicine, and I integrated both Western and Ayurvedic medicine. And then I started my practice with a general physician. When I started, I was doing mixed practice, but mostly I started with the allopathy medicine because the people want it. But later on, when my wife, Dr. Bhavna, came into my life, she advised me that now you need to switch over to complete Ayurvedic practice. And then I decided to switch over to Ayurveda. And then I started practice Ayurveda. And then what my vision for the Ayurveda is that just like allopathy medicine, allopathy fraternity, they are having a super specialty concept like dermatologist, oncologist, rheumatologist, orthopedic. So why don't Ayurveda has this specialized branch? Because Ayurveda is also having 8 branches like Kai Chikitsa, Kaumar Bhrutya, Stri Rog Chikitsa. All these branches were there in Ayurveda. So I decided that we will go with super specialty concept in the Ayurveda. So I decided that I will switch over to dermatology and autoimmune disorder with the Panchakarma. And my wife was the expert because she was the first MD doctor of medicine in Ayurveda from Gujarat Ayurveda University in oncology, in cancer. So at the same time, I also started taking training of oncology too. So I have developed skin disease like dermatology, and with that autoimmune disorders, and with oncology and Panchakarma. So gradually I started my practice in super specialty, and when I got the success in skin disease, autoimmune disorders, people are running for me for skin diseases, for cancer, for autoimmune disorders. And this is this 26th year of my practice that now I am practiced since last 10 to 12 years internationally. I have lots of patients from Europe, from USA, from Latin America, from everywhere, from every corner of the world. I am having the patients. Even in this pandemic situation, I help a lot of people with the limited source of Ayurvedic herbs in their home, like turmeric, like ginger, right? With the steam, like tulsi, like holy basil. Very limited source because people in USA don't have, because in this panic situation, they don't want to go outside. So whatever available in their kitchen, I help the people to fight this pandemic. And I'm really thankful to Lord Dhanvantari that he invited me in the Ayurveda, and I am successfully delivering Ayurveda to the people.
Dottor Gauranga, tu sei una persona con tantissima energia perché anche durante il lockdown hai partecipato a una quantità incredibile di eventi, di congressi, anzi tu stesso li hai organizzati. Io ti ammiro molto.
Dr. Gaurang Joshi, you are such an energetic person, full of energy. Even during this pandemic period, you've been participating to many of the congresses and conferences. And as a matter of fact, most of them was you yourself organizing them. And for this reason, I really, really appreciate all your work and all your effort.
Io credo che anche a te facciano la stessa domanda che fanno a me e aspetto la tua risposta. Dove trovi tutta questa energia? Chiedono a me e io ora rivolgo questa domanda a te.
Now, maybe a lot of people as they do with me, they are wondering and they ask you, where do you find all this energy? Most of the people ask me, but now I'm asking you this same question. Where do you find all this energy?
See, the blessings, it comes from the blessings of the patients. It comes from the blessings, the people who are following Ayurveda, yoga, and all this holistic approach. Recently, in this pandemic situation, I have just advised the people. I have first done the clinical trial on my patients with the juice of lemon. Just insert the 2 drops of this lemon juice. Particularly in this pandemic condition, it helped lots of people that clear their congestion of kapha from their chest, and particularly those who are suffering from this pandemic, from this COVID-19, they got maximum relief from this just 2 drops of lemon, just like a nasya, insert into the nostrils, both nostrils. You know, this simple therapy of nasya chikitsa of Ayurveda, it is called shirovirechan, means detoxification. It purifies your lungs, your airways, and it cleans the kapha expectoration, and it cleans all entire respiratory tract. And that this miracle of this lemon juice, I got blessings of millions of people that my video was gone viral globally, and I'm getting lots of blessings from the patients, that the patients are spending millions of rupees, millions of money, but they are not finding any cure. But this simple lemon juice therapy worked for them, and it's due to Ayurveda. So I'm getting energy by the blessings of patients, by the blessings of God, Lord Dhanvantari, by the blessings of my parents, by the blessings of Guru like Suryananda, and by the blessings of all the creatures of the world that give me energetic all the time. I'm doing regular my efforts to spread Ayurveda globally, to spread yoga globally, to spread meditation globally, and that gives me a lots of strength.
Se non mi sbaglio, la prima volta io e te ci siamo visti a Dubai.
If I don't get wrong, the first time we met was in Dubai.
Yes, absolutely, you are right. We met at Dubai in 2014.
Però l'anno scorso tu e il dottor Prerak avete organizzato ad Ahmedabad un congresso che ha lasciato il segno, perché era organizzato veramente bene, fatto veramente bene, e io sono stato lì presente a godermi questo congresso, oltre che avere fatto la mia esposizione. È stata una gioia stare con loro.
And recently, last year, in Ahmedabad, you organized, you and Dr. Prerak organized such an amazing congress, so important. I was present there, and the quality, high standard congress.
Yes, thanks to you. You were there, and we were very pleased to be. You were there with us, and it was really a very grand, successful congress. And when the pandemic is over, we will plan again such a big congress.
Infatti volevo sapere qual era il prossimo congresso in cui potremo riabbracciarci di persona tutti, perché ci vogliamo tanto bene.
So when will be next congress where we can hug again each other?
Definitely. I am praying to Lord Dhanvantari that soon this pandemic condition will be over, and I am very much confident soon we will be as normal as we were in 2019, and we will meet each other, we will hug each other, and we will have all the energy what we have in 2019.
Thank you. Proprio per concludere, brevemente, in 2 o 3 minuti, dici quali saranno i tuoi prossimi importanti o più importanti programmi.
Okay, so now just very briefly, what will be your next programs? What are your programs briefly for your future, for the next future?
Yes, yes. I am starting online school with the UK. I have few students in UK. So they are starting our school, and in July we are starting a course of Marma Chikitsa. That is going to be possible from June 27. Then we are planning to start our academy. We already started, but due to this pandemic condition, it is not feasible. But we are starting these activities in Mexico, and I am already doing activities in Colombia. So after pandemic is over, I will visit Mexico, Colombia, and also we are starting some academic activities in Argentina. So Argentina, Mexico, UK, and Colombia. These are the 4 lineup program that's going to be feasible from June. Most probably we will start online curriculum. Then after this pandemic is over, we'll start some physical activities. My motive, my aim is to spread Ayurveda, yoga everywhere, each corner of the world. And I'm dedicated my life to the Ayurveda, to the people, to serve them physical, mental, and spiritual health.
Dottor Gaurang, è stato un grandissimo piacere averti qua con noi, siamo felicissimi e spero di poterti reinvitare in qualcuno dei nostri convegni.
Dr. Gaurang Joshi, it was a great honor to have you here with us today, and hopefully we will meet again in one Congress.
Yes, sure, and I'm very hopeful to see you at Italy, at your place, with some academic activities.
Thank you so much. In future, we want to invite you here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bene. Passiamo ora alla prossima ospite. Passiamo dall'India e sempre volando, come fanno gli yogi, anche senza tappeto volante, voliamo nei pressi della nostra capitale, voliamo vicino a Roma.
And now just flying back, just like a yogi without a flying carpet, we come back to Italy, very close to our capital city, very close to Rome.
E voglio presentarvi un insegnante che ha dedicato la sua vita a portare lo yoga ai bambini, lo yoga nelle scuole.
And I would like to introduce you a teacher who's been spending the life bringing the yoga in the school for the children.
Si tratta della nostra cara Gisa Franceschelli.
We're talking about our dear Gisa Franceschelli.
La sua vita è stata dedicata all'insegnamento, tuttavia invito Sara per cortesia a presentarcela.
Yes, I'm really pleased to introduce Gisa. Gisa Franceschini, pedagogue teacher in the primary school and then high school as well. She has started practicing yoga since her adolescence. She had a chance to meet great master along her path, as Father Anthony, Van Liesenbeth, Harpal, Thich Nhat Hanh, Krishananda, Antonio Nuzzo, Gabriella Cella, and present here Amadeo Bianchi and Emi Blesio. The teaching of these masters integrated with their interest in psychology and pedagogy, and together with their 40 years daily teaching in the public school, gave her the opportunity to believe in the realization of her dream, the introduction of traditional yoga in every school in Europe.
Grazie Gisa di essere qui con noi. Mi pare che tu hai e devi condividere delle slide, forse. Lo puoi fare direttamente tu, fai condivisione e poi ti apri. Amelia, se vuoi tradurre questo per gli inglesi.
Yes. So dear Gisa, welcome here with us. So Gisa is going to share some video, so you can do it.
Sì, ok. Grazie, Mam.
Grazie a te, cara. Sono tanto felice che tu sia qui con noi. Tanto, tanto.
And I'm very happy you're here with us, dear Gisa.
Perfetto.
Ok, grazie.
Perfetto. Grazie a te, tesoro. Continua pure.
Allora, sono molto felice di essere qui con voi, che siete rappresentanti di una gran varietà di paesi uniti da uno stesso interesse, lo yoga.
I'm very happy to be here with you. You are representatives of a wide variety of countries and united by the same interest, yoga.
Si tratta di paesi che al di là dei confini nazionali che li separano,
beyond the national boundaries that separate them,
sono diversi tra loro per ambito geografico, culturale, per radici storiche, politiche, per tradizioni e spiritualità.
These are countries that are different from each other in terms of geographical, cultural, historical, political roots, tradition, spirituality.
Il superamento di tali evidenti diversità nazionali
and overcoming these obvious national differences,
inserendosi in un processo di unificazione
by being part of a process of unification
in atto da diverse decine di anni,
that has been going on for several decades,
potrà portare i partecipanti di ciascun paese europeo
can bring the participants from each European country
come raggi di un'unica luce,
like a ray of one unique light,
a creare un programma valido per tutti,
to create a program valid for everybody,
nel quale vengano unificati i vari metodi e le varie tendenze nel rispetto dei canoni della tradizione.
in which are unified the various methods and the various tendencies in respect of the line of tradition.
Ringrazio Amy e Amadio per avermi dato l'opportunità di poter esporre le mie idee ad una cerchia qualificata di cultori dello yoga.
I thank Amy and Amadio for giving me the opportunity to present my ideas to a qualified circle of yoga lovers.
Ci saranno senz'altro tra voi alcuni che hanno avuto la stessa mia opportunità di vivere la bellissima esperienza di insegnamento di yoga con i bambini o con gli adolescenti.
There might be in between you, for sure, some people who had, like me, the possibility and the chance to teach yoga in between the adolescents, the teenagers and the children.
E considerano quindi l'esigenza di una diffusione capillare di questa preziosa disciplina.
And they consider the important capillarity of teaching this discipline.
A tale scopo occorre personale qualificato che ami i bambini e i giovani.
To that purpose, we do need a qualified members that can teach to young
E che abbia una seria preparazione nello yoga.
And that they have a special standard in yoga.
Quindi competenza, amore, passione, disponibilità.
So that means love, comprehension, disponibility.
E una grande capacità di mettersi in discussione con umiltà.
And a great capacity to make in discussion with themselves.
Per poter migliorare le relazioni in una continua crescita personale e poter essere di sostegno agli altri.
In order to be in a support for the others and being a great increment.
E da 40 anni io insegno nella scuola pubblica.
I have been teaching in a public school for 40 years.
Per la maggior parte della mia carriera ho insegnato nella scuola primaria e da un po' di tempo nella scuola secondaria superiore.
For a great part of my teaching life, I've been with the children, and now just recently, lately, with the teenagers.
Essendo anche docente di yoga, ho avuto l'opportunità di integrare questa grande disciplina con le mie aree di insegnamento.
Being also a yoga teacher, I had the opportunity to integrate this great discipline with my teaching areas.
Adattandola alle varie età di sviluppo dei bambini.
Adapting it to the various age of development of the children.
Fin dalle prime esperienze didattiche ho potuto riscontrare quanto sia importante, fin da bambini, essere consapevoli del proprio respiro.
Since the very first didactic experience, I could notice how important it is for children to be aware of their breath.
E quindi essere in grado anche di gestirlo per affrontare meglio le proprie emozioni in ogni momento della vita, insomma.
And therefore to be able to manage the breath in order to better face the emotions in every moment of life.
Immaginiamo di essere un po' tutti dei bambini, in fondo può essere piacevole tornare per un attimo ad esserlo.
Let's imagine to be children. We could say it's so nice for a moment just to think we can go back to our childhood.
Ogni tanto ognuno di noi può contattare il proprio bambino interiore.
And sometimes, from time to time, each one of us can get in touch of their own inside children.
Quindi chiudiamo gli occhi.
So let's close the eyes.
E ascoltiamo un attimo il nostro respiro.
And let's listen to our own breath.
Ora inspiriamo profondamente, seguendo l'aria che entra fresca nelle narici.
Now inhale deeply and feel the fresh air passing through the nostrils.
Espiriamo molto lentamente, percependo l'aria che esce tiepida.
And exhale very gently and slowly, feeling the warm breath coming out.
Inspiriamo molto lentamente aria chiara.
Inhaling very gently light air.
Espiriamo aria scura e con lei lasciamo andare rabbia, pensieri negativi, preoccupazione.
And exhale a dark colored air in order to remove tension.
Inspiriamo molto lentamente e profondamente.
Inhale very slowly and deeply.
Ed espirando immaginiamo acqua tiepida che scende dall'alto sulla mia testa.
And exhaling, let's imagine warm water going down, flowing down from the head.
Sulla nuca, le spalle, la schiena.
To the neck, shoulder and back.
Rilassando ogni parte del corpo.
And relax every part of the body.
Inspiriamo molto lentamente, profondamente.
Inhaling slowly and deeply.
Ed espirando sorridiamo.
And exhaling, let's smile.
Poi apriamo gli occhi.
Then open the eyes.
Ed ascoltiamo.
And listen.
Come ci sentiamo?
How do you feel?
Come sappiamo, basta chiudere gli occhi.
As we know, it's enough to close the eyes.
Inspirare profondamente ed espirare molto lentamente.
Inhale deeply and exhale very slowly.
Ed ecco che, come d'incanto,
and here it is, just as if by magic,
Dopo aver ripetuto l'esercizio per sole 3-4 volte,
after having repeated the exercise only for 3-4 times,
ci si può rendere conto del cambiamento nella nostra mente.
one can realize the change in our mind.
I bambini imparano facilmente che quando sono arrabbiati, nervosi o tristi,
Children learn very easily that when they are angry, sad, upset,
hanno la possibilità di effettuare qualche respiro ad occhi chiusi.
they have the chance to breathe in while closing their eyes,
per modificare così il proprio stato d'animo,
in order to modify, to change their mood,
e ritrovare se stessi.
and to find themselves.
Nella mia esperienza ho verificato
In my experience, I have verified
che va tenuta nel debito conto l'età del bambino,
that the age of the child must be kept into account,
e che quindi se il giovane allievo è molto piccolo,
and if the young student is very small,
va aiutato nella percezione del respiro
it must be helped in the perception of the breath
attraverso vari giochi.
through various games.
Uno di questi è soffiare sul dorso della mano propria,
One of these is to blow on the back of his own hands,
o sulla mano o sul braccio del compagno,
or on the hand or on the arm of the partner, of a friend,
oppure sulla fiamma di una candela senza spegnerla.
or on the flame of a candle without extinguishing it.
Si possono utilizzare anche bolle di sapone
You can also use bubble soap,
o mettendosi proni in cerchio.
or by putting yourself in a cycle.
Si può soffiare su palline da ping pong per mantenerle al centro.
You can blow on a ping pong ball, try to keep them in the center.
E i bambini ovviamente hanno bisogno di giocare attraverso il respiro per prendere contatto con esso.
And the children, obviously, they need to get to play games in order to get in touch with their own breath.
Quindi un altro gioco che ho proposto ai bambini consiste nel porre le mani sulla pancia.
So another game that I propose to the children consists in lying down, hands on the belly,
espandendola come un palloncino nell'ispirazione e ritraendola nell'espirazione.
expanding it while inhaling and drawing it back while exhaling.
Poi, dopo aver creato con gli origami una barchetta,
Then, after having created a small boat with origami,
da supini la possono poggiare sull'addome e osservare come si muove durante l'inspirazione e l'espirazione.
and while they are lying back, they can observe this small boat going up and down with inhalation and exhalation.
Possono anche essere utilizzati vari pranayama.
You can even use several pranayamas.
Come Brahmari Pranayama, che ai bambini piace molto.
Like Brahmari Pranayama that children loves a lot.
O Mridanga Pranayama, inserendoli in fiabe o favole.
Or Mridanga Pranayama, inserting them in fairy tales.
Lo yoga abituerà anche il bambino più insicuro a parlare, lo stimolerà un po' alla volta attraverso le varie tecniche.
And yoga will teach even to very shy children to be able again to express themselves into public.
E del più vivace anche avrà la possibilità di gestire le proprie emozioni attraverso le tecniche dello yoga.
And even the much more active children can get much more relaxed thanks to the different yoga techniques.
La gestione delle emozioni diventa fondamentale in un periodo come la preadolescenza o l'adolescenza.
The different yogic techniques becomes very important during the teenagers period or pre-teenager period.
Perché i cambiamenti del corpo, le difficoltà di equilibrio portano a stati d'animo violenti, contrastanti, in cui domina l'insicurezza.
Because due to their instability of mind and emotion, they start to become more and more insecure.
Nel passaggio alla scuola media superiore ho potuto constatare che è ancora più forte l'esigenza di inserire lo yoga in questo tipo di percorso.
And moving to the high school, I was able to feel how much stronger the need to include yoga in this area.
Perché ci si trova di fronte ad adolescenti che sono soggetti sempre di più a problemi di solitudine, insicurezza, problemi di ansia e di autostima, attacchi di panico, stress e depressione.
As you need to deal with teenagers who are increasingly subject to feelings of loneliness, insecurity, self-esteem problems, panic attacks, stress, depression, and anxiety.
Purtroppo spesso nella scuola si tende più a istruire che a educare.
But unfortunately, more and more in the school, we tend to instruct people more than to tell them the way.
Questo è molto più semplice.
And this is much easier.
Perché per istruire bisogna solo sapere.
As to instruct somebody, you just need to know.
E per educare bisogna essere.
While to educate and guide, you need to be.
Ma l'uno potrebbe non escludere l'altro.
But one should not exclude the other.
Dunque abbiamo sottolineato questa differenza tra istruire e educare.
So we've been highlighting the difference between instruct and educate.
Considerando il grande valore della collaborazione.
Considering the great value in collaboration.
E non quello della competizione.
And not the competition.
E a tal fine possiamo lavorare con gli alunni in cerchio.
And for this purpose, we can work with the children in circle.
Dove non c'è chi è più bravo e chi meno.
Where you don't find that there is a better one or a less better one.
Dove la valutazione non esiste.
Where the valuation does not exist.
E anche l'insegnante è allo stesso livello degli alunni.
And even the teacher is at the same level than the children.
Il cerchio dà l'opportunità di un'integrazione reale.
The circle gives the opportunity for a real equality.
Dove disagio, difficoltà e differenze vengono superati.
Where the difficulties are superated, are overcome.
E in cui i ragazzi con bisogni educativi speciali.
Where children with special educational needs.
O con disturbi di apprendimento.
Or learning disabilities.
Si sentano realmente come gli altri.
They will really feel like the others.
Perché nel cerchio circola accoglienza e amore.
Because inside the circle circulates acceptance and love.
E mai giudizio, critica o valutazione.
And never judgment, criticism and evaluation.
Un'esperienza adatta per i ragazzi un po' più grandi, possiamo provare a farla, è chiudere gli occhi, ascoltare con attenzione il battito del cuore, che se ci pensiamo è un suono che ci accompagna per tutta la vita, dalla nascita fino alla fine.
And an experience that we can do together with the guys is to close the eyes and start to feel the heartbeat. That if you think about, is a sound that we know very well because it follows us from birth till death.
Proviamo a farlo anche noi. Chiudiamo gli occhi.
Let's try to do it ourselves too. So close your eyes.
Ascoltiamo i rumori lontani.
And let's listen to the sound, the faraway sounds.
Fuori dalla stanza in cui ci troviamo.
Outside the room that is hosting us.
Ascoltiamo con attenzione i rumori all'interno della stanza.
Listen the sounds inside the room.
Ora ascoltiamo il respiro.
And now listen to your breath.
Lentamente portiamo l'attenzione al battito del cuore.
Slowly, let's bring our attention to the heartbeat.
Lo sentiamo nel torace.
Feel it in the chest.
Nella gola.
Throat.
Nei polsi.
In the wrists.
Sulla punta delle dita.
On the tip of the fingers.
Poi, molto lentamente,
then very slowly,
apriamo gli occhi,
open your eyes,
riprendendo contatto con l'esterno.
making again contact with the external world.
Questa esperienza può avvicinare i ragazzi alla sorgente profonda della vita interiore.
This experience can lead the guys to the source, the internal source of life.
Io ho constatato che questa pratica con gli adolescenti
I noticed that this practice with the teenagers
all'inizio risulta difficile.
It's quite a difficult one.
Poi è come se trovassero un amico interiore.
But then later it's like they find a friend, an inside friend.
Che li riappacifichi col proprio corpo.
That make at peace with their own body.
E li aiuti a contrastare il rifiuto e la non accettazione.
And I help to contrast the not acceptance
che hanno così frequentemente verso di lui.
That they frequently have towards themselves.
Nella fase adolescenziale.
During teenage time.
In questo periodo di Covid.
In this COVID period.
È ancora più pressante l'esigenza.
It's much more important the need.
Di sostenere psicologicamente ed emotivamente i nostri giovani.
To sustain psychologically and emotionally our children.
E di trasmettergli entusiasmo e valori.
And to transmit them enthusiasm and values.
Per una terra più solida interiore.
For an earth much more solid.
Che gli dia sicurezza.
That gives them a self-esteem.
Anche quando esteriormente manca la stabilità.
Even when outside it is missing.
E a tal proposito reputo controproducente l'insediamento dello yoga come si sta cercando di attuarlo in Italia.
And in this regard, I consider it counterproductive the inclusion of yoga as they are trying to implement in Italy.
Attraverso una forma di competizione fisica.
Through a form of physical competition.
La ginnastica è utile.
Gymnastic is useful.
Ma è già nei programmi scolastici.
But we already find in the program, in the school, in the curricula.
Lo yoga è altro.
Yoga is something different.
Non deve portare a competizione.
It should not lead to competition.
Perché questa causa altra ansia e stress agli alunni.
As this causes more anxiety and stress to students.
Ma deve dare capacità di accogliere con gioia.
But instead, it should give the ability to welcome with joy
le opportunità date dal proprio corpo,
all the opportunities given by their own body,
qualunque sia la posizione raggiunta durante la pratica.
wherever position they would be reaching during the practice.
È quindi fondamentale l'inserimento di yama e niyama.
Therefore, it becomes essential to include the yama and niyama principles.
Iniziando dalla non violenza.
Starting with the non-violence.
Nei confronti di se stessi e del proprio corpo.
Towards oneself and one's own body.
Che va rispettato come un tempio.
That must be respected just as a temple.
Solo sperimentando la non violenza.
Only by experiencing non-violence
ed il rispetto per se stessi
and respect for oneself,
per gli altri,
for others,
e l'amore per la natura fin da piccoli,
and love for nature since early age,
si potrà creare una società migliore.
We may think to create a better society.
La visione dell'altro come prolungamento di sé può essere realizzata attraverso lo yoga a coppie, per esempio.
This vision of the other to be considered just an extension of the oneself can be realized through yoga in pairs, for example.
L'ascolto del respiro dell'altro.
Listening to the breath of the other.
E il collegamento al proprio.
And connecting to one's own breath.
Rende possibile le basi del rispetto e dell'amore per una società futura.
This will make it possible to lay the foundations of respect and love for the future.
Senza aggressività e violenza.
Without aggression and violence.
Noi anche a livello comunicativo è necessario che i ragazzi imparino ad esporre i propri pensieri e sentimenti.
And in order to get a better communication, it is vitally important that the children, the guys, they learn how to organize their feelings and their thoughts.
Facendo attenzione a quelli altrui.
Paying attention to the others too.
In cui il processo empatico attraverso lo yoga,
in which the empathic process through yoga
diventi qualcosa di veramente inscindibile dalla propria natura.
Becomes inseparable from his own nature.
È inoltre importante che ogni alunno percepisca il proprio corpo.
It is also important that every student perceives his own body
come una realtà meravigliosa,
as a wonderful reality,
come parte integrante della natura,
as an integral part of the nature,
e che in una società come la nostra, bombardato da immagini di corpi ideali,
and that in a society like the one we are living at the moment,
e spesso manipolati, in cui prevale apparenza e superficialità,
where the body are part of this vision, but in a changed way.
Anziché la realtà e la profondità d'animo,
instead of looking at the depth of the source,
non senta di doverlo modificare desiderando di diventare altro da sé.
Without changing it, in order to become somebody different from himself.
Ognuno ha le sue specificità fisiche.
Everybody has got his own specific physical parts.
Non dobbiamo diventare una copia degli altri imitandoli.
We should not become a copy like the others by imitating them.
Dobbiamo aiutare i ragazzi ad entrare in relazione con se stessi partendo dal proprio corpo.
We must help children to enter into a relationship with themselves, starting from their body.
Mettere in evidenza le proprie potenzialità.
To highlight their potential.
E vivere le differenze come ricchezza e non come limiti.
And to live differences as a wealth, not as a limits.
È importante attuare questo inserimento nella scuola pubblica.
It is important to implement this inclusion in public school.
Dove anche i bambini o i ragazzi più trascurati dalle famiglie.
Where even children or youngers, the one most neglected by families.
Con difficoltà economica o sociale.
Or with economic or social difficulties.
Abbiano la possibilità di usufruire di un percorso che altrimenti sarebbe solo beneficio.
Can take advantage of a path that otherwise would be just beneficial.
Di chi ha alle spalle famiglie molto attente a trasmettere dei valori positivi e alla crescita dei propri figli.
To those who have behind them families very attentive to certain values and they grow their children in a certain way.
A questo scopo c'è bisogno di una preparazione veramente seria degli insegnanti di yoga per bambini e adolescenti.
To this point, we need a strong education towards teachers of yoga in the school.
Del personale qualificato che continui quotidianamente la sua ricerca.
A qualified staff that is keeping on searching.
E che continui seriamente acquistando competenza nello yoga, nella psicologia evolutiva, nella pedagogia e nella didattica.
That continues to study and research on psychology, pedagogy, and socially.
Con amore e compassione.
With love and compassion.
C'è bisogno di un impegno serio perché lo yoga, iniziato nella scuola dell'infanzia e portato avanti fino al termine della scuola superiore.
There is a major work on that as yoga started from primary school and carried on until the upper secondary school.
Possa realizzare una società migliore.
Can achieve a better society.
Che dia equilibrio e stabilità.
That can give balance and stability.
Rendendo consapevoli del valore della propria vita.
And make aware of the value of their own life.
Anche i ragazzi psicologicamente o socialmente più fragili.
Even children psychologically or socially more fragile.
E questa sicurezza che potrebbero raggiungere li sostiene allontanandoli dalle dipendenze da internet.
And this much more a sense of security will take them far away from other things, avoiding like internet dependency.
Dall'alimentazione spazzatura.
Junk food, from junk food.
Dall'abuso di alcol.
alcohol abuse,
o dall'uso anche di droghe,
or drug use,
così che sia i bambini che i giovani possano percepirsi
so that both children and young people can perceive themselves
non solo nel gruppo dei pari,
not only in the peer group,
ma in genere nella società intera,
but generally in the whole of the society,
come colori di uno stesso arcobaleno.
as a color of the same rainbow.
Sarebbe bellissimo che questo programma venisse realizzato
It would be beautiful that this program would have been realized
in collaborazione con tutti i rappresentanti europei.
In collaboration with all the representatives in Europe.
E poi vorrei dire agli insegnanti che è importante in questo momento di portare la gioia nel cuore quando entrano nelle classi.
And also I would like to suggest the teachers joy inside their heart when they go in the classroom.
Perché con il Covid in televisione non si parla di altro in questo periodo.
As because of the COVID on TV, you just hear talking about this subject.
Si rischia di perdere il contatto con l'altro.
And we tend to lose the contact with the other.
E si ha paura di un abbraccio, si diventa tristi ed demotivati.
And we start to be feared of a hug from somebody, and we start to tend to get much more demotivated and sad.
E quindi lo yoga è anche passione.
And yoga is also passion.
Quindi cerchiamo di trascinare i nostri ragazzi nella gioia di vivere.
So let's try to carry the children, the young students, to the wants of love.
Perché ne hanno tanto bisogno.
Because they are really needed at the moment.
Molto più di una regola di matematica o di una definizione di latino.
Much more than a definition in Latin or a mathematical rule.
E prima di entrare in classe,
and just before we enter in the classroom,
impariamo noi adulti ad abbandonare i nostri pensieri e le nostre preoccupazioni.
Let's start to learn how to live outside the classroom our preoccupation, our worries.
E sorridiamo alla vita.
And let's smile to life.
Ok, questo che state vedendo è una delle rappresentazioni attraverso una fiaba fatta in classe con i bambini e ovviamente c'era emozione ma c'era anche gioia nei loro visi. E ho tolto ovviamente il volume per evitare di sovrapporsi le voci. E la fiaba è stata creata da loro insieme così e poi è stata rappresentata con tutte le posizioni di yoga. Questo vabbè, per dare un'idea di quello che può accadere. Scusa Amelia.
Okay, so what you are looking at the moment is a representation of a fairy tales that we did with the children, with the students. And you can see that even though there was a lot of emotion, but there was such a smiley face, so happy. Now the volume has been taken out by purpose, so our voices are not overlapping one another.
Okay.
Penso di aver tradotto tutto quello che avevi detto.
Sì, scusami, non mi sono resa conto. E questo è un pezzetto di una rappresentazione dello yoga a coppie per avere un'idea.
And this is a representation of a yoga in a couple, in duo, as a duo.
Oh, scusa, no, sparita. No, come faccio vedere? Ultimo. No, no. No. Ah, va bene. Bene. Ok, va bene, era solo per dare un'idea, insomma,
So very well, it was just to give you an idea of what can happen.
Cara Gisa,
grazie, grazie.
ma grazie dal cuore a te Gisa, è una presentazione molto bella, molto utile, che incoraggia altri insegnanti a seguire un po' il tuo sentiero. I bambini, è bene portare lo yoga anche ai bambini, traduci Amelia, grazie.
Thank you very much, Gisa, for your beautiful and very interesting presentation. This has to be an encouragement to all the people that they are walking on your same path, that can lead them children towards yogic life.
E la nostra cara Gisa Franceschelli ha scritto un bellissimo libro che vedrà la luce, ha già visto la luce, ma io spero tanto che veda la luce in più grande, da un grande editore che la prenda veramente sul serio e pubblichi questo libro ovunque, perché è unico in Europa.
Okay.
Grazie Amelia di aver avuto tanta pazienza.
Was un onore per me, Gisa, really honored. So Amelia G is saying that Gisa Franceschelli wrote a wonderful book, and we are really hoping to read it soon, that a great and important publisher house can really take care about this book, because it's so special, very unique expression in all Europe, all your experiences.
Grazie ancora Gisa, grazie. Arrivederci presto.
Ciao,
non vedo l'ora di riabbracciarti, cara.
Thank you very much. We hope to hug again soon.
Ora io voglio introdurre il prossimo ospite. Prego.
Sorry. I would like to introduce to you our next guest.
Secondo voi una federazione europea che si occupa di yoga, in una federazione che si occupa di yoga, può mancare un consigliere, un advisor indiano?
In your opinion, can in an European federation that is in charge of yoga, can be missing an advisor, an Indian advisor? What do you think?
Noi ne abbiamo uno speciale. Che vi presentiamo prima con un piccolo video e vi facciamo conoscere una persona speciale. Io e il dottor Vikram ci consideriamo fratelli nel vero senso della parola.
We do have an Indian advisor. He's a great person, Dr. Vikram Ji. We consider each other just like brother.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will introduce Dr. Vikram through a video now.
Perché c'è la condivisione di
Gisa?
C'è la condivisione di Gisa, forse da togliere. Eccola. Parti ora. Solo un attimo, per cortesia. Scusate un attimino perché... Eccolo.
Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar, a name that resonates and impels us to think about spiritual elevation and gratitude. Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar is a master's in management and human resources, but that's not all. His understanding of the Gita and other ancient scriptures and how this knowledge can be implemented to the modern day lifestyle for our spiritual upliftment while doing our daily chores is impeccable. His communication skills are superb, and he creates an environment of openness and trust for everyone, and his thoughts are a blend of knowledge and relatable examples from everyday life. In this event, Dr. Vikrant is focusing on the topic of happiness is a choice. A person who forgets the language of gratitude can never be on speaking terms with happiness. Some of us have had the opportunity of meeting him in person, and the kind of energy one feels around him cannot be described with words, but simply said, is inspiring. Without taking too much of your time, let's listen to Dr. Tomar himself and his thoughts on how happiness is a choice that we have and implement it.
Namaste,
Please.
everybody.
Please,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Vikrant.
respected Swamiji. Namaste.
Namaste to you. Namaste. It's a great joy for me.
Same here, honor. Thank you very much, Swamiji, for having me here. And dear friends, I'm so happy to talk to you today in this event, Be Yoga Beyond. And what is yoga? What does that mean to me, Be Yoga Beyond? I would like to talk about it, but before I go into it, it reminds me of age-old real incident that happened in India. There was a mighty emperor called Menander. He wanted to meet a sage called Nagsen. He was a Buddhist sage. So this emperor sent some of the ministers to Nagsen to call him. But every time whenever somebody will go to Nagsen to call him, Nagsen will reply, tell to the emperor, I can come, but there is nobody called Nagsen. So whenever somebody will come and invite Nagsen, the same answer Nagsen will give, tell the emperor, I can come, but there is nobody called Nagsen. Finally, emperor got confused. So Menander himself went. He took his chariot and he went to meet that saint called Nagarjun or Nagsen. Then he asked that saint that I am amazed to listen your replies. What does that mean that you can come, but there is nobody called Nagsen? Your name is Nagsen. You are Nagsen. Then gently Nagsen replied, the vehicle through which you came, what do you call that vehicle? He said, that is a chariot. Nagsen said, okay, fine. Can you remove different parts of the chariot? So all different parts of the chariots were removed. So then when parts were removed, Nagsen used to indicate every part. Okay, what is that? King will say it is wheel. What is that? It is a spoke. What is that? Axis. What is that? Body of the chariot. What is that? Harness. What is that? Reins. What is that? Rim. When all chariot was opened and bits and pieces, then Nagsen asked, where is the chariot? There is nothing called chariot. It's just the combination of various parts together. When you assemble them, you call it chariot. Otherwise, chariot does not exist at all. Then Nagsen replied, I am just an assembly of various things called shariram, the body. Various bodies are assembled around me. So if you call this body as Nagsen, I'm sorry, you are seriously mistaken. So let's understand what Nagsen was trying to do. Let me take you to an interesting exercise. So when I say something, you start doing it. Okay, fine. Let's start doing it. Now I want you to put your hand on your head. Do it. Very good. Now I want you to put your hand on your ear. Do it. Perfect. Now I want you to put your hand over your nose. Now I want you to put your hands over your lips. Now I want you to put your hand over your heart. Now I want you to put your hands over your shoulder. Now I want you to put your hands over your hands. Now I want you to put your hands over yourself. Now, where will you put? People may put various places. Some will put here, they'll say, no, soul resides here. Some will say here, no, I'm brains only. Somebody will put, no, I'm a karma yogi. I'm an action-oriented person. But the point is, everybody gets confused where to put hands when we say, put your hand over yourself. Because whatever is your is not you. It is my body, then it cannot be me. Like if it is my glass, then it cannot be me because it is mine. So whatever is mine, I cannot be that. This is what Nagarjuna was trying to say, that all things are the assembly. And today I'm going to talk about that assembly. It's very interesting. This assembly is called Shariram. Technical definition in Sanskrit for Shariram is Shir Man Swabhavam Shariram. Anything, any body which is subject to change and decay is called Shariram, a body. Body means anything which is subject to decay, changeable. So what does that mean? When Nagsen said, I am an assembly of various parts. So if I talk about, I can see Johan, I can see many people. Are all of us assembly only? So let's see what are the different parts we are made up of. The first is called the physical body. The first part, it is called the physical body. Or if you take a simile of computer, it is the hardware of a computer, which you can see and touch. You can see my eyes, my cheeks, my hands. You can see. This is the physical body. People love each other's physical body. They get married to each other. People see whatever world drama is happening, it is revolving around the physical body. What is the raw material of it? Then Shastra says, Pancha Bhutani, by earth, water, ether, air, and fire. Whole life is about all these 5 things. Imagine when we were in the wombs of our mother, what was the earth component in that? The minerals we used to get from mother. Mineral comes from earth. We were floating in the womb. That water in the womb was the water component. Then we were located in the womb, that is ether, space, akasha. Then the breathing of mother is the vayu, air. And the combustion that was happening, the heat in the womb, is the fire element, agni. So when we were in womb, we were with these 5 elements. Throughout our life, we eat food is an earth element, prithvi. We drink water, jal, water element. We move, movement, either space. We breathe, vayu, air. And then we have sunlight. Without sunlight, without that fire or heat, no, world cannot continue. Fire. Whole life goes in this. And when we die, again these 5 elements. Like in Sanatana Dharma, people are put to fire. When they die, their body is put to fire. So when a body is put to fire, then body gets converted into ashes. Some of the ashes again fall back to earth. Left some of the ashes, they flow in the water. They floated in the water. Some of the ashes started moving with the air. Some of the ashes, when you see started moving in the air, they disappear. They go in space. And some of the ashes are there itself, burned by fire. So all these 5 elements, they give us birth, they sustain, and they consume us back. So whole life is an Ashes Cup. Famous Ashes Cup between Britain and Australia. Whole life is a journey from ashes to ashes. Fine. So what are the components of the physical body? We all know this. Hand, leg, central body system, nervous system. We all know that. Fine. What is the nature of this body? This physical body, which people love. They are so enamored of it. Their skin, they do many plastic surgeries, their skin tone. People are so fascinated about it. So let's see what is its nature. Then Shastra says it has 6-fold natures. First is Asti. It takes birth, this body. It comes. Second is Jayate. So first is Asti means it comes in the womb. When I say birth, it means biological birth. Second is Jayate, physical birth. You come out in this world. Third is Vardhate. It grows. We were so small, now we are so big. Fourth is viparyate, metamorphosis. Puberty age comes. Fifth is upakshyate, then aging and decay comes. See all the divas of Hollywood. See their pictures, photographs when they were 18, 90 or in their 30s. And see all those divas photographs when they are at 60 or 70 or 80 years of age. We shrink. We decay. Every moment we are decaying. And last is pranashyati, death. So these 6 things happens to something that is called physical body. Anything wherever these 6 things will function is a physical body. It is visible to all, self and others. I can see in mirror, you can also see. It's evident. And what is the duration of this body? Generally, for a second to 120 years. Generally. So this physical body can last from second to 120 years. And that's why in Sanskrit and in Sanatan Dharma, it is called Deha. Deha means Dahana Yogyam, something which will be put in fire again. So this is the combination of the physical body. Now the interesting dynamics of the physical body, which you will be actually interested in, because this all everybody knows. So I'm telling you about the first component of my existence. Who am I? Where to put hand? Fine. So the dynamics of physical body is interesting. Now let me narrate you the story of 5 friends. These are 5 friends and I'm telling you the story. Remember these friends. First friend. His problem is, she said, she's a girl, she said, he didn't wish me on my birthday. I felt so bad. This is her problem. Her husband or boyfriend didn't wish her on the birthday and she's feeling bad. Second person, second friend. His problem is, I don't want to delegate to assure quality. This is a manager in a company and he never wants to delegate. Fine. Because he feels that he needs to assure the quality. Third person story. I keep distance from people. It is better that I keep distance. I don't get involved with people. This is the third person. I'm telling you some characteristic traits of these people. Fourth person. I don't want to marry at all. No, I don't want to marry. Fifth person. The person don't want to work or study. This fifth person doesn't want to work or nor he want to study. So 5 people, their stories. First person, she's saying that he didn't wish me. I felt bad. Second, I don't want to delegate to assure the quality. Third, I keep distance from people. Fourth, I don't want to marry. Fifth person, I don't want to study or work at all. Such lethargic person he is. So this is a story of these 5 friends. Fine. Let's go further. This is the characteristics of these 5 people. This is what their body, their speech, their actions are demonstrating. But have you ever thought why we are what we are? Why we are the way we are? Why we are the way we are? Have you ever thought? So the answer comes from second component of our body. It is called subtle body. If you again take the simile of a computer, then it's a software, subtle body, subtle body. What is the raw material of the subtle body? It is subtle matter.
Sorry, what was that?
It is the subtle matter. And what are the functions and the components of this subtle body?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
I'm sorry. Alexa is disturbing. She's thinking I'm talking to her. You know technology. Alexa, stop. Okay. So next is, what are the components of this body? So components of the subtle body is 5 sense perception, sense organs. We all know it. I won't elaborate it. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. So this is the 5 components which are called sense organs. Receiving things, we receive it through sensations. Then 5 are the pranas. Yesterday, a lot of elaborations are being done on this. So I won't elaborate on that. Prana means prana, apana, vyana, samana, and udana. All 5 pranas are also part of this subtle body. Third is 5 action organs like hands, feet, mouth, anus, and genitals. So 5 sense organs, 5 action organs, 5 pranas, 15. All these together. Prana means the energy body, the energy, vital life force energy, right? Through which we move. Now, fourth of it, it is called Antahakaranam, the inner instrument. There are 4 Antahakaran, which will make me what I am. What we are searching for, why these 5 people are like the way they are, why they are behaving in this manner. That somebody doesn't want to delegate, somebody feels bad if you forget her birthday. Why it is happening? So let me answer you that. So the answer comes from this Antahakaranam. Antahakaran has got man means mind, buddhi means intellect, aham means I-ness, ego, and fourth is chittam means memory. Let's see, do we get the answer why people are the way they are? So first component is mind. Mind is unintentional thinking, emotions, processing unit. Whatever is received by 5 senses gets processed. It is something that doubts to be or not to be. So mind is, it emotes, though, energy in motion, emotion. So it is just like that. So this is mind that feels emotions. Now let's understand intellect. Intellect is intentional thinking, rational decision. Fine. So it is thinking. It is thinking process. So let's understand what may be the thinking of the first person who said, she said, he didn't wish me, I felt bad. Let me tell you, what is the thought behind? I'm not his priority. This is the thought behind. Let's see what is the thought behind of another person. I don't want to delegate to assure quality. The thought process is, if I won't see, things won't happen. If I won't personally think, nothing will happen. This is what is his thought. And that's why he don't delegate. So your body behaves as per your subtle body. Third is, I keep distance from people. Remember that fellow, third fellow. The thought behind is dependency is bad. When I grow closer to the people, I get attached. When I get attached to the people, I expect. When I expect, I get dependent. And when I get dependent and they don't fulfill the expectation, I feel bad. That's why dependency is bad. Look how much he thinks. And that's why he keeps distance from people, so that nobody should do it. Another person is, I don't want to marry. There is a person who doesn't want to marry. So the thought behind is nobody sees. What he's saying, I don't want to marry, everybody's seeing. But what is the thought behind it? I'm not beautiful, you know. So people will reject me. So before anybody will reject me, let me reject him. This is the thought. So what I will say, I won't marry. Then, I don't want to study and work. That fifth chap, the thought is, I'm a careless person. He knows I am a careless person. So he doesn't want to put efforts at all. Fine, I am this way only. Perfect. Now let's go to another component. That is called chittam, memory. Memory. Antahakaran's component. Memory. Memory is the record house. It records all the experiences, past life experiences, prenatal experiences, till date experiences, spiritual experiences, all experiences it carries. Storehouse of us. So let's connect again that person who said, I don't want to delegate because the thought was, I'm not, the first person, what? She was saying that he didn't wish me. I felt bad. The thought was, I am not his priority. And the memory behind it is what? We were 5 brothers and sisters when I was small. Mother never took care of me. Mother took care of all the elder brothers. Nobody loved me. And see, my husband is also not wishing me. It means nobody loves me at all. Look, it is coming from that deep-rooted memory. Then second person who doesn't want to delegate, he feels that if I won't see, things won't happen. What is stored in his memory? His memory says that when I was very small, my father died. And then my father died, I was the eldest in the house. So everything I had to do, if I won't do, nothing happens. But still that person is now 40 years of age. Now things have changed, but that memory is still there back subconsciously. And that's why he doesn't want to delegate. Third person is, I keep distance from people because I don't want to be dependent. What is the memory behind is, after my father's demise, whomsoever we get dependent on, everybody betrayed us. Now I don't want to trust anybody. Fourth is, I don't want to marry. What was the thought process? I don't look good. And before somebody rejects me, let me reject them. But then, what is the memory behind? When I was very small, we 3 sisters were standing together. A photographer told me, you please get out of the screen because you don't look good. You will spoil others' picture also. And that really hurt me here. And I realized I'm not good. That person who doesn't want to work because he feels I'm careless. What is the story? What is the memory behind? Father used to tell when he was small, you can't do anything. You are a useless fellow. So it is in his memory. So this is how what we are. And this is the reason why we are. And last component is ahamkaraha. I-ness, how do I see myself? Do I define myself by race, by religion, by gender? If I have these limited identities, then certainly my thought will also be limited. We are not human beings having spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings came here on the planet to have a human experience. These things were never division of labor, but people converted into division of laborers itself. So what happens is, when your thought is not right, it creates a limiting belief. When your limiting beliefs, your limited identities creates limited thoughts, limited feelings. Feelings creates words, word creates action, action creates habits, habits creates character, character creates the destiny. So what to do? All the bad experiences, all the emotions that are stored here, if you suppress those negative emotions, it will lead to depression. If you express it, it will lead to aggression. What to do? Channelize it. How to channelize? All the bad memories. Formula is, remember people. What people do is, generally the mistake we do is we remember people but forget the lesson. What we should do is, we remember the lesson and forgive the people. And try to share what you feel like. Write mails to self, text, call, forgive people. Meditate, sleep better, do spiritual exercise, listen alpha music, do self-talk, do some exercise, read some good books, travel, draw. Have some master to whom you can share what you feel like. So what is the age of this subtle body? This subtle body, this mind, it travels, in Shastra says, to a kalpa. From one pralayam to another, complete kalpa. Kalpa means from the resolution and the destruction of the universe. From the resurrection and the destruction of the universe, it stays. So it stays in us so long, the last component. So, but why it happens that? Why these people think differently from each other? Why two brothers, sisters think very differently from each other? The answer lies in the last component of the body. It is called the causal body. Causal body. In the same simile of computer, it is a zip drive. You take another computer, put the zip drive and reprogram it again. So it is made up of vasana, avidya and vasana. Vasana means your character's deep-rooted instincts. Deep-rooted instincts. The literal meaning of word vasana is smell. Smell of your character. Swami Vivekananda used to say that every action you do leaves a footprint on your soul. And that footprint is called vasana. Vasana is the blueprint of life. It is your life script. It is your soul plan. It is your development plan. You have come here for a purpose, to complete your uncompleted stories, to complete your unresolved stuff. This vasana or the causal body, it's a teacher. Fine. Past is a teacher if you learn from it. And it is a burden if you don't learn from it. Let's understand those 5 fellows. What was their past? What was their vasana? This fellow number 1 who doesn't, that girl said that he didn't wish me and that's why my husband doesn't love me. In her past life, she was an arrogant princess. She was an arrogant princess. And now she is reborn to understand what is that, what does it mean being neglected by people. Fine. That person who feels that I cannot delegate because nobody will do the stuff and I was the elder son and father died and all that stuff. His past life story was that he was a careless person. now reborn to understand the importance of responsibility. I can't trust anybody. Third fellow, his past life story was that a person died out. He died out of poison. So his soul imprint is, I can't trust anybody. And that person who feels that I don't want to get married because people may reject it, I don't look beautiful. And then I was small, a photographer said so. In her past life, she was so arrogant of her beauty, and that's why she is reincarnated like this. And the last person who says that I don't, the last person was that father used to say, you can't do anything, careless person. He was the richest person on the earth that time. Now he wants to really lead his life without responsibility. So people come to complete their stories. Learnings are left. Vasana is the theme. Lessons to be learned in this reincarnated journeys. People, situations, families, all around us. They contribute in our development. Nothing happens to us unnecessary. Whatever is happening has a reason behind it. We all are born for a purpose. Vasana is the sum total of all the grand narrative of life. We all are on our own soul journeys. And we have all own respective vasanas. In Buddhism, they call Jataka tales. Buddha reincarnated more than 500 times in Mahayana. We also reincarnate many times. Jati Smaran in Jainism. Old Testament also talks about rebirth. So we are the writer of our own script. We are the actor, we are the director, we are the producer. We are everything of our movie called life. So ask yourself, if you don't like a person who is hurting you again and again, look at that person, imagine that person and ask yourself these three questions. First, what aspect of my personality attracted this person? Second, what lesson he is there to teach me in my life? Third, what is the gift of wisdom I am getting through this tough teacher that person is? And last is the age, the nature of this vasana body. It remains forever till we get liberated. And we cannot be liberated in any case till we identify ourselves with limited identities. So I am not the body, physical body, because it changes and perishes, but I don't perish. I still feel that young as I used to feel when I was small. So there is something in me which is beyond my physical body because it changes. Second is subtle body. No, because my mind keeps on changing. I used to love a person 10 years back. Today, I hate that person. Imagine. I used to be a communist 10 years back. Now I'm a capitalist. Imagine. So the point is, neither am my thoughts because they keep on changing, nor am my emotions because I keep on changing. So I'm not my subtle body, nor that is my prana even, because today I'm feeling energetic, tomorrow I may feel dull. I'm ill, I'm sick. So I cannot define myself in that. Am I the causal body? The subconscious stuff? Vasanas? No, I'm not even that. Because that stuff also keeps on changing. I reincarnate and I change. I eliminate those old vasanas. Then who am I then? Yoga said, go beyond. That is the theme of this program. Go beyond these limited identities. Then what is the real identity? So Adi Shankaracharya replies so beautiful. He said, whenever somebody asks you, who are you? Know yourself and answer this. It is called Nirvana Shatakam. 6 verses which leads you to liberation by Adi Shankaracharya. First verse he says, whenever somebody says, who are you? Don't say, I am Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar, because Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar is name of my body. If I say I am a teacher, it is name of my role. If I say I am male, it is again the gender I am talking about. But what should I answer? Answer is like this. First verse, Nirvana Shatakam. I am not the mind, not the intellect. I am not the ego, nor the memory. I am not the space, not the earth, nor the fire, nor the water or the wind. I am the pure consciousness, bliss. I am that eternal Shiva. beyond these three bodies. Verse 2 says, remember that I am not the breath, no. Nor the five elements you talked about, no. I am not the matter, nor the five shells, five koshas. Nor I am the speech, hands, or my feet. No, because my hand can be cut, but I can never be cut. So, I am pure consciousness, bliss. I am that eternal Shiva. Then Shankaracharya again says, say this, there is no like or dislike in me. No greed or delusion. I know no pride, no jealousy. I have no duty, no desires for wealth, lust, or liberation even. I am that pure consciousness and bliss. I am that Shiva. Fourth verse says, no virtue, nor vice, no pleasure, no pains. These are just experiments called life. I need no mantras, no pilgrimage, no scripture, no even rituals. So boldly he said all these things. Can you imagine? In a way, he defied everything, whatever is existent. No pilgrimage, no scriptures, no rituals. I am not the experiencer, not the experienced, not the experience itself. I am that pure consciousness and bliss. I am that Shiva. He continues, I have no fear of death because I am eternal. No caste or creed I carry. I have no father, no mother, for I was never even born. I am not a relative or a friend, nor a teacher to anybody, nor a student even. I am that pure consciousness bliss. I am that eternal Shiva. Last verse. I am devoid of duality. I see me in you, you in me, and us in all. I am devoid of duality. No dualities. There is one singularity. We all are one. I am devoid of duality. My form is formlessness. I exist everywhere, pervading in everybody, in all the senses. I am neither attached, nor free, nor captive even. I am that pure consciousness bliss. I am that Shiva. This is what is the essence of yoga. Yoga means connecting yourself to the higher, joining to the higher. And be yoga beyond means take these instruments, shariram, physical, subtle, and the causal shariram, as an instrument for this experiment called life. Don't get too much attached to it, because everybody dies. Because we will go and we will come back again, says Bhagavad Gita. So realize this, that these instruments are very important. This body is needed for the experiment called life. A healthy mind, intelligence, and right eye-ness is needed. Right chittam is needed for the experiment called life. And certainly, those vasanas also I need to overcome in this experiment called life. When I overcome all these things, when I go beyond these things, then only true yoga will be established. And that state is called samadhi, complete absorption in self, in real self. And that is what we mean by be yoga beyond, eternal bliss. Thank you very much.
Dottor Vikrant, grazie molto della tua bellissima conferenza.
Dr. Vikram, thank you very much for this beautiful conference.
Thank you.
Grazie anche della tua presenza qui e grazie della tua presenza nel board dell'European Yoga Federation.
Thanks for your presence here in this conference, but also thank you for your presence in the European Yoga Federation.
Per cortesia, tu sei stato l'ideatore e il fondatore della United Consciousness e io e te sappiamo che ci stiamo preparando a un grande progetto e vorrei che tu usassi 4-5 minuti per parlarci di questo progetto collegato con la Giornata Mondiale dello Yoga.
Okay, so you are the creator and the founder of the United Consciousness, and the two of us know very well that a big project is going to take part to be coming. Please spend 2-3 minutes with us to explain what is going to happen on the Yoga Day, on this celebration.
Thank you very much, Swamiji, for giving me an opportunity to speak about United Consciousness. And friend, all of us knows that Swamiji himself is an esteemed advisor of United Consciousness. We are humbled to have you, Swamiji. United Consciousness is a global initiative with a mission of one consciousness, one being, and with a vision of happiness here and now. So anything that cannot provide happiness here and now is not needed. We want this planet to be happy. And for that, United Consciousness has been doing various events to create a global platform where all masters, life coaches from all 6 continents comes together to declare that unity and oneness. And this time, on 19th and 20th of June, 2021, United Consciousness is organizing a grand event called United Consciousness International Yoga Day. Life coaches, spiritual masters, art performers, dancers from all 6 continents of the world are coming together on a common platform, where we will be discussing various facets, aspects of yogic life, so that we can fill our life with joy, happiness, and energy. I invite from this platform of European Yoga Federation. European Yoga Federation is my second home. Every face is so very familiar and so very welcoming that I always feel that I am completely at home. On this platform of Federation, I invite everybody from the world to be a part in this grand celebration of United Consciousness on 19th and 20th of June. For that, kindly log into the website www.unitedconsciousness.in. Everybody is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Grazie proprio dal cuore. E io mi auguro che faremo sempre, insieme anche agli altri advisors di entrambe le organizzazioni, faremo sempre bellissimi eventi per portare questa cultura, questa bellezza e questi obiettivi nel mondo intero.
Thank you very much from the deep of my heart, Dr. Vikramji. We hope that the 2 members, the 2 advisor members of the board, they will keep on working hard in order to create beautiful, amazing events and congresses and events.
Grazie ancora.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. Thank you, Andreji. Thank you, Amiji. Thank you, Christine, Amelia ji. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Amadi ji, thank you. Thank you, Francis ji. Thank you. Namaste.
So, Namabuddha Hankara Chitani Naham. Nasa Protra Jive Nasa Grana Netre.
André, tra un po' vedremo anche André. E adesso però vi voglio parlare vi voglio presentare degli artisti che amo molto. Ognuno di noi durante il primo lockdown ha sentito scattare dentro di sé proprio per la natura del forte che va verso i deboli, lo yogin che si mette a disposizione, che mette a disposizione la sua vita quando l'umanità è in difficoltà. Ti lascio tradurre, Ami.
In a little while we will listen also to dear Andre G. In the meantime, before that, I would like to point out something. We're going to listen briefly to some art. During the first part of the lockdown, any one of us felt the need, mainly when you are like a yogini inside, felt the need to help, to support the others.
Ognuno di noi si è messo al servizio con tutti i mezzi che aveva a disposizione per sostenere le persone, chi faceva lezioni di yoga, chi teneva conferenze, insomma, ognuno di noi ha sentito questo impulso di stare vicino ai nostri fratelli che soffrivano.
During the first lockdown, each one of us felt this pulse inside to support their brothers. And any one of us felt a need to give service in the mean that they were able to. Some of us were offering yoga classes, some of us conferences, anyone with its own mean in order to support their brothers.
L'animo degli artisti è molto sensibile, molto vicino anche all'animo di uno yogin. Io voglio farvi vedere questi artisti durante il primo lockdown, che cosa facevano, e osservate bene il pubblico che cercavano di sostenere.
The art of the artists is so deep, just like a yogin. And I would like to show you now what the heart of these two artists managed to create during the first lockdown. Sorry?
Niente, vi sto parlando di Carlo Doneddu e Vanessa Bissiri. Prima vi presento, vi faccio passare il profilo di questi artisti e poi vi mando un breve video perché osserviate come questi due artisti noti si mettono a disposizione subito col primo lockdown.
I'm talking about Carlo Doneddu and Vanessa Bissiri. I will introduce them through a short video first, and then one of their video. And we will see how these two famous artists, they made themselves at the service of the others.
Up next, United Consciousness would like to welcome the dynamic duo Vanessa Bissiri and Carlo Doneddu from Spain. Since childhood, Vanessa started singing and dancing. She was most excited about creating stories. It was a natural dimension in her. Vanessa is a trained dancer, actress, and singer. After working with several companies, she now dedicates herself to music. Major projects include Dinner to Duck, with whom they were guests at the Tenco Award, and duo trio with Carlo Doneddu as a guitarist. Along with performance, she teaches music and dance and accompanies people on their artistic journey. Carlo Doneddu also started his classical guitar journey at a very young age, soon after completing the studies at the Conservatory. Carlo started composing songs. He was fascinated by the world. Carlo created a group, Figli di Lubal, with his compositions. Carlo's significant projects are La Buena Novela with Antonella Ruggiero, fruit of the collaboration with Laborantes, Gadisha with the guitar duo with the guitarist Catarnangela Fada, the duo trio with singer Vanessa Bissiri, the project of the Sicilian singer Dominique Fidanza, with whom they were guests at the Tenco Award. Along with performances, Carlo composed soundtracks, sound editing, and his recent passion, video making. We welcome Milicévić and Kallio Donedo.
Soy de la orilla brava, del agua turbia y la correntada, que baja hermosa por su barrosa profundidad. Soy un paisano serio, soy gente del remanso Valerio, a donde el vuelo remonta cielo en el Paraná. Soy del color del río y tu misma voz en mi canto sigo, el agua mansa, su suave danza en el corazón. Pero a veces oscura, va turbulenta en la ciega hondura y se hace brillo en este cuchillo de pescador. Cristo de las redes, no nos abandones. Los espineles, llévanos tus dones. No pienses que nos perdiste, que la pobreza nos pone triste. La sangre tensa y uno no piensa más que morir. Agua del río viejo, llévate pronto este canto lejos que va aclarando y vamos pescando para vivir. Llevo mi sombra alerta sobre la escama del agua abierta y en el reposo vertiginoso del espinel. Sueño que alzo la proa y subo a la luna en la canoa y descanso, echa un remanso mi propia piel. Cristo de mis dolores, ay, Cristo de los pescadores, dile a mi amada que está penada esperándome, que ando pensando en ella mientras voy vadeando las estrellas, que el río está bravo y ando cansado para volver. Cristo de las redes, no nos abandones. Los espineles, llévanos tus dones. No pienses que nos perdiste, que la pobreza nos pone triste. La sangre tensa y uno no piensa más que morir. Agua del río viejo, llévate pronto este canto lejos que va aclarando y vamos pescando para vivir. Agua del río viejo, llévate pronto este canto lejos que está aclarando y vamos pescando para vivir. Gracias.
Aplaudeix, Julieta, carinyo, si t'ha agradat. T'ha agradat? Molt bé, carinyo. Quan t'agrada aplaudeixes, vale? Molt bé, bravo! Que guai! Mola mi patio interior, Muy bien.
Ho molto, molto apprezzato questi due meravigliosi artisti.
I very much appreciated these two beautiful artists.
Che avendo visto l'umanità debole,
that having seen a weak part of the humanity,
hanno offerto quello che avevano con il cuore.
They offer whatever they had with their heart.
Scusate. Vi voglio comunque tanto bene. Con Vanessa ci sentiamo sempre, soprattutto con lei. Grazie.
I really would like to thank really a deep feeling of love to both Meli to Vanessa, which I call her and we talk very often.
Bene. Ora passiamo al prossimo nostro oratore, che è un'altra persona che io apprezzo tanto, che conosco da tanti anni. Stiamo percorrendo da anni lo stesso sentiero.
And now I would like to introduce you our next speaker. He's a person we very much appreciate, and we're really close to each other. We've been walking along the same path for a long time together.
Sì, è un sentiero nel quale ognuno di noi sta cercandosi, ognuno di noi sta provando a realizzarsi e in un certo senso dediti anche all'insegnamento, sta provando a passare la propria esperienza agli altri.
It's the same path where everybody, all of us who are in, are trying to search themselves, are trying to realize themselves, and also to teach to others whatever their experience are.
Vi sto parlando di André Riel, cittadino francese del sud della Francia.
And now talking about André Riel, a citizen from the southern part of France.
Ma lui non è francese, lui come me è un cittadino di questo globo, un cittadino di questo pianeta.
But just like me, he's not French. Just like me, is the citizen of the globe, of the total globe.
Allora prego il nostro caro Pietro di mandarci un po' un video per farci conoscere chi è André.
Okay, so please I request dear Pietro to introduce André through a video that will explain who André is.
I am feeling immensely happy in introducing the incredible learned personality, André Riel from France. He is a master of Nidra Yoga and Kashmir Shaiva Tantra. He is a student of yoga since 1972. He first stayed in a monastery in the Himalayas and met many traditional masters studying extremely specific teachings of classical as well as tantric yoga practices. After some years of searching, meeting with Kashmiri Babu, an ascetic from the Shaiva tradition, he underwent a retreat of deep study into the spiritual quest. Also, very touched by his meetings with J. Krishnamurti and Sri Anand Mahima, he studied further important aspects of the inner path. It was the final encounter with Chandra Swami, an ascetic from the Brahmanic lineage of the Udasins, which would give a full understanding of all the teachings studied before. He has been teaching Mantra Yoga, Pran Kriya and Swadhyay. He is a Nidra Yoga instructor for the past 20 years across 5 continents. He is a board member of the European Union of Yoga, founder of Nidra Consciousness, founder member of Indian Yoga Association, and director of Nidra Study Centers across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Andre Riel.
Please, Andre, now the stage is yours. Thank you.
This is too much. Hari Om, everyone. Hari Om. I don't know how many are we together today? Do you know, Amadio?
Oh, public is in another part. Here we are only speakers.
Yeah, this I know.
But the transmission is on YouTube. I cannot see now. I cannot see because I am in front of my laptop.
I see. I understand. So,
I only, Andre, only yesterday, the part of yesterday had 1,200 visite, come si dice?
Yeah.
Views. 1,200 was the first day.
Congratulations.
Okay. No problems. But as you know, this video is in online for many years after.
I see.
Okay, Andre, please.
So, Hari Om, everyone, and I'm talking to you from south of France. It's a very sunny day today, and the topic is about this Nidra Yoga, spiritual path for modern life, and just as an introduction, I started studying Nidra by the age of 9 or 10, and I've never really studied deeply anything else. So it's been a long time now. It's 55 years or something. And what comes out of it is teaching in quite many countries in different continents. Kind of realized that into the Indian knowledge or tradition, there are very cultural sides and there are also universal sides. And it has been a big work for translating the cultural points of view and putting them a little bit aside and giving more place to the universal points of view. But of course, they crisscross from time to time. So, talking about spirituality for us needs some understanding and definition. Because as you probably all know, spirituality has been mixed up with many, many notions, with many, many cults sometimes, and it has brought from time to time to division and even to wars. So when it became like too much religious. So what can be understood as spirituality? You know, there are spiritual people, and spirituality is just a common word. And so what is a spiritual person? What is a mystic person? And we can define him or her as somebody who is searching for unity with what we call in our languages with God. So a mystic is somebody in search of unity with godliness. I will go from time to time to Sanskrit words in this speech, in this talk. One word in Sanskrit that is equal to God is Deva, Deva. And one of the translation of Deva is the beaming, not the beamer, but the beaming, something that spread, the beaming process. And in many societies, the word mystic defines somebody who has unusual faculties, unusual abilities. I remember a friend, a lady friend, she lived 1 hour drive from where I'm talking to you now. And she was a really big mystic. She was from Israel. She was a Jew. And she lived in a small village, and she used to sit under a tree outside of the village. And she started having problems because the villagers saw her from time to time 40 to 50 centimeters above the earth. She was in a kind of levitating state. And so she was understood as a witch. And finally they kicked her out of the village and she had to leave. So in society, very often what people call a mystic person is somebody who has unusual faculties, unusual abilities. But in spirituality, what we mean by a mystic person is somebody who is trying to be related to godliness, or somebody who is related to godliness. And by God, we have to understand this translation, something that is spreading, beaming, a process. And it's a process that has no center. It's an expansion. We could say an expansion without a center. And one of the big questions regarding yogis is how to be a mystic, how to be in relationship with that godliness. And as you know, yogas have invented or have discovered different ways for this. And as you know also, for the last 40, 50 years, all those ways have been pretty much reduced in people's thought to funny body movement on carpets. And we all know it is not about this, but this is how it has spread. And slowly the idea developed that a yogi is somebody who is twisting his body on the carpet. And you probably know that yoga means a state of, let's say, unity, a state where there is no division. And many, many times people have been questioning. It is not being divided from what? And from this question came so many technical aspects. And it's a wrong question. The question is not how to be not divided from whatever. The question is how to be related to unity. And when we put the question this way, then answers are very little. There's not many answers because it's quite simple, which doesn't mean it is easy, but it's simple. When you put the question, how to be not separated from whatever, then you have thousands and thousands, millions maybe of answers. So, what is it to be a spiritual or mystic person? What does it mean? And here again, there are few answers, because it's, once again, it's quite simple, even though it might be, or it is difficult. So one of the points is surrendering to the unknown. That is, most of the time, we are looking for answers in the realm of what we already know, into knowledge. And we find answers, but these answers are always limited in time and in space. And sometimes even the answers are not good. But even if they work, they are limited in time. They work for some times. And in particular conditions. That's what I mean by space. Here, I'm talking about surrendering to what we don't know. And it means surrendering to what will never be known, known by the thought. So it's pretty difficult to surrender to something that we cannot know, because the habit, the conditioning of being related to the known is very, very old. Millions of years, I mean, hundreds, thousands of years for the Homo sapiens that we are. And how do we do that? How can we surrender to the unknown? So you might have heard for the last maybe 10 years, a word has spread all over the spiritual people, and it is called mindfulness. So surrendering to the unknown is not mindfulness. If we have to give it a name, it would be heartfulness. That is surrendering with, let's say, with love, at least with affection. It could be surrendering with devotion, but in devotion there is always the risk of falling into the trap of emotions. But surrendering with love, with affection, to what cannot be known by the thought. This is one of the important qualities of the mystical, the spiritual state or person. And the question is, are we ready for this? Are we willing for this? Are we okay for surrendering to something that our mind cannot know? Because our mind is really a master. It masters our life. We are kind of slave to the mind. Now, there is a second quality which has to do with the mind. And it is not wavering with the thought, or not wavering with the mind. That is, we could call it now mindfulness. That is, taking this decision to develop the surrendering towards the unknown and not moving out of this direction, which requires not wavering of the mind. So this mindfulness is not so much something like a tool for acquiring something, it is a state where we don't change our direction in our life. So these 2 points, surrendering to the unknown and no wavering of the mind, are quite simple to understand when it is about discovering our mystical or spiritual side of us. The big question again is, what is it to surrender, or what is it to maintain its direction? Surrendering has to do with the deeper state of, we could call it relaxation. We all know that being full or half full or quarter full of tensions doesn't help us to live a happy life. And we all wish to be relaxed. And for many of us, we have to face to so many obligations, so many things that we have built up as a must. And we rarely question if all the things that we are engaged in are really a must, or if they are a kind of entertainment, diversion. We take them for granted, we take them for very serious, but we very rarely question them. Now, into this relaxation process, it is possible to perceive a state of surrendering, because we just cling to things, to beliefs, to ideas, to situations, to people, and whenever we cling to something, there is a tension, of course. So there are tensions that are needed for facing whatever it is. If we have to handle just a pen, it requires a particular tension in our fingers. Now, when we are facing a particular situation, sometimes it requires attention for answering it. But what happens pretty often is that we are over-tensioned. And this over-tension can be released. This is what we call relaxation. And it has to do starting from there, releasing what is not needed. We will see just a little later on, a little more deeper in what I mean by this. So there are levels in relaxation. And regarding the mind, or we could say to be present, there are also degrees for being present. And we all have noticed if we are too strongly present to something that doesn't need or ask to be so much present, what we build is, again, tensions. We have to be present, but with a certain amount of relaxation simultaneously. And this is our daily life. This is why this talk is about in our modern, what we call modern life. But there is not so much modernity anyway, but because the answers that we give to this today life are very, very old answers. They're very, very conditioned since thousands and thousands, 100,000s of years. There's nothing really modern. Anyway, Now, talking about Nidra yoga, the word Nidra, we take it granted as a Sanskrit word. We discovered, and I say we, is that with a group of people we have been doing research since long time, several years. So we discovered that this word Nidra means to go through darkness, to pass through darkness. And for going through darkness, you need some light. If you don't have any light, you're going to bump your head or wherever. And which means this light is not at the end, it's right at the beginning, which makes a big difference. With quite often, we understand yoga as a voyage, a movement towards light. In Nidra, we say that light is at the beginning. Right at the beginning, there is some quality of clarity within us. Because, of course, going through darkness means going through our own darkness, going to our own shade, going through our own shade. So, how do we do this? Because it's a very practical way, not something that you do on a carpet, but it has to do with the way we live. I'll come back to this a little later also. So we call this Sitili Karana in Sanskrit. That can be translated as relaxation. And there are 3 different levels. It's a step-by-step process where we learn to move towards this complete surrendering to the unknown, because going to that state, there are many obstacles within us, many fears. We are afraid of going into what we don't know. And we have to relax these fears. So there are 3 degrees. I will not go into details, but there are 3 different levels of relaxation, which most of the time requires to, of course, to do exercise, but it will never be enough. Exercising will never be enough. It has to be something that we live in daily life. I would say constantly. So the first thing is to learn to relax to things that are not important, and also to see that important things, there is always a part which is very important, and there is always a part that is not important. And to relax the part that is not important, to tickle the process of relaxation. And this is very easy. You know, relaxation is very easy, very, very easy. Some people decide to go for a walk, or they decide to have a drink, or they decide to go to the cinema, or to watch the TV, or to make love. Or there are many, many ways for relaxing, but we don't use it, rarely. And of course, I'm not saying that you should have a drink all the time. I'm saying that it's always possible to relax a little. And this little is very important, because it will teach to deeper layers of tension, to be more confident. The second part in Nidra is, we call it dharana. which is pretty often translated as concentration, which means, again, learning to be present. And here in the factual teaching, here there are 12 degrees of concentration. And it has to do with, for being concentrated and being relaxed simultaneously, it has to do with getting rid of obstacles. And what we mean by obstacles is some memories. Just what the previous talker, Dr. Vikram, was calling vasanas, if you remember. So we have many memories within us, and many of them are bringing feeling of limitations, or that's what, or obstacles. Blockage do not exist in the meaning that when we use the word blockage, we have in mind that a blockage is something final. This does not exist. It's really a phantasm. It doesn't exist. Fantasy. There are obstacles, and these obstacles are memories. They are built up by memories and conditionings. So it is about getting rid of some of them, not the whole of them, because there are millions. And there are three kinds of memories that are bringing obstacles to relaxation and presence. One of them is, once again, Dr. Vikram little talk about it, has to do with identification. We are identified with our past. Memory is the past. And this process of identification is building up what we call the ego, the ahamkara in Sanskrit. It is built up by memory, psychological memory. So some of these are very personal because we went through many experiences since we were born, even though before being born in our mother's womb. And many times we face a conflict in between what we felt and what we were asked to do or to think. So in the young age, it doesn't happen much, but slowly it happens more and more and more and more. And through this, we built up a personal memory which is conflictual. That is, I feel, I sense that my perception is right, but I am forced to answer, to respond in a wrong way. Because if I don't respond in this way, I am afraid that I could lose love. I'm afraid that my family, my parents, my teachers would stop loving me if I don't answer, respond the way they are waiting for. And that brings a conflict, and it builds up a contraction within us. And what we call the ego is only this, it's a contraction of memory. There is a second type of memory, which we call it tribal memory. By tribal, we mean there are certain beliefs, certainties in a family, for example. It's a small group of people, they believe in one way. Or into whatever, sport group, or religious group, political group, yoga groups also now. So it's a memory that is built up around a value that belongs to a group. And this is also building up our identity. We are identified with a group. Can be a country. If you believe you're Indian or you're French or you're American, if you believe you're communist or liberal, if you believe you're black or yellow, or all this is building up a contraction that we call identification. And the third type of memory is it has to do with the whole story of all mankind. If we come to this idea that I am the rest of mankind, if I am identified with this, here again is a conditioning. So it has been already said in a previous lecture that this I-ness in Shivaism or in Hinduism, what Dr. Vikram was talking about, Nirvana Shatakam, and at the very end it says, Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. I am this bliss, and I am this infinite absolute. I am not even limited to mankind. So all these three types of memories have to be studied and, let's say, to see what they are precisely. How did we build them? And to deconstruct them. This is what we call relaxation. So it is not about relaxing your muscles. There's nothing wrong with relaxing the muscles, but there will never be enough when we talk about discovering what is it to be a spiritual or mystical person. What it is to be a mystical or spiritual person is perceiving a quality of pure freedom. The quality of pure freedom that has built up, developed the whole life. Life has this quality of pure freedom, and out of it, it creates everything that we know intellectually and everything that we still don't know. This state of freedom has to be intellectually understood as a quality that is not depending on anything. It's a state of freedom that has no object. We also in the different yogas, sometimes people are talking about liberation. Sanskrit, they call it moksha. Most of the time, when we want to be free, we want to be free from something, an object. And the moment we want to be free from something, we give importance to this something. And the bondage is stronger. So here we are talking about a quality of freedom without any object. That is a pure state of freedom, not depending on anything and anyone, not even on ourselves, which is the ego most of the time. There is another point which is very important, and I heard also Vikram talking about it. We call it sankalpa. It means what is the very, very deep motivation of my life. A motivation that is not here again depending on something else or somebody else. Is there a deep motivation within me that is not depending on something or someone else? And then going deeper into this question is there a motivation within, let's call it me, that is not even depending on me? Because me is the memory. What is the meaning of being alive? What is the motivation of my activities, thoughts, emotions, social meetings? What is the deep motivation within this that is not depending on something, someone else, and not depending on me? This motivation is a state, is not an intellectual question. Not an intellectual answer. But we have to put the question and slowly put aside whole intellectual answers and responses until we perceive the meaning of our life. Now, practically, how to do all this? So there are a few points regarding Nidra. And there are regular points regarding all kinds of yogas. Yogas have to be understood as ways, that is, a movement leading to a state, which is the state of yoga, state of unity. But we are also using it as a practice, which is a way. Now, exercises are not only doing things for 1 hour or 2 hours a day or 3 hours. It is not only about that. First point is to teach ourselves to live a clear, pure daily life. In every second, to live a clear and pure daily life. In Nidra, we are referring to some texts that are very, very few. One of them is called Jabala Darshan Upanishad, which gives directions for living a clear, pure life. And there are 20 different points. They are called yamas and niyamas. You might have heard probably with Patanjali. Patanjali gave only 10, but he didn't explain anything. Here it's very, very precise. So through these 20 points, there are ways for questioning and deepening the way we behave, the way we speak, the way we think in ordinary daily life constantly. And this is a very important basis. How do I live my life without taking anyone or anything as an example? We don't take what we know from Buddha's life or Jesus' life or whoever as an example. It's just It's about questioning the way I behave, the way I speak, the way I think in my daily life, questioning it and making my life clearer and purer and again and again and again, never stopping. The second point is inquiring. So we have different topics that we question, and we call it svadhyaya, which again you might have known in Patanjali. But here it's self-inquiry into different topics about the way I perceive things. Things like, what is it to love? What is it to be intelligent? What is it to die? What is it to act? And there are many points like this. And questioning deeper. So there is a kind of pedagogical way for questioning. Here again, these are details. I don't want to go into practical details. The third point in Nidra is increasing what we call energy. Energy, not energy, but energy. That is energy that is already in. And in Sanskrit, we call it prana kriya sadhana. There are exercises, let's call it them like that, for increasing our vitality. Because living a clear life is not easy in a world which is so corrupted. Inquiring within oneself is not so easy because our minds are corrupted. And we need a certain amount of vitality. The next point is, I've already told you, is the development of surrendering, sitilikarana. I've already talked about it. And remember, relaxation is about surrendering. It's not limited to these muscles or organs. Next one, I also already talked about the dharana, that is developing the quality of being present. When we develop the quality of being present, something very surprising appears. It is the tendency for forgetting oneself. And this is another side of Nidra. It is serving others, forgetting about oneself, and to be a servant to others. It has to do with, we all have to act what in India, Sanskrit is called karma. There is another way, it's not another way, it's deepening the concept of karma, that is discovering what we call the swadharma. What do I have to do in this life? And a big part of it is serving others. Free action. That means forgetting oneself. Oneself means the ego, the ahamkara. And then the very last point has to do with reducing our needs. There are a few things that we absolutely need, and these are important. We need shelter, we need affection, we need clothes, we need some money. But near to that, there are many other things that we don't need. And or what we could call them, sometimes we desire to have more. And we have to really remember that having more will require a lot of time for managing all these things. And then we won't have time for sadhana enough. We won't have enough time for sadhana, for practice. So it is about developing a simple life. I know it is not the fashion. The fashion today is developing a very complicated life. And this is a strong conditioning. So this is what Nidra is about, understanding that it's a spiritual quest. It is something where we will have to lose a lot of beliefs, a lot of conditioning, and it's only through losing that happiness is possible. We cannot be happy with the tendency of acquiring, because when you acquire, there is a tension and you have to manage. And with too many things, it's impossible. So become tense. So this is now the end of these 40 minutes I had. And don't keep all this in your mind. It's just relax your heart. That's the only thing we could say. Let's be open and go into a sadhana. Thank you very much. And thank you, Amadio, for inviting me. And thank you, all the friends of the European Yoga Federation. We've been working on that since long now. Thank you, thank you. Be happy, be happy.
Grazie André. Ti sono molto grato del tuo intervento. Tu rappresenti la Francia all'interno dell'European Yoga Federation, sei il rappresentante, per noi il punto di riferimento per la Francia.
Thank you very much, André. You represent France inside the European Yoga Federation. So it's the France keeps you as a reference.
Sì, lo sappiamo che lui è più in India che in Francia, però per noi è il nostro punto di riferimento per la Francia.
We know very well that you are more in India sort of way than in France, but for us inside the European Yoga Federation, you are for us the France.
Well, it's a practical way for presenting people, but unfortunately, I was born in a place where they thought I belonged to. But I don't feel French at all. Amadio said before, we are world human beings, and even now I start feeling that the world is too little. But that's another point. But I am okay for being a kind of delegate.
Thank you so much, André. Thank you. E ora passiamo alla prossima persona che ho il piacere di conoscere molto bene dal momento che con lei abbiamo diviso tantissime iniziative, eventi in passato, anche molto grandi.
And now it's time for our next speaker. And I must say that I know her very well since we've been collaborating also together to important events and congresses, very big.
In particolare voglio ricordare a Amy un evento che oggi qualcuno lo scorda facilmente, che invece è stato la nostra pietra miliare, cioè il primo evento veramente importante che abbiamo organizzato.
And also I would like, I have the honor to remind to Amy a very important special event that probably is going to get lost in the memories, but for us signed the milestone of our organizational congresses.
Nel 1998 abbiamo organizzato insieme
Gandhi, anzi, l'evento si chiamava così, Artisti per la pace Gandhi 50 anni dopo.
In 1998, we organized an event called Gandhi 50 years later, Artists for Peace.
E devo ricordare che tutti insieme, dalle comparse a tutti gli artisti che sono passati dal palcoscenico, oltre 300 artisti si sono mossi su un palcoscenico per ricordare Gandhi a 50 anni dalla sua morte.
And we have to remember that on the scene, about something like 300 in between artists, they've been sharing the scene in order to remember the 50 years after Gandhi.
E
gratuitamente,
E
gratuitamente tutti.
Tutto gratuitamente, sì.
And we have to remember that they all did it for free.
Ok. Poi Amy ha organizzato tantissimi festival per la pace, ma comunque abbiamo a disposizione un video anche per presentare lei prima della sua conferenza.
And also we have to remember that Amy, she organizes many events. But just before her speech, we have the honor to listen. We have a video that explains her, that will introduce us to her.
Ms. Amy bless you, Mahamandleshwar Pandit Yoga Charini Swami Gayatri Devi from Italy. She's a patron of the Women International Network Award for Peace and Non-Violence, member of the World Peace Development and Research Foundation Yoga, and UPF Ambassador for Peace recognized by UN.
Si è bloccato forse la linea. Aspetta. Per cortesia, Amy, vuoi iniziare la tua conferenza? Per cortesia.
Ok. Un momento prima. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiyam Amritate. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiyam Amritate. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiyam Amritate. Om Shantihi, 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 Shanti. Namaste. Ringrazio tutti i partecipanti a questo evento e un grazie particolare ad Amelia per la gentilezza di occuparsi della traduzione e che pure seguirà la pratica finale che vi suggerirò.
Thank you very much to everybody for being here today. And thanks also to Amelia, who is going to translate my speech. And she will also show you the practice at the end of the speech.
Grazie Amelia.
Grazie a te, Amy, per questa opportunità.
Questo è un periodo difficile per tutto il pianeta. e invece di raccontare il mio percorso, ci tengo a passare qualche suggerimento a chi si trova in difficoltà, donandovi tecniche millenarie della scienza yoga per difendersi dagli avvenimenti e trasformarli nell'opportunità di sperimentare la vostra resilienza.
This is a very challenging time, and instead of talking about me, I would like to share some practical knowledges coming from the yoga world in order to protect us from these difficult moments.
Sono pratiche mentali e fisiche di pulizia e di ricarico di energia provenienti dallo yoga paripurna, quello che propongo io nella mia scuola. Sono tecniche per rafforzare il sistema immunitario.
They are mental and practical techniques that are coming from the yoga paripurna, which is a type of yoga that I promote in my school, that are experienced and created in order to strengthen the immune system.
Come ci si difende da qualsiasi virus o attacco che ci viene dall'esterno?
How do we protect ourselves from any virus or attack that comes from outside?
La prima risposta che viene spontanea è rinforzando il sistema immunitario che la natura ha predisposto appunto per questo scopo.
The first response that comes spontaneously is by strengthening the immune system that the nature has set up precisely for this purpose.
Io non sono certo un medico e nemmeno mi permetto di azzardare risoluzioni miracolose, ma cerco di usare il buon senso e un po' della mia sperimentazione personale e professionale. Nulla si può passare agli altri senza averlo sperimentato prima sulla propria pelle.
I'm certainly not an expert in I'm not a doctor, and I do not even allow myself to venture miraculous solutions, but I try to use a common sense and a little of my personal and professional experimentation. Nothing can be passed on to others without having experienced it first.
Dunque, quello che io qui di seguito vi spiegherò è il frutto di ciò che ho sperimentato nella mia lunga vita di insegnamento dello yoga paripurna, e i risultati positivi li ho trasmessi ad allievi oppure a chi sembrava necessitasse di una parola di conforto o anche solo di un consiglio.
So what I will explain is the fruit of what I experienced in my long life of teaching yoga paripurna and the positive results I have transmitted to students or to those who seem to need of a word, of a comfort, or even just of an advice.
Cercando di stimolare nelle persone quell'accettazione che facesse comprendere che ogni prova della vita, bella o brutta che sia, è utile e preziosa.
Trying to stimulate in people that acceptance that would make them understand that every proof of life is useful and precious, good or bad it might be.
Passare un metodo utile per testare i propri mezzi, per forgiare una resistenza personale.
To pass a useful method to test your means, to forge a personal resistance.
Valutare le proprie necessità, le proprie priorità e le proprie esigenze, ricordando che ogni necessità è una gabbia, una delle molteplici cause di sofferenza. Pertanto eliminare le necessità ci rende liberi.
Evaluate your needs, your priorities and your needs, remembering that every need is a cage, one of the many causes of suffering. Therefore, eliminating the needs makes you free.
un maestro deve avere un grande senso di responsabilità nel passare certi insegnamenti e deve avere anche molta cura. Un vero maestro è colui che elimina nell'allievo le necessità, perché sono le necessità che conducono alla dipendenza per qualcuno o per qualche cosa. È la necessità che ci rende deboli.
A teacher must have a great sense of responsibility in passing certain teachings and must also take great care in doing it. A true teacher is one who eliminates the need in the student, because it is the need that leads to dependence for someone or something. It is the need that makes us weak.
Un maestro, un insegnante esperto deve essere come la fonte dove l'allievo assetato possa bere. E più l'allievo ha capacità di bere, di assorbire, più il maestro deve versare, avendo ben chiaro l'atteggiamento da tenere in questo scambio, cioè rispetto, consapevolezza, attenzione, senso di responsabilità. Eppure gli allievi che pretendono di bere devono essere grati.
An expert teacher must be like the source where the thirsty student can drink. And the more the student has the ability to drink, to absorb, the more the teacher where to pour, having a clear attitude to take in this exchange, that it is respect, awareness, attention, sense of responsibility, and even the students who claim to drink must be grateful.
Ma prima di prendere in considerazione la pratica che ho testato personalmente e che andremo fra poco a sperimentare, vi vorrei introdurre nell'argomento con alcune spiegazioni utili. Vediamo di essere consapevoli di come il nostro organismo reagisca agli stimoli esterni e anche a quelli interni, alle emozioni, a tutto quello che muove la nostra sfera emotiva.
But before considering the practice, which I have personally tasted and which we will soon be experimenting, I would like to introduce you to the topic with some explanations. Let's be aware on how our organism reacts to external, but also internal stimuli, emotions, and everything that moves our emotional sphere.
Le paure, per esempio. Gli esseri umani sembrano molto abili a costruirsi problemi e paure. Non importa se sono reali o frutto di propria fantasia. Come un ragno costruisce le sue ragnatele, anche l'essere umano si costruisce la propria ragnatela, se la inventa e poi ne rimane invischiato.
Fears, for example, human beings seem very good at building problems and fears. It doesn't matter if they are real or fruit of one's own imagination. Like a spider builds its web, humans too build their own webs if they invent them, and then they get entangled in them.
La paura di perdere persone e cose. Ma se pensiamo di poter perdere, è perché pensavamo di possedere. E più si possiede, e più si è posseduti. Niente è nostro, neanche il corpo. Siamo arrivati a mani vuote, ce ne andiamo a mani vuote. Quindi niente va perduto. Liberiamoci dal possedere e tutto ci apparterrà, perché saremo noi ad appartenere al tutto.
Fear of losing things or people. But if we think we can lose something, it is because we thought we possessed them. And the more you possess, the more you are possessed. Nothing is ours, not even the body. We arrive empty-handed, we will leave empty-handed. So nothing is lost. Let's free ourselves from possess, and all will belong to us, because we will belong to all.
Quando si diffonde un raffreddore, un'influenza o qualsiasi malattia proveniente da agenti esterni, se ci fossero delle alte difese immunitarie, ci si potrebbe difendere senza immettere farmaci che possono sì combattere quell'agente esterno, ma che potrebbero pure danneggiare altre parti dell'organismo non necessariamente coinvolte dal problema.
When a cold, flu, or any disease coming from external agents spreads, if there were high immune defenses, one could defend oneself without introducing drugs that can fight that external agent, but may also damage other parts of the body, not necessarily involved the problem itself.
Quando si devono affrontare momenti difficili della vita, problemi affettivi, economici, uno stato di depressione psichica ed emozionale, oppure anche solo la mancanza di fiducia in se stessi, si abbassano le difese immunitarie e può capitare che raggiungano problemi psicologici anche gravi, poiché non abbiamo abbastanza forze all'interno per contrastare elementi dannosi che ci provengono dall'esterno. E questo fa capire che cercare di agire sull'effetto e non sulla causa è una via che non dà alcun buon risultato.
When you have to face difficult moments in life due to sentimental encounters or economic problems, a state of psychic and emotional depression, or even just a lack of self-confidence, the immune defenses are lowered, and it can happen that even serious psychological problems arise, since we do not have enough strength inside to counteract harmful elements that are coming to us from outside. And this makes it clear that trying to act on the effect and not on the cause is the path that does not give any good results.
La medicina attuale purtroppo fa questo. Ti fa male alla testa? Ecco subito un analgesico che elimina il dolore. Sì, forse è giusto, ma non risolve il problema. Mette il problema solo in pausa. Ci sono molti motivi che possono procurare un mal di testa: indigestione, intestino imbarazzato, stress, emozioni, un eccessivo sforzo fisico, insonnia, preoccupazione, depressione, tristezza. Come può una pasticca sola essere idonea a risolvere universalmente tutte queste cause diverse? Di certo non lo può fare.
Unfortunately, the current medicine acts in this way. Is your head painful? Here is an analgesic, which makes the pain goes away. Yes, maybe it is, but it doesn't solve the situation. It puts just the problem on pause. There are many reasons that can cause a headache: indigestion, embarrassed bowel, stress, emotions, excessive physical exertion, insomnia, worries, depression, sadness. How can a single tablet be capable of universally solving all these different causes? It certainly can't do it.
Se fa male la testa, si dovrebbe cercare di scoprire che cosa ha procurato l'effetto mal di testa. Forse sarebbe opportuno agire sul motivo di questo disturbo, che è la causa del mal di testa. Il mal di testa è solo l'effetto e se non si cura la causa, il problema ritornerà. La pasticca o farmaco che sia narcotizza il problema ma non lo risolve, cioè ottunde lo stato d'allarme che consente di individuare la natura del dolore, ma non toglie la causa che ha provocato quel dolore specifico.
If your head hurts, you should try to find out what caused the headache effect. Perhaps it would be appropriate to act on the reason for that disorder, which is the cause of that headache. The headache is only the effect, and if the cause is not treated, the problem will return. The tablet or drug narcotizes the problem, but does not solve it. It means it dulls the state of alarm that allows you to identify the nature of the pain, but does not remove the cause that caused that specific pain.
Che cosa può succedere quando si ottunde anche momentaneamente la possibilità di avvertire il dolore? Il dolore è un segnale, è un campanello d'allarme ed è utilissimo, rivela che c'è un problema nel nostro organismo.
What can happen when the possibility of feeling pain is dulled, even momentarily? Pain is a signal, an alarm bell, and it is very useful. It reveals that there is a problem in our body.
Se si toglie il suono di una sirena che avverte l'inizio di un incendio, l'incendio non si ferma perché noi lo ignoriamo. Edy Bampa ugualmente, e quando vediamo le fiamme, allora la nostra casa si è incenerita e noi pure, insieme alla casa.
So if you remove the sound of a siren that warns that a fire is starting, the fire does not stop because we ignore it. It blazes up anyway, and when we see the flames, our house is now burned out. And so we are two together with the house burned out.
E così anche il nostro organismo, non percependo il problema, permettiamo che elementi dannosi abbiano via libera a danneggiare l'intero organismo.
And so also with our organism, not perceiving the problem, we allow harmful elements to have the green light to damage the entire body.
Che ignorare un dolore possa provocare danni irreparabili è abbastanza ovvio, perché l'organismo addormentato dall'analgesico non mette in movimento il sistema di protezione e di restaurazione. Quindi agire solo sull'effetto e non sulla causa che produce quell'effetto non sembrerebbe un buon sistema.
The constant ignore pain can cause irreparable damage. It is quite obvious because the body asleep by the analgesic does not set the protective and restorative system in motion. Therefore, acting only on the effect and never on the cause, which produces that effect, would not seem a good system.
Per quanto riguarda il problema specifico dell'attuale Covid, forse queste tecniche che suggerisco potrebbero anche non essere sufficienti per rinforzare le difese immunitarie, ma aiuterebbero grandemente. Sebbene non siano mirate a combattere il virus, possono rendere il sistema immunitario una potente barriera in grado di bloccare qualsiasi attacco.
As for a specific problem of the current COVID-19, perhaps these techniques that I suggest may not be sufficient to strengthen the immune system, but they would help greatly. While they are not aimed for fighting the virus, they can make the immune system a powerful barrier that can block any attack.
Vediamo quali sono le pratiche di potenziamento del sistema immunitario. Anzitutto aiutiamo la persona agendo sul fisico, mente e spirito o parte emozionale, in poche regole abbastanza semplici e applicabili.
Let's see what immune system enhancement practices are. First of all, let's help the person by acting on physical, mind, and spirit or emotional parts in few rules, quite simple and applicable.
Vediamo la prima. Rinforzare, rinvigorire il proprio involucro. Preparare il corpo fisico attraverso le pratiche di yoga asana, adeguate, fortificando sia l'apparato osteomuscolare sia gli organi interni con disciplina e rispetto, utilizzando pratiche rigenerative mirate. Un lavoro coscienzioso e sapiente abbinato a un'alimentazione sana.
Let's start. First of all, then, strengthening your own wrap. Prepare your physical body through appropriate yogasana practices, fortifying both the osteomuscular system and the internal organs with discipline and respect, using regenerative, targeted practices. A conscientious and wise work combined with a healthy diet.
Rafforzare il sistema pranico. Tutto l'apparato respiratorio deve essere idoneo alla creazione di un sistema protettivo e rigenerativo attraverso il pranayama.
Strengthening the pranic system. The entire respiratory system must be suitable for the creation of a protective and regenerative system through pranayama.
Potenziare il pensiero. Pare che l'uomo abbia avuto sempre bisogno di temere qualche cosa, che sia reale o frutto della propria fantasia. Quindi sarà opportuno addestrare la mente alla calma, serenità e equilibrio.
Enhancing the thoughts. It seems that man has always needed to fear something, whether it is real or the fruit of its own imagination. Therefore, it will be appropriate to train the mind in calm, serenity, and harmony.
Accrescere le protezioni, eliminare le destabilizzanti paure che abbassano le difese del sistema immunitario. Si dovrebbe aver paura della paura, perché sono le paure che aprono le porte alle malattie e ai disagi.
So we should increase our protection, eliminate then the fears that destabilize and lower the defenses of the immune system. Why should we be afraid of fear? Because it is fears that open the doors to diseases.
Agire sulla filiera di produzione dei cibi, questo è molto importante, a cominciare dal suolo, rendendoli sani. Basterebbe rispettare la terra, la natura, se stessi. Il tutto deve partire da noi, dalle scelte che facciamo. Cambiamo la parola profitto con consapevolezza, compassione, rispetto. Senza rispetto, l'umanità e quello che resta ancora dell'umanità non avrà futuro.
Acting on the food production chain. This is very important. Starting with the soil, making them healthy. It will be enough to respect the earth, nature, and oneself. Everything must start with us, from the choices of each of us, changing the word profit with awareness, compassion, and respect. Without respect, humanity, or what still remains of humanity, will have no future.
Sanificare l'aria. Basterebbe ridurre l'inquinamento. Il lockdown ci ha insegnato molto riguardo a come farlo. Nel primo bastarono 3 mesi per vedere i fiori centuplicati e i rami carichi di fiori e frutta sfioravano la terra. Le api indispensabili alla salute del pianeta mettevano in scena la loro danza rondante attorno ai fiori. Il sole scaldava senza bruciare, l'aria era profumata, non c'era inquinamento acustico, la pace regnava dappertutto. Quindi, se si vuole, si può.
Air sanification. It will be enough to reduce pollution. The lockdown taught us a lot about how to do it. In the first 3 months were enough to see that the flowers have multiplied and the branches touched the ground full of flowers and fruit, and the bees performed their buzzing dance around the flowers. The sun warmed without burning. The air was fragrant. There was no noise pollution, and peace reigned everywhere. So, if you want, you can.
Ripulire l'acqua che beviamo, a cominciare dai fiumi, i mari, gli oceani. Ma già se purifichiamo l'aria, avremo anche acqua pulita, piogge pulite, nevi pulite, fiumi puliti, laghi puliti, oceani puliti e produzioni agricole pulite e di conseguenza cibi sani.
Cleaning the water we drink, starting with rivers, seas, oceans. But if we purify the air, we will also have clean water, clean rains, clean snows, clean rivers, clean lakes, clean oceans, and clean agricultural production, and consequently healthy food.
Ristrutturare la mente, questo è importante, con discipline adeguate e renderla forte, calma e pronta ad affrontare anche stati emozionali che rendono il nostro fisico attaccabile. Essere più disponibili al bene collettivo invece di quello personale e ricordarsi che tutto ritorna, perché la legge del karma è implacabile e non fa sconti a nessuno.
Restructuring the mind. This is very important, with adequate disciplines to make it strong, calm, and ready to face even emotional states that make our body attackable. And not only that, be more available to the collective good instead of the personal one. And remember that everything comes back, because low karma is rentlessness, and it does not make any discount to anybody.
Ora Amelia, gentilmente, che si è prestata anche alla traduzione, mi mostrerà come si attua la pratica fisica di bastrika, una pulizia dell'apparato respiratorio. Questo si deve fare quando la sera prima di cena, le persone che vanno fuori, soprattutto in questo periodo, quando si ritorna dal lavoro dopo una giornata carica di tensione, pensieri negativi e inquinamento atmosferico, è consigliabile ripulire i polmoni e tutto l'apparato respiratorio con dei bastrika che adesso vi farà vedere Amelia, che si... scusa, devi tradurre.
Sì, no, sono già giù, guarda.
Ah, ok.
Ero già pronta. Okay, so now we'll show you the next exercise, this bastrika, in the evening before dinner, when you come back from work after a day, maybe full of tension, negative thoughts, pollution. It is advisable to clean your lungs and all respiratory system.
Vedete di prendere un tappetino, ci si inginocchia in Vajrasana davanti alla finestra spalancata e nella posizione del fulmine, Vajrasana, ma si può fare anche rimanendo in piedi chi non riesce a piegarsi sulle ginocchia. Colonna eretta, si eseguono dei bastrika o mukha bastrika e dei alap bastrika in questo caso, in modo deciso ed energico.
Okay, so kneeling down on the mat in front of a wide open window in Vajrasana, spine straight, you start to practice Mukha Bastrika with the fist closed in the... Amy, mentre tu parli in italiano lo faccio vedere. E poi
sì. Allora io dico questo, si portano i pugni chiusi al lato dello sterno, inalando profondamente dal naso, utilizzando il diaframma e non l'apparato, l'organo della respirazione, ma il muscolo della respirazione, il diaframma. Poi a mani aperte, le dita ben tese, si espira con un'ala bastrika come uno starnuto, sempre utilizzando solo il diaframma. E come farà vedere adesso? benissimo. Se avete qualcuno vicino, non mandate questo sulla persona, ma alla finestra. E progressivamente accelerando fino proprio di avere questa pulizia, fino a che ci si sente ripuliti e scaricati dalle polveri sottili e dalle tensioni. Si può anche utilizzare una lota per lavare il naso. La lota è questa, si usa con dell'acqua tepida e salata abbastanza che vada bene per la nostra mucosa, e si utilizza appoggiando al naso, a una narice, si piega così benissimo e esce dall'altro lato, e così si fa poi dall'altra parte. Chi se la sente che è capace mette in bocca l'acqua e sale e poi la fa uscire dal naso spingendolo con la radice della lingua. Però è un pochino più difficile, bisogna essere pratici. Invece la lota è facile, lo può fare anche un bambino di 4 anni. Mia figlia lo faceva tranquillamente a 4 anni, anche cantando, quindi va benissimo. Bene, questo si chiama neti e gialla neti. Il lavaggio del naso e del passaggio nasogola. Questo evita anche, pulisce anche i villi e lascia respirare molto meglio.
Ok, traduco tutto quello che ci siamo detti. So, alla bastrica, with the fist close to the sternum, inhale from the nose, and then for using the diaphragm, you sort of start to exhale rapidly out of the diaphragm.
Come starnuti, Come dei starnuti, sono.
Like sneezing, Then you open your hands and you throw everything in that direction. Obviously, if you have somebody in front of you, please don't throw to that person, in front of that person. And then very important also, in order to clean after a long day of pollution, to use the lota, doing neti, jala neti, which is the nasal washing, using warm water with salt, and doing first one narek and then the other one, cleaning properly, and it will cleanse all the internal parts. Very easy to do it. Even a 4-year child can do it. And in fact, my daughter used to do it even while chanting. And then there is another practice where you put and then you push the water in the upper part of the mouth, and then you spit it out of the nose. But this is a little bit more complicated. Penso che ho detto tutto.
Sì. Poi c'è un'altra pratica invece che è di ricarico. Questo si fa al mattino prima di uscire per andare al lavoro, e davanti sempre alla finestra perché si prende ossigeno. Allora, prima di colazione ovviamente, si fa vira kriya. Vira è il guerriero, kriya è azione.
Okay, now the next practice is called Vira Kriya. Vira is the warrior, Kriya is practice, and is suggested to be done early in the morning in order to recharge the person. Always open up the window and we start.
Si pratica la pratica di mukha bastrika, anche qui si utilizza, però c'è anche shunyata, che si rimane a polmoni vuoti. Si carica con Vira Kriya per recuperare le energie. In Vajrasana, inspirando, si alzano dolcemente le braccia in alto e scendendo di botto con un'ala pabastrika contemporaneamente al piegamento dei gomiti a lato del torace. I polsi vengono a trovarsi vicino alle spalle, si serrano bene i pugni e si continua a esalare sollevando un poco il mento per far uscire tutta l'aria dai polmoni. Lo dico tutto e poi tu lo fai vedere. Ci si astiene a polmoni vuoti in sunyata fino a che c'è possibile, poi inspiriamo di botto gettando in aria le mani come se entrasse l'aria dalle dita tese, come se volessimo respirare attraverso la punta delle dita e percepiamo anche un formicolio sul vertice delle dita. Questa pratica purifica tutti gli alveoli polmonari. Si esala bene tutto, e poi si inspira, come sta facendo Amelia, e poi lentamente si rilassa, si appoggia le mani con Cimudra sulle ginocchia. Questa pratica si fa 7 volte e non di più.
So next practice is called Virakriya, the recovery of energy. Early in the morning before breakfast, Vajrasana, you inhale, gently rise your arms up and down, bending your elbow near the hips, the wrist near the shoulder, clench your fist and inhale. Suddenly, with Alpabhastrika, letting all the air out of the lungs. Abstain with empty lungs as long as possible, and then suddenly throw your hands up with the fingers spread and stretch. Visualize the breath entering through the fingertips and purifying all the pulmonary alveoli. Then exhale slowly and gently, bringing your arms back on the rest of your knees, and repeat it 7 times. No more.
Grazie.
No, non ho finito.
Grazie.
Non ho finito, un attimo. Mi auguro che questo approccio alle pratiche donate della profonda scienza dello yoga vi sia state utili per rinforzare il sistema immunitario. Sono pratiche che da millenni fanno parte dello yoga, una preziosa e utilissima disciplina che lo yoga Paripurna ha adottato e fondato le proprie radici. Ritengo che le radici siano molto importanti. Una pianta senza radici alla fine diventa solo una sterile e inutile cosa secca. Con buone radici invece può dare fiori e rigogliosi e sani frutti. E ricordiamo che lo yoga è tutto, ma tutto non è yoga. Hari Om Tat Sat.
I hope that this approach to the practice that comes from the profound and deep science of yoga would be useful to reinforce your immune system. These practices have been practiced since millennia. A very precious and useful discipline that Yoga Paripurna has been adopted and founded its roots. I think that roots are very important. A plant without roots at the end becomes only a very sterile and not useful thing, very dry. Good roots instead make a very beautiful blossom flourishing and healthy fruits. And remember that yoga is all, but not all is yoga. Thank you.
Grazie, Amy.
Siamo rimasti dentro nei tempi.
Sì, grazie molte. Amy Blesio è nel board dell'European Yoga Federation e anche nel board del movimento mondiale dello yoga e dell'Ayurveda ed è anche ambasciatrice del ramo dello yoga nel movimento mondiale per lo yoga e per l'Ayurveda.
So Amy Blesio, thank you very much. She's she's in the board of the European Yoga Federation. She's in the board of the World Movement for Yoga and Ayurveda. And she's the ambassador for the discipline of the yoga, for the world movement of yoga and Ayurveda.
Mi auguro tanto che insieme faremo ancora tantissimi eventi, visto che in passato ne abbiamo organizzati tanti, sia in Italia sia all'estero, e anche li abbiamo organizzati in India.
And I hope we will continue to create beautiful events as we did just now. As in these years, we've been working on many occasions, even in India.
Un grande abbraccio, grazie tante. Amy Blesio, Gayatri Devi G.
Thank you very much, Amy Blesio, Gayatri Devi G.
Grazie a tutti voi.
Questa mattina vi ho presentato una persona molto particolare, un nativo americano, e abbiamo tanto parlato con lui, gli abbiamo fatto raccontare un po' della sua vita. Ora ve lo introduco nuovamente anche per un saluto finale. Con piacere ho visto che ha seguito tutto il giorno il nostro evento e mi fa molto piacere.
So this morning we've been briefly introducing Joanna, a native from the States, and I'm joyful that I've noticed that he stayed with us all day long.
Facciamo prima passare un piccolo video di presentazione, poi un suo intervento. Infine approfitto della sua presenza per fargli fare qualcosa dal vivo.
Okay, so I will introduce him through a video, and then one of his performance, a recorded performance. And as he is here, physically, I will take an advance and ask him to do a performance live too.
Prego.
We have the honor to introduce our next artist, Gianni Ricchizzi from Arizona. Gianni Ricchizzi is from Tobacco and Giant Clans, one of the original Dane groups, Native American group in Grand Canyon, Arizona. For his activities and initiatives for the Dane tribe and Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission honored him by giving the role of alien and keeper of the Dane spiritual heritage. He is the Nahalahi, the medicine man of the Grand Canyon. He is also the creator of the Circular Medicines Act, which is an unconventional healing method. He was Peace Wisdom Keeper at the World Peace Summit of 2020. He is an honorable member of the World Yoga and Ayurveda community. He is an expert of ethnomedicine and applied bioenergetic and healing dances. Gianni Ricchizzi is the creator and trainer of the Balance of Synergies and Intercultural Project. A multifaceted personality, Gianni Ricchizzi is a traditional singer, dancer, teacher. He plays flute, drums, rattles, and performs with voice and instruments in different styles. Welcome, Gianni Ricchizzi.
Yat she Gianni Ricchizzi. I'm here among humans to walk beautifully everywhere. Human nature is wonderful and deserves to live the experience of life with gratitude and harmony with all living beings, with the world universes. Every moment is sacred. It's a breath. It's a life to share with the courage and the strength of heart. Humans also have a gift of prayer. And this we will always find the joy, because happiness is the way that leads its beauty. We need to be together and to create a new dimension of authentic peace with the true love. This project, United Consciousness Happiness 2021, is organized by Project Self-Incorporation, United States of America and the Bharat, to all of everyone to recognize themselves in a great capable of doing the best every day altogether. From the beginning, we sang, we dancing, and even today we remember this happiness, so as not forget that we can still walk in beauty, still walk in beauty together. Happiness today, every day, for our life. May we walk in beauty. Ujunasli, Ujunasli, Ujunasli. Oh.
Maestro, il tuo...
Abbiamo questa grande fortuna di averlo qui in presenza e allora voglio invitare Johanna a dedicarci come chiusura della giornata, come così possiamo ricordarci più facilmente di lui, di dedicarci un canto indiano, qualsiasi cosa che provenga dalla sua cultura.
We would like to request then Johanna to, as he is in presence here, please do something, chant something out of your culture so that we can easily remember about you.
Jone hani not ont on ye bashish in adole bekek on nasha. Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me here in this beautiful circle that everyone from different parts of the world stay together in one point, in the air, in the breath, in the energies. And what I sing is She Na Shanga. It's one of the many songs that we Dinate have for to walk in beauty. She Na Shanga means I walk in beauty. And the beauty is to recognize the beauty of life, the beauty of the creation, the beauty of all the creatures of the world in their own evolutions every day. The beauty of the mind, the beauty of the emotions, and of course, the beauty of the spirit that recognize themselves in these dimensions. So thank you, Amadio, and all of you, Amelia, all the people I know, Mr. Vikrant, and others that we know each other for many years. And personally, we met personally in the past. And so in the time that I have here, I want to say something about spirituality. The world people recognize as Native American that we are spiritual people. But what it means spirituality, we know that we cannot divide the material from the spirituality because you have to stay together. And the spirituality is the strength generated by the manifestation of the spirit to manage the dynamics of the universes in which the experience of life is living. Also, spirituality is to have awareness of one's consciousness and to know how to relate it with the body experiences in a conscious way. So I mean, spirituality is not the way for philosophy or for to be discriminated for the others, to think that be more evoluted and more open heart, because this is not true. This is a blended ways. Through the spirituality, we can manage this experience in the body with our responsibilities. We create, we are co-creator, but we have to take also our self-consequences for ourselves and for the others that live with us. And with the others, I don't say only humans, animals, vegetations, rocks, the air, the oceans, the waters, the wind, the fire, everything, it's life, the planet. And also the state of peace. I want to say something about peace. Peace is the moment when you let your breath flow within you without interfering with thoughts and desires, and release that essence of you that contemplates the greatness of life as a vibration without age. Unfortunately, philosophy, religions, and more transformed the most beautiful words that the humans create in all languages. When you change the meanings, you change the power, and you change the effects, change our emotions, and create a lot of confusion. For to clean this confusion, we have to reset. You say in our culture, but we don't have a culture. We don't have traditions. We're Native American, we have knowledge, cosmic knowledge adapted for the humans, for us, for to survive and to live in our evolution on this planet. We came from another planet billions of years ago. And when we land in this planet, we have to survive in our abilities to discover, to know our body. We share with the other people in the world, and we met together. And we know that through the cosmic knowledge how to take care of us like a spirit, like emotions in this body. And the discipline, the science, or the knowledge like yoga and Ayurveda, it's a part of the great big cosmic knowledge. Unfortunately, the European in the past create more chaotic things, but now the Europeans, might think, in my opinion, have the same change to reset the systems. Because it's possible to do that. I dedicate my life, all my life, to help the humans. I renounce to my personal life, a private life, no family, no kids, no house, no car, nothing. To dedicate life to help, to aware, to let that possibility to awake. When I ask you what you are, the people are difficult to say, I am. Instead to say, I am, or how old are you? It's better to say, who are you? And the consequences for what to do is just after. So I appreciated that my contribution in the world in a different way, in my path, in my trail, I continue to do even these situations, the worldwide situations that created not for the governed people. It's our responsibilities because we are given the power to them to do like this. We are many, we are billions in this planet. And the strength of billions, when we breathe, we already know that when we take energies inside of us,
Caro Johan,
is the part of the universe inside of us. Part of it take of us, for us, and the rest to release and share. When we give address this power, we can change everything that we want, and we can share in beauty, and we continue to walk in beauty.
Grazie Johan, grazie della tua presenza. Sono sempre contento di stare con te. Da te ho imparato a usare la parola bellezza, che noi esprimiamo con la parola ananda. Quando mi sono incontrato con te, tu mi hai detto: camminiamo in bellezza, sediamoci in bellezza. E questa parola bellezza si è impressa dentro di me, ogni tanto la uso. Grazie Johan, grazie di esserci anche a te. Ora devo passare a un'altra persona, come ti posso dire, molto cara a noi. È una persona che fa parte del board dell'European Yoga Federation, che da anni anche egli svolge un servizio importante, ha iniziato in Germania, ma piano piano si sta estendendo in tutta l'Europa. Vi sto parlando di Sukadev, preferisco chiamarlo solo col nome perché così mi familiarizzo meglio con lui. Io adesso prima voglio presentarvi un piccolo video che abbiamo dedicato a lui e poi ci terrà una conferenza. Grazie Sukadev di essere qui con noi.
Thank you very much, dear Sukadev Ji, to be here with us. I call you Sukadev, so I familiarize with you. I make it closer to you. And you started, he is a part of the member of the board, and he started from Germany, but is spreading over Germany. And just before we start, just before you start your speech, I would like to introduce you with a video that we dedicated to you.
Sukadev Brechts is founder of Yoga Vidya. He knows how to transmit profound wisdom humorously. His special ability is to motivate yoga aspirants to practice intensely, to see a higher meaning in daily experiences, and to bring more energy and heart into everyday life. Sukadev Brechts is the author of 10 books, among them commentaries on Yoga Sutra and Bhagavad Gita and the recently published Royal Path to Equanimity. He is quite active, spreading yoga via the internet in yoga videos and podcasts in English and German. Sukadev had spiritual experiences from childhood on. As a youngster, he was fascinated by the possibilities of the human mind and started with regular meditation as a teenager. He used to spend a few times several months in intense meditation and pranayama. In 1992, Sukadev founded Yoga Vidya, now one of the leading yoga movements in Europe. Yoga Vidya has 4 major ashrams, nearly 100 yoga centers, and 20,000 yoga teachers. Today, he lives in Germany, in Hornbach, Mainburg. Get inspiration and energy from this dynamic spiritual teacher. Please welcome Sukadev Ji.
Please, Sukadev, now the time is for you. The stage is for you. Thank you.
Namaste and Om Namah Shivaya. Dear yoga friends, teachers and practitioners, this is a special time. The corona worldwide pandemic shows us how fast everything can change. Yogis say, everything is parinama, constant change. We can learn from all experiences. Goal of life is God realization, moksha, liberation. In many parts of the world, yoga centers and ashrams are closed. Big events physically cannot take place. As yogis, we can always look for opportunities in the challenges. And so I'm very glad that Amadio Bianchi, Swami Suryananda and his team took up the challenge, brought us all together and organized this big event, Be Yoga Beyond. And I'm very proud to be part of it, part of the European Yoga Federation, part of the Symposium. Yoga practitioners from many countries participate. Different teachers from different traditions share their knowledge and experience. In that way, a field of positive energy is created. An energy field of light and spiritual power can be felt. Let's continue to enhance this divine network of light energy more and more, today, tomorrow, and the coming weeks and months. The theme of this symposium can be interpreted in many ways. Be yoga beyond. Be an embodiment of yoga, of unity of the spirit, of universal brotherhood and sisterhood. Go beyond the obvious problems on the physical plane. Go beyond the relative. Enter into a realm of peace and joy. Enter into the absolute, beyond the domain of this relative plane. My theme for this presentation is Mantra Chakra Meditation, new energy for spiritual unfoldment. And so I want to lead you into a Mantra Chakra meditation lasting about 20 to 22 minutes. I will lead you through the 7 main chakras with visualization, affirmation, and the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. Let us start by repeating Om 3 times. Om. Sit in a comfortable sitting position. Back straight, shoulders relaxed, facial muscles relaxed, soft smile. Take a few deep breaths. Inhale, visualize light entering into your system. Exhale, send waves of love and joy into all directions. Inhale, visualize light entering your system. Exhale, waves of joy and love into all directions. Inhale, light. Exhale, love and joy. We begin our journey through the chakras with Muladhara chakra, base of the spine, pelvic floor. Feel the pelvic floor, base of the spine, Muladhara chakra. Mula means root. Visualize roots from the earth. Feel well rooted. And now you can repeat mentally, I am well rooted. Om Namah Shivaya. I am well rooted. Om Namah Shivaya. Rooted in Mother Earth. Om Namah Shivaya. Rooted in Mother Earth. Om Namah Shivaya. Continue to repeat this, to visualize or just feel well rooted. Om Namah Shivaya. Come to the second chakra, Svadhisthana chakra. Sacrum, pelvis, sexual organs, lower abdomen. Bring your awareness to this Svadhisthana chakra area, from the sacrum up to your sexual organs. Svadhisthana chakra, water element. Visualize a spring or a fountain. You can repeat mentally, inside me bubbles the source of creativity, fountain of creativity, Om Namah Shivaya. Fountain of creativity, Om Namah Shivaya. Feel the sacrum, sexual organs, lower abdomen. Visualize a spring or fountain. Repeat mentally, fountain of creativity, Om Namah Shivaya. Fountain of creativity, Om Namah Shivaya. Come to the third chakra, Manipura chakra. Literally, ocean of jewels. Feel your solar plexus and lumbar spine. Feel the abdomen. Fire element, element of sun, of courage. And visualize this blazing fire in the abdomen or a red sun. Visualize this blazing fire or a red sun in your abdomen. Repeat mentally, fire of enthusiasm blazes in me. Om Namah Shivaya. Fire of enthusiasm. Om Namah Shivaya. Fire of courage and strength. Om Namah Shivaya. Continue to feel the abdomen, fire and sun. Om Namah Shivaya. Now come to your fourth chakra, Anahata chakra. Seed of unconditional love and unconditional
attiva.
Tutto bene? Is everything okay?
Forse immagino che forse sia caduta la linea.
Ok, I will check.
Proviamo ad aspettare un momento. E intanto che lo aspettiamo, magari chiedo a voi un po' le vostre impressioni. Amelia?
Sì.
Facciamo così, intanto per aspettare Sukadev, per vedere se Sukadev riesce a riconnettersi.
Sukadev sta cercando di rientrare e abbiamo il problema con YouTube, sembra anche. Can you please check?
E please check, cosa sono?
Oh, per controllare, scusa, mi è venuto mezzo in italiano, mezzo inglese, scusa.
Traduciamo sempre tutto in inglese perché il pubblico se no non ci segue.
Ok, sorry. Yeah. Sukadev is coming back. He just has some problem with the connection. And I think there is some, if you can check YouTube, please.
Cosa volevo dire? Già è stato meraviglioso che in tutto il giorno non abbiamo avuto problemi di connessione. L'unico problema che abbiamo avuto è questo, però in questo momento sta ritornando e presto gli ridaremo la linea. Traducete in inglese per cortesia.
Okay, so today we were doing great, no problem, just a little problem now, but now we see already Sukadev online, so here he is.
Please, Sukadev, restart. We understood that there was one problem on the line.
So we continue the meditation.
Yes, please.
We are in the heart chakra, in Anahata chakra.
Your line disappeared just when you right started Anahata. No, I don't know if when did you realize we were just entering inside Anahata, and then your net disappeared.
So we continue with Anahata. Go into your Anahata chakra, the center of your heart, even deeper and deeper with each breath. Feel your heart center. From the heart, feel expansion, feel love and joy. And repeat mentally, my heart pulsates with joy and love. Om Namah Shivaya. My heart is pulsating with joy and love. Om Namah Shivaya. Joy and love. Om Namah Shivaya. Now come to your throat chakra, Vishuddha chakra, the center of special purity, center of connectedness, center of infinite space. Feel you're part of infinity and eternity. I am connected with all beings. Om Namah Shivaya. I'm connected with all beings. Om Namah Shivaya. From Vishuddha Chakra, from the throat, feel I'm connected with all beings. Om Namah Shivaya. Now come to the fifth chakra, Vishuddha chakra, and from there come to the sixth chakra, Ajna chakra. Feel the point between the eyebrows and the middle of your forehead. Visualize a blazing white light. And in the middle of that blazing white light, the symbol of Om. Between the eyebrows or in the middle of your forehead, visualize this blazing white light. In the middle of it, the symbol of Om. Repeat mentally, intuition and higher knowledge. Om Namah Shivaya. Intuition and higher knowledge. Om Namah Shivaya. Now come to the seventh chakra, Sahasrara chakra. Concentrate on the top of your head, the crown of your head, the space above your head. Visualize a light above your head. Either feel that light is emanating from the crown of your head, or feel that divine light is entering you through the crown. Repeat mentally, I am open for divine grace and guidance. Om Namah Shivaya. Divine grace and guidance. Om Namah Shivaya. Now breathe a few times deeply. And we're going through these 7 chakras. Inhale towards the base of the spine. Exhale, sacrum, lumbar, thoracic spine, cervical spine, back of your head, and crown of your head. Inhale towards the base of the spine. Exhale, sacrum, lumbar spine, thoracic spine, cervical spine, back of your head, and crown of your head. And we can use the mantras of the chakras. Inhale towards the base of the spine. Lam. And exhale. Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om. Silence above your head. Inhale, base of the spine. Lam, Lam. Exhale, move upwards. Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om. Consciousness above your head. Inhale, base of the spine. Exhale, Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om. Silence. One more time. Inhale, Lam. Exhale, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om. For a few moments, enter into pure silence, pure connectedness, pure love, pure silence, pure connectedness, pure love. Now let us send waves of light into all directions. May all beings attain peace and harmony. Waves of light into all directions. May all beings attain peace and harmony. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityo ma mritam gamaya. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from mortality to immortality. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Bolo Satguru Shivananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Sarva Santana Ji Ki Jai. So thank you for participating in the meditation. Sorry for the interruption in the middle. My computer froze. Luckily, I had a backup with my mobile, so everything changed a little bit. But as I said, as yogis, we always try to make the best out of every situation. And when we practice yoga, we want to go beyond everything. And when you go through the chakras, we go from lowest chakra to highest chakra. Sometimes we meet some blockages on one plane. Then we have to do new trials and new efforts. And sometimes we have to start over again. And so, again, thank you very much to Amadio Bianchi and his team. I would love to say namaste, but I have to keep my mobile in my hand. So thank you very much for organizing this wonderful event to connect us all. Thank you for everybody who is participating by contributing, and a special thanks to all who are listening now, who are spreading this message of life, of light, of love. And also thanks to all who will listen to this and watching it after concluding of this session, because it's going to stay online for a while. And so it's a wonderful thing in this event. People from all the different areas are connecting their hearts, connecting their smile, connecting their love. And so we'll contribute that a new age can dawn, an age of love and peace. All the best. Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Grazie caro Sukadev anche per il tuo contributo.
Thank you very much, Sukadev, for your contribution.
Hai detto a me il tuo team, io voglio che tu cambi e dica il nostro team.
You said, I congratulate to your team, but I would like you to change and to say thank you to our team.
Yes, thank you to our team and all those who to work behind the scenes that everything is possible. Yes. Thank you very much.
Io no, anche tu, quando organizzi qualcosa, noi volentieri saremo tutti per te.
So when you organize something, we are all with you.
E tu organizzi tante cose importanti. Io ne ho viste passare in un po' di anni che frequento il tuo splendido ashram. Ho visto passare tante cose molto belle, organizzate bene, e non vedo l'ora che tutto ritorni fattibile e possibile per rifare tante belle cose con te.
And you are a great organizer. You organize really great things, great congresses in this period when we've been knowing each other and I've been coming to your ashram, your beautiful ashram. I've seen all the amazing organization you do. And we hope that as soon as everything is going to finish, all this situation, and then we can meet up again.
Yes, definitely we will meet again. In this ashram, hopefully, maybe the next European Symposium can be in person.
Yes, please. Così adesso ho visto arrivare l'ultimo ospite che abbiamo.
So I've seen arriving also the last guest.
Che è il dottor Righetti del Brasile, José Righetti.
Who is Dr. José Righetti from Brazil.
Anche con il dottor Righetti ci conosciamo da tanto tempo.
Then with Dr. Righetti, we've been knowing each other for a long time.
Sì. Il dottor Righetti è presidente, cioè il Movimento Mondiale per lo Yoga all'Ayurveda, ha 2 settori e 2 presidenti. Lui è responsabile e presidente della sezione Ayurveda e io della sezione Yoga.
The world movement for yoga and Ayurveda has two branches. One is the yoga branch and the other one is the Ayurveda branch. He is the president for the Ayurvedic branch, while I am the president and responsible for the yoga branch.
E quindi come fratelli camminiamo assieme in questo movimento.
And just like brothers, we walk together with this movement.
Questo movimento è nato 14 anni fa.
This movement was born 14 years ago.
Ora l'abbiamo rinnovato e siamo risorti con nuovi progetti.
Now has been renewed and we've been reborn again with new projects.
Voglio pregare Sara di leggerci chi è il dottor Righetti.
I'm really pleased. Dr. Righetti, Acharya Narayanananda, Doctor of Medicine specialized in intensive care and postgraduate studies in Ayurveda, Yogacharya by Shuddha Dharma Madalam, President of institution brought together as Sudha Yoga and Ayurveda, Kalayasa Ayurveda Clinics, Sri Vayera Foundation, Brahman Vidyayalana Yoga School, Sudha Sabha Yoga Ashram, and Annapurna Natural Food. Coordinator of the Ayurveda postgraduate course at the Italo-Brasilian University in Brazil. President of the World Yoga and Ayurveda Movement, Ayurveda Sector, member of the International Academy of Ayurveda in Pune, India, and member of the editorial board of several international scientific journals. Namaste.
Dottor Righetti,
maestro, sei mutato, ti devi smutare.
sì. Il nostro incontro di questa sera non è una conferenza, bensì un'amichevole intervista che stiamo rivolgendo a tutti i nostri ospiti speciali, come te.
So the one of this evening is not just a conference, is a friendly talk, and just a friendly talk as we've been doing with all our special guests.
La domanda che ti rivolgerò consegue a quello che diceva Gandhi.
And the question I'm about to ask to you is what Gandhi used to say.
La mia vita è un esempio.
My life is an example.
E io penso che anche la tua vita sia veramente un ragguardevole, un importante evento, importante.
And what I think is that even your life is a true, real example.
Quindi ti prego, raccontaci come è stato il tuo approccio con l'Ayurveda a cui tu oggi stai dedicando tutta la tua vita. Raccontaci come hai iniziato, come ti sei evoluto in questa disciplina e anche cosa stai facendo ora.
So now please let us know how you approach Ayurveda. Now is your way of life, how you approach it, what you developed during the years, and what about you in relation with that now?
Thank you, Amadeo. Thank you, all of you, for the invitation to come to stay with you now. I would like to start, before to talk something about my trajectory in this way, to start with a mantra, the open mantra of Atharva Veda, the last Veda. Om Shano Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavat Variyama Shanna Indro Brihaspatihi Shanno Vishnu Rurukramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayu Tvameva pratyaksham brahmasi. Tvameva pratyaksham brahma vadishyami. Rutam vadishyami. Satyam vadishyami. Tanmamavatu. Tatvaktaramavatu. Avatu mam. Avatu vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaste.
Namaste.
I start in this research about the truth. I have around 12 years old. I start to learn something about what's the reality behind all the universe, all the things. I have this need to understand. And then comes to me the literature of Vedic science, the Vedic culture, Vedas, Upanishads, and another books in Sanskrit. When I start to study this around 14 years old, I get a knowledge is very familiar to me. This is a very big possibility to explain about the reincarnation, because one boy here in Brazil, in the center of Brazil, distant of cultural centers of the world, distant of India, start to learn something about the Vedic science, Vedic culture, and this is very familiar to me. And then I contact with my one very old school in one Sampradaya in India, Shuddha Dharma Mandalam, and I find my master, my guru, Vajra Yogidasa. He lived in Chile at that time. And I stay with him for 10 years, all the time to learn about the mantras, about the Vedic literature, about how to do the pujas, yagyas, and start my sadhana to find spiritual realization. And when I have 17, 18, I have to choose one profession. And I choose medicine because I use this for my seva, to service to the masters, to serve to the divinity. Because medicine is a very good way to serve the people, to serve all the humanity. And then I do my graduation in medicine here in Brazil, my post-graduation in intensive care, and all the time to take care of the patients. I start to understand how to connect this spiritual knowledge about the Vedic science with my profession in medicine, right? With my scientific knowledge. No? And then I find to Ayurveda is the best way to connect the medical practice with the tradition of the masters of the Vedic science. I start to study Ayurveda with David Frawley in USA. And then I come to India, and with the help of many universities there and the International Academy of Ayurveda in Pune, I did my post-graduation in Ayurveda. And in the year 2000, we created an ashram here in Brazil. You know very well here. You came here and stay with us, enjoy with us here. And in this ashram, we create one foundation to spread this knowledge for all the people, and one school to teach Ayurveda and Vedic science. Here we have the bigger school of Ayurveda in Brazil. We have more than 4,000 students, and they do 1-2 years course to learn more about Ayurveda. We have one center of Panchakarma and Ayurvedic treatments here, and we spread this for the people of all the country in the integrative practice of medicine in our government. And freely we give treatments for many people in our country. Now with the problems of COVID, we start one program, but in Ayurveda to prevent and to treat the first phase of this disease with very big success for us and all the people. And we publish books and we create with you and one big, very enthusiastic group, this world movement for yoga and Ayurveda, and we try to spread this knowledge for all the world. In Europe, we have did courses together in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal, here in South America, in many places. And then for that, we live all the time. I live here in the ashram, and all the time, my job, my activities, completely dedicated to Ayurveda and yoga and the Vedic science. Your microphone is closed, Madhu.
Per questo io ho detto che la tua vita può essere un esempio, perché è molto coerente, cioè tu vivi proprio all'interno della Ayurveda, non lo insegni solo, ma tu sei quello che insegni.
That's why I said that your life is an example, because you're a coherence and you just don't teach Ayurveda, you are Ayurveda.
Io sono stato appunto nel tuo ashram e ho dei bellissimi ricordi per queste emozioni, intanto che si vivono immersi in questa meravigliosa natura, ma queste emozioni che anche tu crei in questi momenti spirituali, il risveglio alla mattina con questa cerimonia dell'acqua, di donare l'acqua al sole, è una cosa veramente molto emozionante, che io spero che tu faccia ancora, perché ho dei bellissimi ricordi di queste cose.
And I was in your ashram, and I have to say I've got such an amazing memory. This fantastic place merged in the green, and this amazing and emotional service you do towards the water, where you offer the water to the sun every morning. I hope you still do this celebration.
Yes, every day in the morning we do yoga sandhya, and many pujas of Devi, Narayana, all the divinities, because we recognize only one God in all the universe, only one religion, not division. Yoga is the synthesis of all the systems, all the religions. And if you allowed me now, we would like to present one little film with some places here in the ashram for your...
Yes, please.
For the
Yes,
public.
please. Yes.
Yoga de síntese. Há 23 anos tenho me dedicado a estabelecer o Ayurveda como um sistema completo de saúde, junto com os valores da cultura védica no Brasil, na América do Sul e Europa. Fundamos um genuíno ashram no centro do país, o Shuddha Sabha Yoga Ashram, onde temos um grande jardim de plantas medicinais ayurvédicas, uma fábrica de produtos alimentares dentro do conceito ayurvédico, a Kalayasa Ayurvedic Clinic, onde realizamos autênticos panchakarmas de acordo com a tradição, atendendo milhares de pessoas, a escola Yoga Brahma Vidyalaya, com milhares de alunos de Yoga, Ayurveda, Jyotish no Brasil e em muitos outros países, e também a Kalayasa Aushadhi, a farmácia de preparação dos medicamentos. Com a Fundação Serivajari, estamos implantando o Ayurveda no sistema público de saúde no Brasil. Venha conhecer e participar conosco da expansão do Ayurveda. Namastê. Meu nome é Dr. José.
Non stiamo più vedendo il video.
No. It's not possible to see the video, no?
No, now the second part, no. First part was fantastic.
No, only the first part. And the second part is the repetition of the...
Okay, no problem. No problem. Dottor Gay, io mi ricordo quella natura fantastica, così forte che sta nel vostro ashram, e ho un ricordo anche curioso, simpatico. Nel tuo ashram io ho visto la prima tarantola della mia vita. Era un ragno nero grosso così. Un ragno nero grosso così che quando me lo sono trovato di fronte mi sono spaventato, perché in Italia non esistono più. Poi i pappagallini che volavano, insomma, venire da te è una cosa veramente emozionante, veramente particolare.
Sorry, Amelia.
Yeah, thank you. I remember when I was in your beautiful ashram, so merged in the green and in the nature. And one of the memory I still got fresh in my mind is the vision when I saw a tarantula, big, huge tarantula. It was so big, and I got like frozen and scared because we don't see them anymore in Italy. And then birds flying, such an amazing, beautiful place.
Yeah, well, we have identified here in Brazil more than 120 plants, medicinal plants, according to the Vedic texts, Ayurvedic text, Charak Samhita, Sushruta, Ashtanga Hridaya. And then it's easy for us here to do the same preparations like in India. And then we prepare here Chavan Prash, Kantakarya Valeha, many of the medicines we prepare with local herbs, but the local herbs, the same herbs described in India. And then we do many programs of Panchakarma here, many programs of Vamana, Virechana, Bastis, like in India. Many patients come to us because I think Ayurveda have two most important places in the West, in this health system in the West for us. The first place is preventive medicine, because our prevention here, we have very much frustration. You can see died per minute 60 people because infarction, heart attack. 60 people per minute. Extremely much more than COVID. This is because our lifestyle. This is because of our mentality, our behavior. And then Ayurveda help us to understand the necessity of change of way of life, change of habits, change lifestyle, change food, do exercise moderately, practice yoga, practice meditation. And then the disease stabilizes the mind and the body. And we get the possibility to prevent this very hard disease. Our governments consume so much money to technological medicine. Medicine based in many hospitals, very hard equipments. No, this is very good. But the prevention is not good in our medicine, in our lives. And then Ayurveda comes to help how to prevent. We are very enthusiastic with the prevention by Ayurveda. And the other possibility, other way of to use Ayurveda is in the chronic diseases. Chronic disease is very difficult to treat, like diabetes, like neurological diseases. And then many people come here to the ashram, and for example, they have some paralysis because multiple sclerosis or another disease, neurological disease, degenerative. They come, they stay here 3 weeks doing the treatments. And then after 1 week, they get the possibility to move their hands, to take food in the mouth. Our natural treatments, Ayurvedic natural treatments, help a lot to change the evolution of this degenerative disease. Is a very important contribution of the natural systems to increase the possibility to change the future of these people. And then Ayurveda have these two possibilities. Of course, all the diseases, all the treatments are good with Ayurveda, with natural, with our modern medicine. But in some cases, the difference is very important. Then come people for all the parts of the world here, like in India, to treat this and get very good results. For that, we are very enthusiastic to come with Ayurveda, with yoga, with Vedic science, Jyotish, astrology. All of this contribute to understand very well our functioning, and then to change the possibility to suffering, to get more good health, more good happy life, and to live in harmony with the nature, in harmony with all the people together, no, without preconcepts of religion or the philosophy or systems. Do everything together for the benefit of all the people. No? Because Ayurveda is not connected directly to one religion. Ayurveda is for all the people. It's inside in the Vedic culture, but not specific connect one sampradaya, one specific system. This is for all the people, everywhere.
Conoscenza universale.
Esatto.
Conoscenza. Sì, conoscenza, la conoscenza appartiene all'umanità e non soltanto a qualche categoria di persona, come per esempio accade in certi casi dove alcuni si appropriano, per esempio anche la medicina dice questo lo posso fare io, questo è mio.
Knowledge belongs to everybody, not just to a particular section or people or segments. And for instance, we see sometimes that a particular area, a particular branch try to possess even a name and say, okay, I can do it. Me only can do this, or me only can do that, and so on.
Bene, torniamo un attimo a queste piante che lui sta in un certo senso tentando di inserire nel Brasile, perché alcune piante nascono e crescono proprio soltanto in India. E il Brasile invece ha un clima che potrebbe permettere a queste piante, e in alcuni casi sono riuscite a trapiantarle. queste piante, mentre ero là io, mi ricordo l'amla che aveva compiuto 3 anni ma non aveva ancora fatto un frutto. E adesso mi piacerebbe sapere dal dottor Righetti se l'amla produce i frutti.
Now let's go a little bit deeper into the plant section. There are some special plants that they grow just in India. And Brazil has a particular climate, and probably it's possible to grow plants there, these special plants that are used in Ayurveda. Now, I'm very curious. When I was there in your ashram, there was an amla plant that had 3 years old, that was 3 years old, but did not have yet had a fruit. So now I'm very curious, what about this plant? Did it manage to have a fruit?
Yeah. Now we have more than 120 plants of amla here. because because
Fantastic.
One soup spoon of amla juice have the same quantity of antioxidants than 8 kilos of apple. Because amla is very important part of one preparation, very famous preparation called Chyawanprash, the most famous anti-aging, rejuvenative medicine of Ayurveda. And then we specialize in produce amla here. These 3 plants with 3 years, now they have more than 10 years, and each one produce 600 kilos of amla per year, each plant.
Wow.
We are producing Chyawanprash here with fresh amla.
Fantastic.
And the unique places in the world outside India to produce Chyawanprash with fresh amla. And in the next years come more and more, and we produce more.
Fantastic.
So we can export for Italy. We send to you.
Good, good. E siete riusciti a trapiantare altre piante e state riuscendo anche a produrre medicine?
And did you manage also to plant also other plants and produce other type of medicine too?
Yes, because before the year 2000, is allowed to transportation many plants of different countries in the world. After the year 2000, as is not allowed to have more necessity of license, different license to transportation plants. But we have many plants because when Brazil is discovered around 1500 by the Portuguese peoples comes the Portuguese, comes Spanish, Holland people, and then they have many trips between Brazil and India. They come to India and comes to Brazil and go to India and Africa. And then many plants. We have more than 100 plants, the same plants that are here and there. Because the weather in the center of Brazil is very similar to the center of India. Maharashtra state in South India, Kerala, is very similar to our Bahia, our state of Bahia here in Brazil. All the climate, the soil is very similar. And many other plants of very much value we have used here. And now you are doing research about Amazon plants, specific Amazon plants. They are immense potential to study in the Ayurvedic point of view. Because the Ayurvedic point of view about the plants is not the same of phytotherapy, modern phytotherapy, a little bit different. Because it's one doctrine, a different doctrine about that. And we have here Amla, Guduchi, Nirgundi, haritaki, bibitaki, all the triphala plants, all the trikatu plants. And it's possible to do the Prats Ayurveda here. And we have a little pharmacy to produce the medicines. And we spread these medicines for all the country. Our students have the possibility to prescribe, and then this pharmacy give them all the medicines. To practice Ayurveda is necessary. We have these medicines, these plants to help. Of course, we have some education in health, but education on health and the use of medicine is very important.
Sì, sì. La prima delle piante, io mi ricordo che era stata la Zadiracta indica a essere trapiantata in Brasile e che aveva attecchito subito.
Sì.
The first plant I saw in India, in Brazil, was the Indiraga.
Zadiracta indica, Neem.
So I tried it before.
Because here in Brazil, the cattle is the same cattle comes to India. They import some cows many years ago. And then I have very much communication. And Neem, Zadiracta indica, is one plant very important to natural agriculture and natural to create cows, because you can use this for to try to reduce the ectoparasites and use to take inside for the creamy is a verminosis. Neem is a very important plant for that. Anti-pitta important. And here we have now many plants of neem, and they use for cattle, for the people, for the agriculture also, natural agriculture. Our idea is present different solutions for the humanity. Ayurveda have solutions for the modern life, not because we like the past, not because we are taking the past, all the past is better than now. No, because we have with this tradition some solutions for difficult problems that humanity have created. We have many situations not easy to understand how to come outside this. And then Ayurveda and the yoga and the Vedic culture present some solutions, easy solutions, simple solutions, ecological solutions. And then we have to open our mind to these possibilities. Now we are introducing these researches in Ayurveda in the universities here. We have one committee of one scientists in Brazil. They are starting to study Ayurvedic plants, Ayurvedic treatments, Ayurvedic possibilities in the point of view of science, modern science. It's important to Ayurvedic is accept for the people.
Dovete sapere che il dottor Righetti comprende più che parlare perfettamente l'italiano, però guardate che persona paziente che è, e sta aspettando che Amelia traduca per poter fare capire alla nostra audience che è inglese in questo momento. Abbiamo su un altro canale, dottor Righetti, abbiamo dei traduttori che traducono l'inglese. E qui sono ospiti di Zoom soltanto i conferenzieri, mentre la conferenza vera e propria per il pubblico va su YouTube, ok? Perché tu capisca. Comunque, quando le persone vengono da te, vengono curate anche con le medicine che tu produci lì nel tuo ashram.
Sì.
Una volta che ero lì, quando ero io lì, che ho dei bellissimi ricordi quando ero io lì da te, una volta mi hai fatto partecipare, che ho partecipato con gioia stavi facendo 60 panchakarma. Una settimana 60 panchakarma e mi hai consentito di farti l'aiutante, di stare con te, perché è stata un'esperienza molto bella. E lo è stata anche per Giusy, che ti ricorda sempre, insomma tu sei nel nostro cuore. E sono tanto felice che tu abbia accettato questo mio invito di essere qua presente, anche perché spero in futuro che l'European Yoga Federation possa essere all'interno del movimento mondiale, possa essere in un certo senso di supporto al movimento mondiale per l'Europa. Io lo spero tanto.
Sì, por favore, Amelia.
Okay. That's why. First of all, Dr. Righetti understands Italian, but it's been so kind each time to wait that I was translating for the English audience. And then Amelia just explained that in here, we have just in the Zoom channel, just the speakers. Then we do have YouTube online where all the English speakers are. And there is an extra channel just for the Italian speakers. Then there is somebody, very good heart, who can translate it from English into Italian. And then Amelia was saying to Dr. Righetti how happy he was in one of his journey to his ashram. And he was asking and saying that you're making medicine there and you're making a lot of treatments. And when I was there, you had 60 panchakarma going on. And you allowed me to participate and to be your support, to help you with the panchakarma. So I could see you doing panchakarma. And you and Giusy, who reminds you very well, you are so much deep into our hearts, and we're really happy that you accepted our request here this time. And also we hope that the European Yoga Federation and the World Movement for Yoga and Ayurveda will start to collaborate, and the European Yoga Federation can be a sort of European bridge with the world movement.
The first thing is Amelia have one spectacular memory. Translate everything. Everything.
She used Brahmi.
And thanks to yoga, I was not like this for sure. Practicing yoga really and meditation really helped me a lot.
Perfect. Another activity, very extraordinary activity, Amadeo have did when I went to Italy to give the first courses in Ayurveda there with him. And Amadeo do the difficult things to translate me, because I speak something like the mixture of Portuguese, Spanish, and something about Italian. And he understand this and translate for the students. And for that, we could do the different courses in Italy for the first students. And I was very happy with stay with him and with all the groups for the Italian people. All the people very open to understand, to study Ayurveda and the yoga. And very beautiful days for us in that time.
But we wait for you again. We want to organize something here for you, okay? Yeah. And you remember when we was in Italian television, give some program there? It's so pretty memory. You know that this doctor died. This doctor that was the presenter of this transmission. Do you remember? It was is a surgery doctor. He died some years ago. Okay, Dr. Righetti, please. Only 5 minutes. Please tell us what are in your mind for your future, for the future of humanity, for the future. After this difficult moment, what do you think is best to do for the future of the humanity, please?
The first thing is we get evolution only within the crisis. When the life is good, calm, we do only administration of the situation and enjoy the pleasures of the life. But in that difficult situation like we are now, we can discover some change to do, some different ways to go in the future. And I think it's very important moment for this to mark the difference of the past and the future in our lives as a community, not only personal. This time, the family stay together, all the people together in one house, all the problems of relationship to comes. I did many consultations by internet, and I saw many difficult mental situations in the people.
Yes, yes.
Is more important problems than the COVID.
Yes,
The
psychological.
situation, problems
Yes.
for the people. And then all the people start to understand to change the values. In the Charak Samhita, Charak described the pandemic. Many thousands of years ago, they describe one pandemic. And they describe as a human problem. We cause this in the world. Because the pollution, because our mind, because all the problems we create with the nature, and then comes to this different virus, and they increase their activities in one toxic world. And then we have to start to change these activities, to respect, to reverence the nature, our mother nature, to treat her like a mother.
Yes.
Change our necessity to destroy everything, to consume excessively. And then I think all the humanities understand this. And then in the next years, probably we find some difference in our behavior, in our mind, in that institutions like International Yoga Federation, in European Yoga Federation,